continues next.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm is a family firm. John, my boys, and so many lawyers who have been our partners for so many years. We know that an accident or an injury can have terrible consequences for your family. We don't take your representation for granted, and every day we will work hard to never break that trust.
It is the only place that I would ever suggest anybody go.
It makes you feel like you're worth something.
You're not just a number.
I felt like that. Thank God that I went to Morgan.
Our family helping yours.
At Spectrum, we believe every day unlocks a new door to unlimited possibilities. Possibilities to bring you closer to the people and the places you love. Spectrum transforms your gaming experience into a galaxy of adventures with the fastest and most reliable internet. Connect to unlimited possibilities when you switch to Spectrum Internet Premier for only $30 per month when bundled, and save with our 3-year price guarantee and no contracts. Call 1-844.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm get you reset here. All right, so let's show you. What we look at are different signatures. Those signatures sometimes can include, Julie, it looks like it's not
here. Do you want me to grab it?
Yeah, let me walk off real quick.
Okay.
When it comes to these signatures, we are looking for different things. We're looking for shear. With a tornado, we do need shear to potentially move that spin vertical, and that's what we are starting to see. We got a lot of shear. We have already a big rotation going on in the atmosphere, all due to obviously Hurricane Milton that is still about 150 miles still offshore. See, this is worrisome. All right, so we are looking at, again, this is just north of the turnpike here, just east of Yeehaw Junction. This is the one signature that we are going to continue to closely monitor. So if you know anyone in this area, this is the time that they need to be getting into their safe room at this point. That safe room is basically an area where there's the least amount of windows, the most interior, the bottom floor if you are in a 2 or 3 level home. This is going to be something that we are watching. I'm gonna give it a try now. Let's see. It's been doing a lot of work lately. There it is. It is working. Thank you, Julie. All right. So again, so this is the velocity. Now, what we're looking at here, a quick little kind of science behind this radar. This is what we call a couplet. Normally, this couplet goes about this big. That's what we tend to see with these tropical systems. They're very tiny, they're very fast, they don't last long. Sometimes it's almost impossible to actually track those signatures actually there. But with this being said, this is a very large, very obvious signature here. So already that is an impressive sign, unfortunately, that we do have a potential spin going on. And already you can see how it's blinking red, and then overlapping it is blinking purple. That purple means that it is a confirmed tornado that we already have seen in St. Lucie. We do have video that is coming into the newsroom. Not sure how fast we're turning that around, but if you do have that, producer, just let me know. So once again, this couplet is something that we're going to be watching. The greens are showing the showing basically the winds going towards the radar. The red is going away from the radar. And what the green and red basically show is that they're going in different directions. They're doing somewhat of a spin because we are also talking about shear. So with shear, you have that velocity, and that shear is actually what takes that spin that's going on down at the surface and actually puts it upright. And that's where we get that vorticity and that stretch that brings that funnel cloud or that rotation in the atmosphere down to the surface, which is where we get that funnel cloud and that tornado touching ground. So again, when it comes to this rotation detector, we are picking up a little bit of wind shear here. And again, as Julie was just mentioning, we do have, right now we're looking at weak shear, but still enough, because again, this is a confirmed tornado that we have already picked up on radar. And of course, we have had visuals on it, Julie.
Yeah, and this is moving fast. This is moving to the north at 30 miles per hour, and it's always concerning when we are talking about these storms moving so quickly, because we know the tornado, the storm, doesn't know the boundaries that have been set in place with that box. So if you're in this area, even if you're not technically in this box, but you're right to the north of that, I still want you to be really mindful. Go ahead, maybe head to your safe spot. That's a small interior room. Well, I feel like we say this a lot, but we just can't say it enough. Put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. It is 2 o'clock. If you are just tuning in, expecting an update on Milton, the impacts of Milton are here. This is what we're going to be dealing with. So our friends in southern Brevard County, you are under a tornado warning. That is up until 2:30. Now, keep in mind, with this system, we've been showing you throughout the day all those tornado warnings over South Florida. This is a big-time tornado maker. We've had at least 5 confirmed tornadoes, and I'll clear this off for you so you can see what we're talking about. Also, notice all of the lightning. Many times when we have a tropical system, we don't see much lightning. This is just a really good indication of how unstable this system is. I really think Milton is unlike any of us have ever dealt with. I know a lot of us have been through Charlie. We've been through Francis together. We've been through Jean together. You know, we've been through a lot over the last 20 years or so together in Central Florida. But this system is a big-time tornado maker. We're also concerned about the potential of flash flooding. And a lot of this rough weather will happen overnight. So I want you to go ahead right now, whatever weather app you have, hopefully it's ours. But again, the bottom line is we want you to be safe. Make sure you enable those notifications. So if a tornado warning happens in your area overnight, you know, and can go ahead and take cover. So let's go in a little bit closer, show you what we are talking about. Okay, so there's areas like Fellsmere. Here is the Brevard County Indian River County line. So the warning officially just barely goes into Brevard County, but look at the signature on this. We typically do not see, we're talking about this little notch right in here. That gives us an indication of rotation. Now, Candace was just showing this to you. I want to show you again. This is what we call the radial velocity. So it gives us an indication of how winds are moving in relation to the radar site. So we've got our radar in Melbourne turned on. So what you see green, those are winds moving toward the radar. When we're talking about red, those are winds moving away from the radar. That creates that rotation. So you'll notice we are talking about the red and green butted right together. That is what we always look for. So this is an area that we're concerned about now, just crossing into Brevard County. So Micco, Fellsmere, you're technically out of this area, but notice we are going to see all of this moving very quickly. These storms are fast movers, moving to the northeast around 30 miles per hour. I'm going to put the other radar view back on for you, and we're going to go in closer so we can pick out some street level for you. So again, here we go, some of that heavier activity getting closer to crossing into Brevard County. That warning, by the way, is up until 2:30. So right here along Fellsmere Road, TM Goodwin Road, those are areas we're concerned about. Also stretching over toward Broken Wall Road, as well as Hereford Lane. So again, if you are in this area, this is a very serious situation. We were showing you, I'm going to pull out a little bit wider so you can see, but where you see the purple boxes flashing, that's where we have had confirmed tornadoes. I'm going to give you a view of all of Central Florida because I know we are all dealing with the impacts. It's going to be a very rough, likely next 12 to 18 hours, but really the next 24 hours will be a tough go for us as far as the storm. And then, of course, most of us are likely going to be dealing with extended power outages. Some of us may lose water. So go ahead while you still have power and still have water and make those last minute preparations. Do any laundry. Make sure you fill up your bathtub so you can flush the toilet if you lose water. We hear another warning going off. Candace or Jonathan, do you know what that is?
It looks like it's going to be crossing I-4 Polk County. Crossing I-4 Polk County.
There we go. Okay, so our friends in Polk County, that is a new warning for you. I'm going to zip in. So right along I-4 in Polk County. And so we do have viewers that News 6 reaches into this area. So we are going to monitor this for you as well. So this is Davenport, Haines City, Winter Haven, Lake Whale, Highland Park. Again, notice the signature that we're seeing. I'm going to show you before I zoom into street level. We're going to look at the radial velocity again. So that's one view. Let's check out this view. All right, let me go out a little bit wider for you. Okay, we're going to put on this shear marker for you and see what we're picking up. We can query that with our little eyedropper icon. So we go in and we are picking up weak shear right here on top of Lake Whale. So this warning is up until, let me turn this off so I can see what time this warning is up until. Candace or Jonathan? Okay, so this warning is up until 2:45. So right now we have 2 tornado warnings in place in Polk County until 2:45. Extreme southern Brevard County, we're under tornado warning until 2:30. So again, this is where we're talking about right on top of Lake Wales. We're looking at that potential of shear. This is a Doppler indicated tornado, but we have had several confirmed tornadoes in South Florida. And man, I mean, we were looking at the supercell potential yesterday, and this is something that behind the scenes as we collaborate and work together, we've all been very concerned about. We feared this would be a prolific tornado maker. It is. And so Milton has not made landfall yet. Candace, we're looking at landfall likely around midnight or so. But you've been telling us for the last couple of days, be in your safe place by noon on Wednesday. And that's exactly what we hope all of our friends and viewers watching have done. Okay, you're zoomed in for us here. Yeah.
That's what we're looking at right now. It's that BTI. That is that tornado index that we always look at. Usually that's a 4, that's a 5. So the point that we're getting a 7.2 here on this little marker. So you're going to see these little arrows here every once in a while, folks. That little arrow is basically some data-driven information from that cell. So again, you're starting to see that the hail core is there. There's about a 50% shot right now of severe hail. How big of hail we're talking about here is about an inch and a quarter or so. So we're talking about very high likelihood that this is certainly has that potential of that spin up.
Candace, I will tell you, I've covered every tropical event in Central Florida since
the last
Hurricane Charlie.
Yeah, 2004.
I've never seen a storm quite like this.
This is unbelievable. And this is one of those concerns that we were talking about, that the overall signatures, especially late last night, a lot of these models, we were all back there kind of talking about it throughout, what was it, 8, 9 o'clock last night, and we're saying the model trend was so extreme with this tornado outbreak, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Again, we've had several. Now, once again, if you're just joining us, you see all these blinking reds here. This is basically squall lines that are going to continue to kind of bleed into parts of Central Florida. And the purples there blinking, you can see that near around Sebring and whatnot. Those purples is confirmed. Those are confirmed tornadoes that we have been able to visualize, whether it's emergency management, people driving on the roadways still, although there should not be more people driving on the roads. At this point in time, all of this is going to continue to seep into parts of Central Florida, and we are already starting to see that. So once again, the one that we are closely monitoring right now has now pushed into Brevard County. This is in effect until 2:30. When it comes to looking at the cells, you can easily see right here which cells are producing the biggest instability, and it's the ones clustered with lightning strikes. Just look at this one cell just near Yeehaw Junction, moving from Indian River County, right there on the border of Indian River County and Brevard County. Look how many lightning strikes we're talking about. Now, usually, if you compare this to a summer storm, we have hundreds of lightning strikes embedded in one cell. We normally don't get this much prolific lightning within one cell in a tropical system. That is just extremely difficult and an extremely difficult threshold to get to. So if you can see right behind my head here, total strikes in this one cell here, just in the last 30 minutes, it has already produced 86 lightning strikes. That is incredible instability right now that we are now starting to track. So once again, this is the tornado warning. The good news is, and I'm going to try to always find the good news, you know me, is that we do not have it blinking purple. The moment this switches from a blinking red to a blinking purple, that means the National Weather Service has received information, whether it's picture, video evidence, or a trained storm spotter, that a tornado is on the ground. So as of right now, this remains a Doppler indicated tornado. So once again, if this turns purple, that is going to be a completely different story. This still is packing a big punch and does certainly have a likelihood. So whether or not you are going to be, no matter what county you are in, if you do get a tornado warning between now and the end of this tropical event, I need you to take these severe systems very seriously. We've had them confirmed. They have been very large. They've been very strong, especially for Florida standards. We are talking about impressive signatures here when it comes to the tornado threat. So please, please take these tornado warnings very seriously throughout the overnight. Every once in a while, you're going to hear the little dinging in the back here. We have our own NOAA radio. It is loud. It is obnoxious, but it does what it needs to do, and that means it's alerting everybody in the room, everybody in the household. So making sure that you're enabling those notifications, you're keeping your phone on loud tonight, and if you can, maybe have other family members possibly in the household, if you are able to do so, taking those shifts, someone is paying attention, whether it's to us on clickorlando.com, whether it's through streaming, through radios. We are going to be simulcasting a little later on today along Mix 105.1. So we are going to try to certainly give you as much information and be in as many different locations as possible so that way you and your family can feel safe and know that there is a group here in News 6 that will continue to closely monitor every system, every isolated thunderstorm, every tornado warned area. We will be watching it very closely, Julie.
Yeah, and Candace, our entire Pinpoint Weather team is here. We have moved into the station. We are not leaving. So if you're alone going through this, we are here. Just make sure, again, that you set those alerts like Candace was talking about, the NOAA weather radio, because this is really serious. None of us have experienced a system like this before. We were talking last night in the Weather Center that we hoped we were wrong about this system, but it is verifying to be a dangerous system. So again, if you're just tuning in right now, it is 2:10. So let's go over what we have going on. Our friends in extreme southern Brevard County, you have a tornado warning up until 2:30. Okay, so that is giving us some data, like Candace was just talking about some data on some of the system. So we're looking at the potential of some large hail with this. And again, we're talking about that number 7. So that's the tornado index. A lot of times we see numbers of 4 or 5. So that just shows that we are talking about a good likelihood that this system could drop a tornado for us. Also, I want to point out the lightning. So this is the lightning detection data, and so this is accumulated over a 10-minute period. So look how much lightning we're seeing with this. We usually don't see a lot of lightning with tropical systems. That's one thing we talk about, like, oh, you know, you'll see a little bit of lightning. This thing is producing a lot of lightning. That shows we have a lot of instability in the atmosphere. That shows this is just an unusual system. So going out a little bit closer, the signature that we were looking at, you know, that hook that we typically see on the radio or on the radar, rather, that is looking a little less impressive right now, but the rainfall rates, if this is producing a tornado, you will not see it coming because we're talking about 2 to 3, maybe even more inches of rain falling per hour. Let's go ahead and see if we can look at the rainfall rates with this. Again, I don't think the rainfall rates are actually on here, but again, I was querying them earlier behind the scenes. we're talking about a whole lot of rain coming down at once. So here is the county line right here. This is the Indian River County into Brevard County line. So as we go up into southern Brevard County, here is Mico. We've got Grant, Valkyria, Fellsmere kind of right on that line. I think Fellsmere, I think our signal actually does reach some folks in Fellsmere. But as we go up a little bit farther, Deer Park, now you're not in that warned area, but you are seeing some intense activity. Now notice we have talked about the quick movement with these storms. These are moving right now, this warned cluster of storms to the north at 30 miles per hour. So I'm going to put a track on this for you. So if you're watching, but maybe you're not in the warning area, I want to show you how quickly this could move into your area. So we're going to pull that cone out to about 30 miles per hour. Here's a list of cities for you. So we're talking about June Park, the leading edge of this cluster of storms that triggered a tornado warning. That will head your way in 18 minutes. West Melbourne, 19 minutes. Mittens Corner, 20 minutes. Melbourne Gardens, Melbourne Village, about 21 minutes. Deer Park, we were just talking about you. You're already seeing heavy rain in Deer Park, 25 or 23 minutes. Aurora, 27. If you are in West O'Galley watching us, you will see the leading edge of this cluster of storms in less than 30 minutes, Vieira about 40 minutes, and Pineda in about 42 minutes. Let's go back in. I want to clear this for you so we can show you again some more data. So there we go. This is the warning we're talking about. Okay, Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos back with an update for us.
And Julie, the National Weather Service is obviously calling this considerably a large dangerous hail core as well with some of these. Yeah. So remember how we were popping some of these threats here. Let me show you. These dark purples and dark pinks here are indicating the potential for, let me see if I can, these are ping pong and quarter-sized hail. So this is certainly extremely dangerous hail core that's also embedded within the tornado warned area.
And, you know, we've talked about how unusual this system is. It's producing a lot of lightning. We don't often see tons of hail with these tropical systems. This is almost, you know, we have a front over us. Correct. We have our tropical system moving in, and we have a big dip in the jet stream. So that is making an extremely hazardous situation, and I'm so glad that you've been telling people over the last few days, get into your safe place by noon on Wednesday, because right about 12:30 we started seeing those warnings popping. So,
and this is all going to continue to bleed into Central Florida. So this one right here in Okeechobee, National Weather Service has confirmed they've had reports now that they're in Okeechobee, Florida. Again, yes, this is south, but we are getting so many of these blinking purples, meaning that the National Weather Service is either getting photos, videos, some sort of visual confirmation that these are actually on the ground. So once again, we have this one warned area here in now starting to push into Brevard County. That is certainly looking extremely healthy, extremely unstable, which are words that you don't want to be using when it comes to tornadic warned cells here. And the next one here, this is Polk County. This is crossing right over the I-4 corridor. This had a marker here, a little red marker, that has since gone away. A lot of the signatures here, where I'm not seeing a lot of red and green. I am seeing a little bit of color difference here, but not as impressive if we go over here.
Yes.
Okay, I'm glad to see that we're starting to see it.
We can also take the different, just the radial velocity right next to it. So that's storm relative velocity, then that. Yeah, and we're still seeing some rotation there.
Right in that center where they're picking up that.
Yeah, so this is an unusual system. You know, I will say that when I went out doing my own preparations on Sunday, I was very pleased to see that there were traffic jams at Sam's, that people, because this is one that, you know, we were talking last night, we'd love to be wrong about this system, but it is just coming together the way, you know, no one wants to see this come together. And we're starting to see, again, a little more of that signature is going a little bit closer in the
Brevard County warned area.
Yeah, or in the, also the Polk County area, starting to see a little bit more of that traditional signature on the radar, starting, you know, right in there. Yeah. Not terribly significant, but
it is still there. And I'm wondering, honestly, Julie, this is me just talking out loud because we're going to be here throughout the entirety of this.
We're going to do lots of talking out loud today.
We are. This system is, like you said, was kind of tying in with this upper trough. Basically what that means is that we are almost seeing a cold front coming in, digging in from the north, and that could also be filtering in some cooler air. Not drastic cold
Right.
air, but just enough that could start cooling down some of these cells in kind of the certain levels of the atmosphere that will obviously favor those hail cores that we've been already seeing and reporting.
And we've also talked over the last few days about one reason a lot of the models were calling for Milton to weaken was that dry air entrainment. And remember, when you get dry air in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere, that can help produce stronger winds. So yes, we want Milton to weaken, but again, that can also be enhancing the situation that we're talking about. So again, we'll go over what we're looking at on the radar. I'm going to pull out and give you a view of all of Central Florida because I know all of you are writing out this storm with us, and thank you for trusting us to guide you through this system. This is a rough situation. So right now we do have 2 tornado warnings in place, but we are seeing pockets of heavier rain. We mentioned that loud tone on the Osceola County. Okay, so let's go back down into Osceola County and see what we're talking about again with that warning. So now we have 3. That's okay. So this is what we're talking about. Our friends in Yeehaw Junction, Kenansville. Now is the time for you to go ahead and take cover because this cell, I'm going to get to the rest of them, but this is the newest one, so I want to zoom in. Extreme southern Osceola County, you are now under a tornado warning. This is an area that is confirmed tornado, has produced confirmed tornadoes, so that is till 3 o'clock. Okay.
Confirmed tornadoes on the ground with that one cell,
okay,
Julie.
So that is with that cell down along the turnpike.
Correct. So radar confirmed. We have a debris signature near Dixie Ranch Acres. Again, this is south of our viewing area, but this is all associated with that same cell that is now inched its way into southern Osceola County. We also have emergency management reporting tornado touchdown on I-95. That is near mile marker 109. This is Martin County. So once again, yes, we're talking about areas, the concern south of us at this point in time. That's why you see there is 2 blinking purples.
Yeah, so I've pulled up the debris signature. So so that is potentially, what did you say the name of the area was?
Dixie Ranch
in Okeechobee County?
Correct.
Okay.
So when we talk about debris signatures, basically you're talking about a cell, there it is. You're starting to talk about a tornado that is large enough to actually pick up that storm debris, and radar is now being able to pick up on those signatures. So this is something that we rarely see here in Central Florida. I don't remember the last time I've seen, and Jonathan is standing by as well.
I can't remember seeing one.
I know he's not mic'd up, but I just can't remember the last time.
Yeah, Jonathan is setting up streaming from the studio. I don't recall having seen the debris detector ever actually picking something up. Exactly where they said right on top of Dixie Ranch Acres.
Correct.
Okay, so that is a tornado, Candace, on the ground, moving quickly to the north. I'm going to double check how fast this is moving while you continue to manipulate that. But all of these storms today have been moving fast.
Yeah, and there's the signatures. You see the lightning all of a sudden kind of blow up around that area just before that debris signature just popped up. So that is something that we're watching. So yes, once again, we are talking about an area south of us, but with that being said, as Julie just mentioned, these cells are moving so fast that these tornado warnings are almost trying to catch up to this concern. So again, Dixie Ranch Acres, this is our one zone. Now I'm going to kind of pull away here that view to see how far away we're. This is talking about Okeechobee County. We also have another confirmed tornado in Martin County as well. This is the other cell. So you notice, focus your attention on this radar to those clusters of lightning. That is going to be another concern.
I'm going to check and see what that is.
All right, this is this one.
Let me get that real quick.
Tornado warning for the following counties.
Yeah, so here it is. So we have that tornado warning for Brevard County. This is once again going to be the biggest concern right now. You see, just as I mentioned, that cluster of that lightning, those are the kind of the first warning signs, those red flags, that there is going to be a rapidly intensifying cell here moving straight to the north.
Yeah, you've got it, Brevard County, yes.
Yeah, this is until 3 o'clock. Once again, so I know this is a lot of data here, but this is actually gives us a lot of information, so that way we can stay with you without getting back there into the weeds of things. All right, so there's about an 80% chance right now that this has a significant hail size, about 3/4 of an inch hail, as well as the BTI. Basically, that's what we call a tornado index. That's a TI, and we're at a 7. Usually here in Central Florida, we hit like a 4, a 5 sometimes. So when we start getting up into those 6, 7s, that is certainly concerning when we start talking about the intensity of some of these cells. Let's zoom out real quick because there's so many. Okay, so we have one right now in Polk County. So if you're watching us from Haines City, right along I-4, let's go from west to east first. Tornado warning, this is until 2:45. We are starting to see some of that velocity kind of widen out a little bit. This is not as much of a concern right now. We don't have as many of the signatures kind of lighting up currently on this radar. I'm not seeing as much right now. We have a little bit of shear, which certainly could be the reason why they're still holding on to this tornado warning. So just here in this zone here. But if we widen out the view, the concern lies more towards Osceola, that Brevard County area.
Okay, we got another one going off. I'm going to go ahead and check and see what that is. David, do you know what that is? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, this is...
All right, so then we have the third one here in Yeehaw Junction, moving into Yeehaw Junction. This one is a tornado warning until 3 o'clock. Officially, it's for Okeechobee, but it is going to be included in some areas here in Osceola County, just starting to lead into Yeehaw Junction. Now, the reason why we are watching this one very closely is because this is blinking purple. This one actually confirmed a tornado on the ground at one point, which is why you actually see two different tornado warnings blinking. We have one polygon to the south and one that does extend further north. So this is the old tornado warning and this is the new tornado warning. So again, if you're watching us from southern Osceola County, southern Brevard County, Polk County, no matter whether you're in this warned area or not, I really liked how Julie mentioned it. These cells don't know where the polygons are. They can move in and out of that polygon. So if you are, again, in southern Brevard County, southern Osceola, or into southern Polk County, this is the time that you need to be in place, in shelter, in your safe space. We talk about the most interior a room in your house, the least amount of windows. Give yourself, as Julie always mentions, as many layers between you and the outside as possible.
Yeah, and, you know, we talk about use a pillow. You know, if you and your kids have bike helmets, you might feel silly. Put on your bike helmets. This is a serious situation. We'll go ahead again and show you all the advisories that we're talking about. And we want to remind you, these cells are moving quickly. They're moving off to the north 25 to 30 miles per hour. We're seeing a lot of lightning. We're seeing a lot of hail. And again, if you're just checking in with us at 2:24 and you're like, what is all over that map? So where we see the flashing purple, that is where we have confirmed tornadoes. Where we see the red, those are Doppler indicated tornado warnings. Now, to remind you, those of you in southern Osceola County, you are under a tornado warning until 3 o'clock as that lifts up into the Yeehaw Junction area. But these storms will continue to move quickly and go off to the north of that area. Our trooper Steve is out and about in Results 1 today. He is in Osceola County near that warned area. I think we have him on the phone to give us an update, give us a view. Trooper Steve, what are you seeing out there?
Right now, I'm just utterly surprised, Julie, of how many people are out and about.
Wow.
Getting down here to Osceola County was fine, but there are thousands of people just driving around. Every single fast food place, there's a line. Every Wawa, there is a line, and people are walking around here like nothing is happening currently. We were just outside the truck a second ago listening to your weather, to your report and those warnings, and I'm just north here in the Poinciana area of that Haines City kind of warning that's headed up to that northeast portion right now. I did not want to head south to the Kenansville because I just thought it would be a little too dangerous.
Yeah, and Steve, we are talking about very heavy rain in that area, gusty winds. It really, it doesn't feel good to hear you say, and just looking at the images there of all the people lining up, you know, we want people to have their preps and to get finished. But again, things are only going to get more intense as we roll through the next several hours. So this is going to be a rough go out there. How are the winds looking in this area? We've seen winds gusting at times to around 30 to 35 miles per hour. Those winds will continue to get stronger as well.
Well, the good thing is, Julie, right now where we're surrounded by pretty much your average commercial kind of establishment. It picks up, it goes down. We have not seen the wind gust out here. I'm kind of using this tree bush here as our meter to kind of see what's going on. The rain is just starting to kick up here pretty heavy. We haven't seen it. We've seen it pretty steady, but you could tell like that feeling like it's making its way this way right now, and that's why we're kind of just waiting this out for a little bit until we put this put results 1 back in drive and start to see things. But once you put those warnings out, it was just amazing to see how many people were out here. And we're like, guys, you need to go home.
And Steve, we've talked about this a lot, but you are the perfect person to talk about this. We've had a lot of questions about, am I safe to drive from X to Y throughout the day today? Some folks, unfortunately, have to be out driving during this, even though we wish they didn't. What are your tips to keep everyone safe if they do have to be out driving right now in some of these heavier showers?
The hardest part of that, Julie, is the idea that someone would have to go out. So we're talking extreme emergency type situations. Someone's sick, you can't contact someone over the phone and you have to go somewhere. You need to have that buddy system. Please do not leave the house by yourself. I know that sounds even worse because you're bringing someone else out into the environment with you, but to encounter this stuff by yourself, look, I've got Brewer here with me. None of us are out here on the roads by ourselves today. Also, make sure you're communicating with somebody else where you are going and when you think you will be back, so that if someone doesn't hear from you, people start looking for you. Right now, everyone out here on the streets is going through the same thing. I am just absolutely flabbergasted on the amount of people out here on the roads in Point Siena right now. It's a little disturbing.
Yeah, and Steve, we also always hear from people, of course, who are concerned about our safety outside, the crew's safety. Just talk to folks about what you are doing to stay safe as you are out in Results One. And you are the person that I worry about the least of everything, but just, you know, we take the safety of our crews very seriously, and our crews all are very well trained in keeping themselves safe.
Absolutely. You know, having Results One, let's be real, we do have a different type of equipment here at News 6. This truck is a lot safer than your average live truck. It's not top heavy. We're pretty weighted down. We've got plenty of equipment in here to make sure that we are safe. And then the buddy system. Brewer's not going to let me do something dumb. I'm not going to let Brewer do anything dumb. We're here to make sure that we can provide these shots for you guys so you're not out and about. Someone asked me, what happens if my TV goes out? Well, we're streaming all over the place right now. So watch it that way. Share it with other people. But when you start thinking, oh, these news crews are just being out and about, no, believe me, we have an amazing boss that I just got off the phone with a second ago that said, listen, I need you to put that truck in park and stop driving around for a little bit. So we are out here too. We are making sure that we're checking in on each other, and we just want you guys to do the same thing.
All right, Trooper Steve, thank you so much for your update. I'm sure we will be talking to you throughout the day. And so again, here is what we're looking at. Again, that's Steve's view from Results One. He is in this area where you see this flashing box near the Davenport area. So if you're just tuning in, we do have several tornado warnings in place. Let's give you a little radar tour so you know what we're dealing with. We'll go from west to east, as Candace was doing just a little bit earlier for us. So here is one tornado warning. This is up until 2:45. This is for our friends in Polk County. So I'll go in a little bit closer for you and show you what we're talking about. Also a little different radar perspective. So when we look for rotation in the radar, there are a couple different layers. We can look at a couple different indicators, and we're going a little bit closer. So we're looking now at a layer called radial velocity. That gives us an idea of movement within the storm. So we look for red and green clustered together, or some of those brighter cells. Earlier we were seeing really the red and green really tight together, but notice we are still seeing extremely strong winds being measured with this, so that remains concerning for us. We'll take you to a different velocity level and show you, again, not talking about any of that intense red and green together. I do want to turn on the shear marker for you, and that is indicating weak shear just to the south of Haines City. So again, that warning is up for those of you in Polk County until 2:45. It is this red box. So if you're in Highland Park, if you are in Lake Wales, if you're watching us from Winter Haven, Haines City, Davenport. Now this is close to the Four Corners region. I know I hear from a lot of you in the Four Corners region. You are not technically under a warning, but I do want to remind you again, as we go back to the typical radar view, look how close this particular cell is to your area. And remember, these cells are moving quickly. So you are going to be looking at some intense activity in the Four Corners area moving into your region. I'll go ahead and put a storm track on this one for you. And these storms are moving, again, right around 30 miles per hour. So let's go from the most intense part of this storm, taking it out around 25, 30 miles per hour. So on that path, this is what we're looking at. So South Claremont, you'll see some of this if it holds together in the next 43 minutes. All right, let's go farther to the south. Again, we're talking about, the radar signature we were seeing in this particular area, not quite as strong as it was a little while ago. Now let's go over to this area. So this is where we're talking about a warning up until 3 o'clock. This is for Osceola County. It also encompasses part of Brevard County as well. And Candace, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. So much lightning in some of these cells. That is not typical with tropical systems. We were also seeing a lot of hail. You clicked on something earlier. It said ping pong sized hail. This does not happen.
It's astonishing, really, the amount of instability these cells have been able to produce. I am in constant communication right now with the National Weather Service. Although these reports, let me just start with saying that these reports are still south of our viewing area. This is the reason, this is proof, and this is verification of why we need to be taking every one of these tornado warnings seriously. For instance, in Port St. Lucie, a train spotter reported tornado on the ground near I-95. This was reporting trees down, but in Martin County, by the way, emergency management reported a confirmed tornado flipped a truck on Interstate 95 at mile marker 109.
Okay, that's why we say don't be out driving.
That's the reason for it, and that's why you see Trooper Steve a little bit upset when you start and frustrated, really, when it comes to seeing so many people on the roadways. We are continuing to stress that you need to be in your place where you're going to ride out the storm already. Yes, this is all across southern areas, but the last thing you want right now is to be caught in the middle, in the road, trying to gas up last minute stuff. So you've got to get to where you're going to be at this point in time when it comes to the entire event of this system. As we zoom in here, we are starting to get a little bit of, let me back this up a little bit. All right, so this is, again, kind of a quick radar tour because there is a lot. And just personally, I need to kind of get a handle on how many tornado warnings we're talking about. Champions Gate along I-4, Polk City, Lake Alfred, Davenport, Haines City. This is the zone that we are watching for the potential of a rotating storm. A lot of the velocity markers are not extremely strong, which is certainly welcome news, but we still are dealing with a bit of weak shear. So if we do get some rotation in place, this is I-4, mile marker 65. If a producer in my ear can tell me which mile marker that is. All right, they are looking for me. Thank you so much, Ashley. All right, so we have this one area here. This is the warned area. Zooming out so that way you can see what we're talking about. This is part just kind of bordering Osceola County. This warned area does not include areas of Osceola County. This is solely a Polk County focus. It does cross over I-4. And again, these cells at last check, Julia was mentioning about 35 miles per hour. The clips won't change very fast, won't change much as these cells are all associated with the same squall lines that are continuing to wrap around Hurricane Milton. Again, these are all hurricane-induced tornadic activity. This is the big overall spin in the atmosphere, and then we get these quick rotating storms that are not only producing that potential and confirmed already several tornadoes that have already confirmed damage. We are also talking about intense hail cores embedded within this. This is by Osceola Parkway. The video you see here, this is our I-4 near Osceola Parkway, which is right there by the resort. So you can kind of see there's still, in my honest opinion, there's still too many cars on the roadway at this point in time. So get to where you need to get to. Stop dilly-dallying. I feel like I'm, but at the end of the day, you've got to get to where you are because these conditions are going to worsen as the night continues. It is 2:35 in the afternoon. This is middle of the day. Folks might be looking at the forecast cone going, well, landfall isn't till later on tonight. The impacts are so much wider than that. Let me pick up here the debris because that was something that we were talking about. This right here. Yeah. You see this right here, guys? This little rainbow colored dot here. Those things that we are watching, that is debris signatures. Basically, we start talking about storms or these cells intensifying as they do. There is that potential for those tornadoes to pick up debris, trees, shingle, roofing, whatever the case may be. That is what we're looking at. So again, continuing to zoom in here, give you an idea of what we're talking about. Sometimes it's just easier to get into the nitty gritty here with an actual, here we go. Okay, so again, we are talking about, this is Fort Pierce, Carlton, Port St. Lucie. This is the zone that we are watching. Again, that cluster of tornadic, of lightning, I should say, really starts to focus that attention on how intense and how unstable these cells are. So naturally, tornado-fueled, tropical-fueled tornadoes are not usually normally with a lot of lightning. So when we start seeing these clusters of 143 lightning strikes within one cell, that is certainly a bit of a concern when we talk about the overall intensity of it. Did this just start blinking red? I mean purple?
Yeah, let me, that is...
That's so far south, okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, it is there's a lot on the radar, yeah, Jules. Okay. Perfect. Oh, thank you for zooming that in. Okay. So once again, we are watching tons of red and purple blinking polygons here. These polygons basically indicate, if it's blinking red, that this is a Doppler indicated tornado. This is not a reason why you shouldn't take those seriously and only the purple ones, but the purple blinking ones that you see there on the screen, those are confirmed tornadoes on the ground or have been on the ground. We've been getting reports from the National Weather Service showing us that we have had tornadoes already flipping cars on 95. We've had trees down. We have considerable hail threat. With some areas, we're talking about ping pong sized hail in some of these cells. So again, although the bulk of these confirmed tornadoes are south of us, what's also south of us is Hurricane Milton. As we continue to see Milton close in and move closer towards us here in Central Florida, we are still on the right dirty side of that storm, and this is what we get. This is textbook dirty side, right side of the storm, and of course looking at that. All right. I'm going to take a quick little break here. We're going to toss it over now to meteorologist Jonathan Kegas. He is now standing by with another look. I mean, we need as many eyes on these radar loops as possible.
Yeah, and we have a little card here so we can bring in some comments as well. It's an extremely serious situation if you're watching in Yeehaw Junction. Again, you are highlighted in the purple there. That is a confirmed tornado warning. We are going to lift the screen north here. This is tornadic debris being lofted up. So that's going to be State Road 441, just south of Osceola County. This is the turnpike leading in. So again, if you are watching in Yeehaw Junction, you need to be in your safe place. Candace and I talked about this last night, that these were not going to be your typical tropical tornadoes. These are like your plains, very, very large and long-lived tornadoes. We won't get into the science and meteorology behind that because we have a safety factor, but there's a reason that we are getting these much bigger tornadoes than what we would typically see. Again, watching these scans come in, we actually have a double confirmed tornado here. Let's get into and there's the signature getting ready to cross the turnpike. Here again is Yeehaw Junction. This is moving in that direction. So again, if you are watching us, we're going to keep on saying Yeehaw Junction, get into your safe place. This was also a confirmed tornado just to the west of Yeehaw Junction, again, or about to be just to the west of Yeehaw Junction. So we can go in here and again look at the debris, and this is a really, really nasty debris signature. Unfortunately, these are neighborhoods that are these are houses. Like, again, to tell the severity of the situation, this is a neighborhood right here that is debris being lofted up into. So this is somebody's neighborhood that's being decimated by a very large tornado right now. So again, just keep that in mind, that if you are watching in Yeehaw Junction, this is what is coming into your neighborhood if it doesn't fall apart. For perspective, this is the Florida Turnpike. This is the Osceola County line right here. And then here we go into downtown Yeehaw Junction through Yeehaw as well. So again, this is what we're going to be watching going forward. I think this is a live look here at the turnpike in Yeehaw. Okay, so this, I mean, if we keep it up here, we might see a tornado cross this traffic camera. We've already had reports of it crossing State Road 441 just south of Fort Drum. We also have another confirmed tornado around Port St. Lucie into Fort Pierce that is south of us in Brevard County. However, these have the potential to stick together or to stay together for a long period of time. But this is a extremely concerning situation right here, that big time debris being lofted up. That's going to continue. We'll get a new radar scan at about every 5 minutes or so. So we're going to watch to see it falling apart a little bit. But again, that's just the radar picking up on the debris. It looks like as well we might have debris being lofted. Let me just change perspective here and look. When we have those colors drop out like that, and then there to remove some of the noise, the purple box indicating the confirmed tornado warning, that includes us in Yeehaw Junction. There's the Florida Turnpike again, so we have the strong shear being picked up, kind of removing the noise from the actual radar site, and then your iconic Plains tornado hook on both of these that will continue to lift in that general direction. So again, I can't stress enough the severity of this situation, getting ready to move into Yeehaw Junction. So again, if you can watch us, if you're seeing this signal, you need to be in your safe place right now. We're going to show you a couple of different views, and again, we're continuing to watch the turnpike near Yeehaw Junction. That's what you see there on the right side of your screen. We'll put a timer on here, but again, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is likely even moving faster. This is about 30 miles an hour. So Yeehaw in about 19 minutes. You need to be in your safe place now. Yeehaw Junction in about 22 minutes. Emergency management also reporting a tornado in progress near Midway Road. That's going to be in Fort Pierce. We're talking about areas south of us today because these are the potential for the long track tornadoes. This, if it holds together, will be closing in on Mico, Palm Bay, Melbourne, potentially within the next hour or so. So again, you need to keep a very, very close heads up if you are watching in Brevard County as well. Right now, we are also, of course, in that tornado warning that Candace and Julie were talking about on the western side of Brevard County. Candace.
And we have another new tornado warning now, including parts of Polk County there on the kind of the left side of your screen there until 3:15. That does include an area over I-4.
And yeah, these are going to be popping up very, very fast. We were expecting this yesterday, and that is the reason why, although we're not seeing the widespread tropical storm force wind gusts until later tonight, this is the reason why Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos was telling everybody, be in your safe place by noon today, and obviously right on the money there. I know it's not as intense in Orlando or Altamont Springs or Daytona just yet, but this is all coming up and likely going to make it to around the I-4 corridor over the next through the next couple of hours, and that tornado threat will increase for the Orlando area, in Winter Springs, Daytona through about 5, 6 o'clock, through about dinner time tonight. So this is unfortunately a preview of things to come, and Justin Warmoth was showing me some video earlier. These are big,
these are massive
big tornadoes. I mean, your wedges that you see in those storm chasing videos or storm chasing shows, just ripping things apart. I mean, you can't sugarcoat it.
Right.
You need to be in your safe place. I mean, that's all we can say. Again, you're talking about a potential tornado if this holds together coming through Yeehaw Junction in about less than 20 minutes.
And honestly, Jonathan, I don't remember the last time we've seen debris signatures the way that they have been. I don't remember seeing some of these BTI numbers as high. We've been getting 8s, 8.5s, and all of these confirmed. It's just, it's one of these things where we are always hoping that our forecasts aren't verifying, but then when they do verify, it's intimidating when you start seeing how many of these right now are on there. And yes, even though we're focused on the southern side of this area, we're still talking about an overall bleed into the rest of Central Florida. So this is your wake-up sign. This is also your time to realize that these tornado warnings are not tornado warnings that you need to be taking lightly. So these are going to be happening overnight potentially as well. So just as you've been hearing us having those NOAA radio alerts as well, you need to have ways of also being notified throughout the overnight hours as well.
Yeah, and you know, we have said leading up to this, this will be a system unlike any of us have experienced. That, unfortunately, is verifying. Look at all of the tornado warnings on the map, and as we've all been saying, and Jonathan was showing us, these are verified tornadoes, many of them. We're seeing a lot of lightning, and it's just such large tornadoes, and those signatures on the radar that we always talk about, we don't typically see signatures as textbook
Correct.
as these. So this is, it was troubling when we checked in with Trooper Steve in this area near Haines City, where you are under a tornado warning and so many people were out. We really want you inside. We want you to stay safe because this situation is not going to get better through the afternoon.
In Palm City, Martin, emergency management reported a confirmed tornado flipped a truck that was on Interstate 95. This was a truck that was driving on 95 and the tornado crossed over. As Jonathan was mentioning, we've been seeing some of these DOT cameras that have tornadoes are actually crossing interstates here, and at the end of the day, that is a concern. Yeah.
And Brevard, they're getting out ahead of that one that's going to cross through Yeehaw Junction.
Right.
Tornado warning.
And I mean, look at this. I mean, if you look at that one that we're watching coming into Yeehaw Junction, this is something that you see in the plane, the supercell splitting. This is called a splitting supercell. So it's kind of going into two. Then you have the hook coming over here, and then you still have the other tornado over here. So I mean, this is about as big as a tornado day as Central Florida sees. And unfortunately, and they continued that confirmed tornado as well through Osceola and now into the western side of Brevard. So again, this continues to be, we've been showing you the debris signature with this. There is a confirmed tornado with debris. Again, with new radar technology, we don't need anybody to see the tornado anymore. We can confirm it on radar.
Radar sites there out of Melbourne.
Yeah,
well, and that's the thing too. You mentioned about to get a debris signature to show up, you need to have the debris being lofted thousands of feet into the air because the radar beam with the curvature of the Earth, it's about 40 miles away from the Melbourne radar right now. So you're looking at about 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 feet up. So I mean, that just goes to show. I mean, look at this. It continues to look. The situation looks worse and worse every single run, every single radar scan. There's the iconic hook right on in through here. And again, we are watching for our friends closely in Yeehaw Junction. This looks like it might come to the east side of town within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we cannot stress enough, safe place, bathrooms, mattresses over your head. This is serious.
And we are talking about, Jonathan, I'm just reading this from the National Weather Service, a large and dangerous tornado on the ground, 7 miles northeast of Fort Drum, moving to the north at 30 miles per hour. This is going to come up on you really quickly. Right. So if you are in that area, that means Blue Cypress Lake, this will be in your area by around 2:50. And we were just looking at the radar. Again, there is the radar. So that is what we are talking about. Again, that is for Brevard County, Indian River County. So this is a tornado on the ground. A lot of times, Jonathan and Candace, we see Doppler indicated tornadoes with these systems. We've seen so many tornadoes on the ground in South Florida. Moving into North Florida, we're seeing a lot of hail. We are seeing so much that we don't typically see with the tropical systems.
And this is not just a southern concern right now into areas of Osceola and Brevard County. We are still talking about all of these threats and these concerns with these tornado warnings moving into other populated areas through here in Central Florida. So with that being said, this is your wake-up call that we need to be taking these tornado warnings very seriously. Throughout the last 24 hours, all of us here at News 6 have been really talking about making sure you're finding your ways of being notified, whether it's someone staying awake in the middle of the night. Our family has done that before in the past.
Right.
Whether it's getting the NOAA radio that will guarantee wake up the entire household, or there's also that ability to make sure that your phone is on loud, make sure to enable those notifications. I know some people like to take those notifications off, but this is the time you want to put all those notifications in place. That way you are woken up and you and your family can get to that safe place in your home. That safe place in your home can be the most interior room in your house, the least amount of windows. It certainly can be scary for kids as well. So maybe even putting the bike helmet on, like you've been saying, they might not think it's weird. They might think it's kind of fun. And, you know, it kind of brings down a little bit of that anxiety that kids tend to get, especially when you start shoving them into these safe rooms very quickly, especially in the middle of the night.
And it's going to be loud. You have very young children. My daughter has very young brothers who are 4 and 3, and I was telling her, put on a white noise machine. It's going to be loud. It's going to sound very rough outside. So just some tips that can help. Jonathan, is that something?
There's a new tornado warning out.
Okay.
So that is south. What time is it? 2:40. Okay.
All right. So we've got another one there.
All right. Let me drive up there.
And again, just a quick heads up: Cypress Drive, Hines Drive, Albert Road, South Kenansville Road, and Yeehaw Junction. Safe place. Got to go now. Here is the tornado that is confirmed in progress.
Look at that live look, Jonathan.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
There's that live look.
Okay, so this is, we are taking a look. For reference, that camera that you see on the screen there is hanging out about right here on the turnpike. The motion of this storm is kind of like this in one of the intense outer bands of Milton. I will bring up the debris signature again. And I mean, we have it all over the place. Right on in through there and then sliding up. It looks like we may have had, it could have lifted for a short time. This is all lingering debris that was likely lofted up into the air away from the actual tornado itself. Okay, let's get back north.
We are starting to see some pictures here coming in on different social media sites. We have to confirm that those are actually from that one cell because we have had now several confirmed tornadoes on the ground. So we really need to make sure that we're figuring out which tornado picture goes with which tornado warning. So give me a second.
No, you are good. Again, the it looks like the bulk of this is going to stay just in western Indian River and on the east side of Yeehaw Junction. The rotation continues to tighten up. We also have, if we go a little bit further north, the tornado warning that's kind of right on the Brevard-Osceola County line that's just to the north of where we've been looking at. This one right in through here. The rotation's a little bit broader, but it continues to lift up, kind of straddling the Osceola and Brevard line. Again, that tornado warning continues as well until we get into about 3:30 into the afternoon. We'll take you a little closer here, and you need to be in your safe place. We'll get some streets to pop up in just 1 second. In Kempfer Road, this is again right on the Brevard-Osceola line. Taking you a little further in. I mean, anybody in western Brevard County, I mean, right now, these are staying to the west of Melbourne, Palm Bay, Grant Valcaria. We're watching the cell super close, though. That's down in Port St. Lucie right now, because if that holds together, and again, these have been, I mean, look at this. Sorry for the radar bouncing around. I'm going to get you a little closer. This is now getting just ready to move into Indian River County. This is as an impressive what we call a tornado vortex signature, as you'll see. The Osceola County line right about here. Yeehaw Junction's being covered up by where it says tornado warning. So it looks like the worst of this, the tornado itself is going to be, I mean, just east of Yeehaw Junction. A lot of these times, though, when there's a lot of high rainfall in there, these things can just like bounce around a little bit. So you need to be paying very, very close attention in Yeehaw, right on the Indian River and Osceola County line, and then through Yeehaw Junction as well. This is a very, very large tornado. There is the increasing debris signature where that color starts to get. And
which one are you looking at?
The one just southeast of Yeehaw. And I don't know if anybody can. I'm not sure if anybody can pick up our signal in Indian River County, but if you can, you got to be in your safe place.
Especially just north of that. I mean, these are moving at what, 30 miles an hour?
Yeah. Let's see, they've extended the Port St. Lucie, Fort Pierce.
Look at conditions right now on camera.
And we'll go back to the actual radar. Right now, you guys in Yeehaw Junction, what we call the forward flank downdraft. So you are getting like if there's hail in there, you're getting that. You're getting that very, very heavy rain. The tornado in relation to where you guys are is hanging out right here, right where that X is, and it's going to come very close. They're moving just like that, so it might scrape the eastern side of Yeehaw Junction. And again, this is a confirmed tornado. This thing is on the ground. They are very wide. They are violent. You can't confirm a tornado based on what you see on video, but I'll tell you, just from some of the stuff that Justin Warmoth showed me with some things coming in on social media, as Candace was mentioning, from one further south, there's a lot of violence in that one, and it's probably going to be highly rated.
On those red icons here, we're still talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds. It just blinked red here on the severe threats, along with all that hail surrounding it. So we are talking, like when you said violent winds, that is exactly what we're starting to pick up here on the different layers here at the radar. So this is exactly the same area that Jonathan is pinpointing here, and we're looking at the potential of seeing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds right now embedded within that same zone that he's been picking up that debris field.
So here, right here, where you see, if we can come, sorry, Candace.
Sure, no, jump, go to him.
Cypress Drive, you need to be in your safe place. That's going to be Hines Drive, safe place. Right here is the Indian River and Osceola County line. It is going to straddle that or come just to the east of that. This is going to be South Kenansville Road, Albert Road. You're still included in that confirmed tornado warning. Take this seriously. I don't know if I can stress any more that this is how much of a life-threatening situation this is. A very large tornado is on the ground here with, confirmed tornado. We can go in here. This is the velocity mode, the reds and the greens together. It's moving up in this direction. Again, we're just minutes away from the worst of this storm passing very, very close to Yeehaw and Yeehaw Junction. And again, you need to be in your safe place. This likely just came over the turnpike in Indian River County. And you can even pull, we're going to put a little, you see where it's coming through. So this is going to come on the east side of, it's very fast. Again, lowest level of your home, interior of your home, cover your head. Most injuries and fatalities when you're talking about these things are not from people being sucked up. It's from people being hit from flying debris. There is debris. This is a... Debris field is there. Yeah. That debris signature
already on the radar, which, like you said, that debris needs to be thrown so far up in the air for the radar to be picking up all that debris in that zone. So that is what you see there in behind Jonathan there, that where he's highlighting, it's that green and that yellow cluster. That means that's that debris ball that's very textbook with some of these stronger tornadoes that we usually don't see here in Central Florida, let alone within a tropical system like Milton.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about some of the storms south of here, flipping over a semi on I-95. That shows you the power of these storms. So again, here's a look at the radar imagery. The flashing purple indicates we are talking about a tornado on the ground. Our friends in Yeehaw Junction, you need to be in your safe space right now. As many walls between you and the storm. Stay away from windows. Do not look out the storm to see what's trying to come your way. Jonathan, was that a new warning popping up for us?
I'm going to zoom out and check. It looks like it was a continuation of the tornado warning. This is going to include the western side of Satellite Beach.
It looks like it's going to be as far north as Vieira.
All right, so let's pull that out a little bit wider and talk about that extension of that. So we're talking about, again,
that's until 3:30.
Toward 3:30. So we're talking about up toward Grant, Valkyria. So this area right in here is the new one. Yes. So this is our new tornado warning that includes much of Brevard County until 3:30. And you notice we have on the threat marker turned on. Candace was showing you this a little bit earlier. Again, what we're talking about near Yeehaw Junction, that is a large confirmed tornado on the ground. This is not Doppler indicated. This is a dangerous situation. We are talking about large hail, a tornado on the ground, again, a powerful tornado on the ground, picking up on that hail. And again, this is where this is moving. So if you're in Deer Park, you will see this thunderstorm that has been producing a tornado. It will move into your area in the next 11 minutes. If you are in Deer Park and you are not already in your safe room, we want you to go in there right now. We'll turn the velocity that Jonathan has been showing us back on. Let me clear all of this off of here, the Deer Park and all of that. And again, it's very easy to pick out what we're talking about with that signature. What we look at red and green butted together to show that rotation. So this is the area that we're talking about. Okay, so we are looking where this is a camera in Yeehaw Junction. Look at I don't recall seeing a tropical system producing a lot of lightning, producing large tornadoes like you see in the Midwest, producing hail. We have said time and time again, Milton is a system that none of us have ever experienced. Unfortunately, that is verifying. This is such a dangerous situation, and it will continue for the next several hours.
I'm starting to pull up here right behind you, Jules. There it is. It's verifying that pea size right there.
Yeah, and earlier in some of these storms, we were getting indications of ping pong ball sized hail, which
Deer Park
is very rare. So again, we are talking about multiple tornado warnings. I don't know if we want to pull out again and show you what we're talking about, because a lot of folks are in a lot of bad situations right now.
There's
so we'll
people driving on the roadways. We need people to get into their place. If you know of anyone who is in and around the Deer Park area in Osceola County, they need to get that phone call from you and just tell them that they need to start parking into somewhere. They need to stop driving right now. It is hailing. We are talking about an extremely strong tornado warning. That threat is there. We've had confirmed reports of a tornado on the ground in Osceola County in some of these areas that they need to actually take action and move into an area that is safe.
Right, and so when we're talking about the flashing purple, those are confirmed tornado warnings. That means we have had reports of a tornado on the ground, the tornado approaching the Yeehaw Junction area. That is a large tornado. A lot of times with tropical systems, the tornadoes are very short-lived. They're very small. That is not the case today. So again, Yeehaw Junction, up as we head to the north, up toward Kenansville. Kenansville, you're technically not in a warning area, but go to your safe room, because we are talking about rough storms all around you. We'll go again a little bit farther to the north, up toward that new area. So again, Deer Park, right along, up toward Hullapaw. You are also in that zone. We'll turn on the velocity for this particular warning. Again, right there near Deer Park, we are talking about, that rotation. Let's go ahead and query some of this. So show you what we're talking about. We are looking again at the potential of that rotation lifting to the north, not confirmed at this moment, but again, you have that confirmed storm that produced a tornado just to your south. So that is moving your way. And again, all of these storms today are moving so fast. I'm going to put the traditional radar view back on. Yeah, the velocity back on. Yeah, they're moving fast. A lot of heavy rain. You will not necessarily see a tornado coming. And we also, we don't want you outside looking. Now, if you happen to be in an area that's not a tornado warning and you still have things outside, you still have Halloween decorations. A friend posted an Instagram story of his wind chimes today, and I was like, I need you to take those down right now. You don't want anything that is going to fly through people's windows, that is going to hit people. So right now, Flagler, Marion County, the villages, I know that we've been focusing very much on our southern half here, but we again covers 9 different counties, 10 if you include Polk County. So here in Central Florida, this is something that we are watching. But the problem is cells are moving, like Julie just mentioned, 30 miles per hour straight from the south up north, and all of this is going to continue to feed into Central Florida, bleed into Central Florida. So unlike other locations further south where they didn't have the wake-up calls and the warning signs until we started getting confirmed reports of tornadoes, Jonathan, here in Central Florida, there is no more excuse to now say, I didn't know that these tornado warnings were actually possible of developing actual large-scale tornadoes for Florida.
Exactly, and that's one of the reasons why we were on for so long yesterday, trying to give you guys the heads up that the environment was extremely conducive and a very rare environment for this. Okay, confirmed tornado just getting into Osceola County right here. It certainly looks a little bit weaker, relatively speaking. South Kenansville Road, this is Yeehaw. Here is downtown Yeehaw Junction. Make sure that you are in your safe place, because the tornado, unfortunately, has arrived here in Osceola County. If it is still holding together, I'm going to show you something else in just one second, but I want you guys on Elm Drive. This is Osceola County, Hines Drive, Geiger Drive, Maple Drive, Forest Drive, Magnolia Court, East Tangerine Lane, Pine Avenue, Sunshine Avenue, Tropical Avenue, Palm Avenue. Again, this is just to the east of Yeehaw Junction, the city center here. Confirmed tornado getting ready to come through. We're hoping that it does one of the things, you know how the deal is, so they can lift, they can drop, they can lift, they can drop. And what we're seeing here is this supercell cycle. Again, it's something that you see in the plains, but now the stronger rotation is up here, and that puts us under the gun in Kenansville as that comes over. So again, Kenansville, you need to be in your safe place. We're about 20 to 25 minutes away from a very, very strong tornadic system here, tornadic cell. Really focusing down here, I'm going to bring up the debris detector again, and you see we have 2 in that same supercell, 2 tornadoes in one cell producing debris. This is the Osceola County line right here. Here is Yeehaw. Here is Yeehaw Junction. The debris moving into Yeehaw right here, and then this is going to be moving closer to Kenansville on the second one up here. Yeah, Candace.
All right, I need us to Start turning our attention a bit closer towards Brevard County at this point. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is actually located over Blue Cypress Lake. That is just, for those who don't know, in Brevard County, that is more western Brevard, just west of Fellsmere. It is moving north at 30 miles per hour. Again, that's a large, extremely dangerous, potentially deadly tornadoes on the ground. I am not saying that. That is a quote from the National Weather Service. This is the time that we need to be taking cover now. Again, this is an area just towards our inland Brevard County. There is that. That is why I think we're starting to blink that purple there.
Yeah, that's the one that's the cyclic cell from Yeehaw Junction.
Correct. Okay. Yep. So that's the one that we are, again, watching. But also notice that they're in Vero Beach, moving into kind of that Sebastian zone. There is another confirmed tornado there. So all of this is going to continue to feed into areas of Brevard County at this point in time. So once again, Osceola County, Polk County, Brevard County. I need you in where you're going to be for the rest of the storm, for the rest of the duration of Milton. Because again, Milton still is more than 100 miles out of, still out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. This is still going to become enhanced. We're going to continue to see that instability increase as the winds also increase. Right now, it is very windy already out there. We got that wind field. We got that general rotation that is going on right now overall in the atmosphere. We also have dry, we have a punch of dry air that's starting to come in, which is why I'm starting to sense that we're starting to get a lot more hail than usual. And that's the way the atmosphere is stacked up. Milton has been just a very rare storm, and the possibility of getting some of that drier air kind of tucked in within it, it is actually adding and fueling to this instability, Jonathan.
Yeah, and again, we'll get into the meteorology of it. Candace and I started breaking that down last night at about 11 o'clock.
Midnight or so.
Yeah, and about why this was likely going to happen, and this wasn't your typical hurricane. So here are the two little nubs, if you will, in the storm. We have one right here with a confirmed tornado, Yeehaw Junction. This is right over downtown. Let's get in here. Let's check this out. So still debris being detected here. This is just getting ready to cross the turnpike in Yeehaw Junction. So if we do have that traffic cam still available of the turnpike in Yeehaw Junction, I'm going to watch that closely. I'm trying to see if we
see such dark clouds there in the distance.
Yeah, and notice where it's on the bright side. A lot of times when you see can't confirm if it's just a lowering back there or what's going on, but you get a nice little bright patch in these big supercells. That's what we call the rear flank downdraft, and it helps it's that last mechanism to get the rotation that's above the ground to the ground. But again, we're still picking up debris here. Let me get back to the velocity. It's certainly not as intense as it was because, as Candace was mentioning, it's this one up here now that's trying to become dominant. This is Indian River County and closing in on the Brevard County line.
Right.
So again, as Candace was mentioning before, Fellsmere Road, 6 Mile Road, 6 Mile Creek Road in Brevard County, Wye River Road. This is in extreme southwestern Brevard. You see that purple box? We are in that, again, in the tornado warning for a confirmed tornado coming through. So again, please, guys, make sure that you are taking this seriously. Anything that goes up and turns red on your radar is going to spin today. So just keep that in mind. You have to take any one of these storms seriously this afternoon. We'll take you back in. We're really watching. It's my hope that we're not going to get any damage reports out of Yeehaw Junction that maybe.
Mind you, the center of Milton is still 275 miles away.
Oh, yeah, and it's wild. And again, that's why Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos yesterday was telling everybody to please make sure that you're in your place, even though, again, it doesn't, you might be wondering, okay, what are you talking about in Altamont Springs or in Daytona Beach? This is all coming in your direction throughout the course of the afternoon. Blue Cypress Ranch Road, you were mentioning that before. Safe place. South Kenansville Road, make sure that you're there. Rollins Road, Rogers Road, Fellsmere Road, again, South Kenansville, and into 6 Mile Road as well. That's going to be eastern Osceola, right around the Kenansville area, and then again into extreme southwest of Brevard County. Again, this is insane. We have it again where it's cycling through. We had an email come in, how long are these tornadoes going to be able to last today?
Surprisingly long.
Hours. I mean, we've had, these are the ones that were down south of Lake Okeechobee 9, 10 o'clock this morning.
Right.
So,
and that instability is going to continue to build, of course, as we start strengthening the wind speeds, that wind field expanding from Milton. This is all associated from Milton, and this is just kind of the precursor to what is going to be still a very active night. So once again, this is the time that we need to make sure that we are taking these tornado warnings seriously, and you're finding your ways. If you're watching us and you're, like you said, you're in Orange County, you're in Osceola County, I should say Seminole, Volusia, anywhere north of either Osceola or Brevard County, at the end of the day, we are still talking about these tornadoes still having the ability to spin up even late into the night once the sun goes down in just a few hours.
Oh, right. And these are not our typical tornadoes that we see with tropical systems. Often they're small. Often they don't last long. We have been kind of blown away by the amount of tornado warnings. And again, you'll notice a lot of the area where we're seeing this is Brevard County, Osceola County, Polk County. Everywhere where you see flashing, that is where you are currently under a tornado warning. Now, we're talking about, you know, the front right quadrant of storms are what we like to call the dirty side. Now, remember, at the angle this is coming in, that is going to mean the biggest threat for tornadoes will be across our southern counties. Let's kind of go back in again and show you what we're talking about. There is just a lot on the radar. So let's go ahead and start out right in here. This is what Jonathan has been showing us. So Deer Park back down toward Yeehaw Junction. This is the area where we have a lot of concern. You're seeing a signature right in this area. Also, notice you are seeing a lot of rain. I want to go ahead and turn on the velocity that Jonathan has been showing and pointing out for us. So with that, we look for those red and greens butted together. And again, we are still seeing that very clearly right in this area. So right here, again, we're talking about a couple areas here. That is where we are likely seeing that rotation. And notice this blinking purple. That means we have had a confirmed tornado on the ground with this warned area. So again, Yeehaw Junction up toward Kenansville, we want you in your safe place. If you are in Fellsmere and you happen to be able to be watching us, we want you in your safe place. I'm going to put the traditional radar view back on for you now, and we're going to go a little bit farther to the north. Now, Grant, Valkyria, Melbourne, Malabar, right now you're getting moderate rainfall. You're doing okay, but the atmosphere is very unstable. It does not take much today for us to see these storms spin up. We're looking at a shot there. I assume that's results 1, perhaps. I guess the big logo on the hood should have tipped me off. So that is results 1. That is Trooper Steve in Osceola County. He was joining us earlier from Polk County. He was near Haines City where we had a tornado warning in place, and he was stunned that so many people are out and about. And again, we want you at home. So especially if you are in any of these areas, you know, Candace has been telling us, get where you're going by noon Wednesday. Then right after noon today, we started seeing these warnings pop. We're in for a long haul, guys. This is a rough situation. None of us have seen a system like this. This is concerning. Again, right here in the Polk County area, I'll go back in closer. So Bartow, Fort Meade, down toward, what is that? Maybe I should put in my context. That is down toward Sebring. You are looking again at that tornado warning up until 3:30. Let's go ahead and just turn on the velocity for you real quick and see what we're seeing in this area. Some of that beginning, you know, to loosen up a little bit, but a lot of shear.
We have Steve on the phone.
Okay.
Is Steve on the phone? I know we were just taking a live video from his dash cam. Steve, are you there?
Oh, Jonathan, we need to go to Jonathan.
We got to come back out here for right now because really strong rotation being picked up. We'll get to Steve in a second, but right now the situation too dangerous to send it out to Steve because we want to make sure that you guys are getting a heads up. Again, here, of course, is the rotation. And again, this is going to be heading towards Kenansville. So again, this is a heads up for Kenansville. We still have a confirmed tornado warning that includes extreme southern Brevard County, extreme southeast Osceola County, just to the south and east of Kenansville. So here we go again. This is the Brevard and Indian River County line in blue. This is Brevard County in the extreme southwest side. We're going to get back in. And Fellsmere Road, 6 Mile Creek, Y River Road, 10 Mile Road. Make sure that you guys are in your safe place. Extremely serious situation coming your way as well. You see the tornado vortex signature right in here. And if that holds together, let's check on the debris side. There's a slight signature that it is still on the ground. We also have another signature, and there's the traditional radar showing the iconic hook. So if the tornado is still on the ground, and again, this is a confirmed tornado, it's going to be sitting right in through here, right where I just circled in blue, and then here is the Brevard County line. So in just a few minutes, we're likely going to have a pretty large tornado on the ground. There was a next radar scan, so we're going to get in here and pinpoint this, but that it looks like, yeah, that is a tornado vortex signature. There is the debris signature again. So this is 100% on the ground, getting into Brevard County. So tornado in progress. Fellsmere Road, this is right on you right now. 6 Mile Road, 6 Mile Creek Road, safe place. Again, we keep on saying safe place. Lowest level, interior room, bike helmet on, cover your head with anything because this thing has a history of producing tornadoes. And again, when you see the purple box there, that is a confirmed tornado. So again, this is just getting into Brevard County. There is that debris signature. There's also another debris signature popping back up. This is the one that we were talking. This one is even more intense, and unfortunately, there are roads around here, so this may have hit something. Let me get there. Here is our tornado vortex signature. Again, that is South Kenansville Road, Rollins Road, Rogers Road, Mills Road, South Kenansville Road, Rogers Road. Sorry, I'm just rapid firing names out. But again, if you guys are listening from your safe place and not in front of the TV right now, you need to be taking this seriously. Again, the dominant tornado is right here, and it looks like there could be a satellite tornado on the south. They're cycling. And again, this is something that you see in Oklahoma or Kansas. These are the big ones. These aren't your short-lived tropical tornadoes today. This is a completely different setup. It's a hybrid setup. We'll get into that at a later time. Arter Avenue, McClure Street, Fellsmere Road, 6 Mile Creek. Let's get real in here. 10 Mile Road in southwest Brevard County. Candace, are you seeing anything else over there?
The producer just let me know that we did get a pins actually of what seems to be a picture of a tornado. I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
In the Yeehaw area.
In the Yeehaw area. So this is a different warned area, but they're working on that. That is the latest information I have. Of course, it is blinking purple here as of right now. It's just to confirm we do not have any reports. So again, this
there
is.
There it is.
That's
a tornado.
Yeah. A large, I mean.
Where that is
yeah,
wide.
I mean, that's something you see in Oklahoma. So again, so whoever sent that in from Joseph, south of Melbourne.
But it's in the Yeehaw area, right? Is that correct?
All right,
okay,
yes.
we don't have a tornado in Melbourne, so it's not from if it's the Yeehaw Junction tornado is still in, yes.
Yeah.
So this is not near Melbourne.
So at the end of the day here, guys, there's so many confirmed tornadoes that it's so hard to actually pinpoint which tornado belongs to which one. So this for sure is a confirmed tornado. There is no doubt about that. Maybe exact location, we still need to kind of figure that out, but that picture right there, you need to have that imprinted into your brain as you go to bed later on tonight and into early tomorrow morning, as we do have that instability. We do have all the ingredients to create tornadoes that look like this. This is something that has been picked up from our Pin It user. We still have to verify. We're going to be sending this to the National Weather Service. We're going to be contacting that viewer. So thank you for sending it in. And please do me a favor. Do not risk your life. Do not be heading out to try to take a photo for us. It is not worth it. We have all the ability here. We have the entire Pinpoint weather team that has been able to really pinpoint that. Jonathan, you can just see that debris ball there behind you.
Yeah, so this just came through Lockasee. We were talking about South Kenansville Road. This is unfortunately debris, and it's very, very low. The colors here, when they're bright blue like this is big debris being detected. So we just had a tornado hit something. Hopefully everybody's okay here. This is on South Kenansville Road. This is kind of paralleling up. Again, confirmed tornado. This is going to continue its way up Rogers Road, Mills Road, continuing up onto South Kenansville Road. I'll bring this out for reference. Downtown Kenansville, if you're familiar with driving the Turnpike South, that Kenansville rest stop is about right in here. There is the city center for Kenansville, and this is kind of riding just to the east of South Kenansville Road, now just to the north of Yeehaw Junction. Looks like they issued another tornado warning for Brevard in Osceola County. Further north. So the continuation on the one that we are tracking. But these are significant.
We do have some live pictures here, and if my producer can tell me one more time, sorry, this is the Fellsmere area, so this is in and around. This is South Brevard, kind of in that same zone.
Okay.
Obvious, I see a little bit of bouncing there. There could be a little bit of hail being picked up there, but there are still cars on the roadways. Thankfully, not a lot of cars on the roadways, but still one too many, in my personal opinion.
No question.
Detroit.
No question, yeah. We got two distinct I mean, this is one large cell. I just want to get back in. And again, if you're watching in Kenansville, you're in a tornado warning. The confirmed tornado warning stops just south of town. Pay no attention to that. We have confirmation here on radar as we are watching this with you guys that this thing is still on the ground and producing damage. There is the debris signature just to the north now of Lockasee.
So close to the turnpike there.
So close to the turnpike. For reference, let me get out the telestrator again. This blue area here, excuse me, this right here, that is where the turnpike is. Here is the debris. So if anybody is on the turnpike coming south of Kenansville toward Yeehaw Junction, you're going to see a very large and likely violent tornado on the ground working its way further north toward Kenansville up the turnpike. And again, I will kind of zoom this out just to give you a little more perspective. Here is Fellsmere. We're doing okay right for the moment anyway in Micco, Grant, Valcaria, but then right around Yeehaw Junction, again, just to the north. Again, we likely saw that picture come in from just south of Yeehaw that we just showed you on the screen with a no doubter of a tornado.
Right.
Right there. We get back into the velocity side of things. Certainly looking a little less impressive, so maybe that's catching up with the debris signature. The more impressive what we call couplet or tornado vortex signature is now heading towards just leaving Fellsmere Road towards 6 Mile Road. Fellsmere Road, again, we've been talking about you guys for a little bit of time now. And that looks like it just got a little, way more impressive. Let me get back. So they're still showing some debris. And yeah, there's the hook. The tornado would be hanging right there. We might be getting some of the first indications of a debris ball there. When you start to see the lavender colors pop up in an area that, from a meteorological perspective, you're not supposed to see the very bright colors there. That might be the start of a debris signature.
They just added and extended. Now this goes a new one that now goes into Orange County. So this is now stretching as far north as the 528. Yeah, this is along the 528 as far north as kind of the Bithlo Christmas area. Or not as far north, I'm sorry. So this is right along what seems to be, the 528.
And I mean, again, Julie was kind of talking this, and Candace was going before. Just to zoom out real quick, back where they were getting all the tornadoes this morning, there are more supercells. And all of these things, as they push to the east, are going to have the chance to spin. So all of this. So that's why when Candace continues to say, to make sure you're off the road, get off the road. There is the center of Milton, still way out here, still hours away from landfall. Of course, we're talking about one of the most impactful parts of this particular event was going to be the tornadic and severe weather threat with potentially very, very big tornadoes. I want to get you back in here close. It's just leaving the confirmed tornado warning. That is a very impressive radar signature right through there, still picking up debris as we're doing this kind of high-level pinpointing as we're getting the latest radar data in. So when you see us going through these different screens like that, we're actively working to make sure what's going on to give you the best information. Again, 6 Mile Road, we keep on talking about you. Anybody along 6 Mile Road needs to be in your safe place right now, guys.
All right, and Jonathan, when we start talking about how far you were kind of giving that, we're actually swapping radar sites here. Just real quick to Tampa to show you where that center of Hurricane Milton is. We are still talking a few miles just to the south and west of where it's expected to make landfall in the next couple of hours. But you can see how far the impacts stretch. You can see that line, these squall lines that travel as far south as Fort Lauderdale. This is basically just a train of tornado warnings. I can't remember the last time I've seen this. areas. And again, we are really focusing on those clusters of lightning strikes as we're, of course, really focusing in on that. So we're going back into our Melbourne radar real quick. So you can see a big portion of Central Florida, we're starting to get reports of power outages already at this hour. We're talking about strong winds. We're talking about a lot of rain. So we are starting to see some issues already across our northern communities. So if you are running out of power, or you're losing power, we are streaming, of course, on clickorlando.com. We are streaming on our app. So there's many ways for you to be able to get a hold of this information. So let me pause it here. So this, again, this one line, this one squall line continues to stretch all the way south, as far south as Fort Lauderdale. So that is hundreds of miles south. So again, this is the warned area that is brand new. This does include a southern zones here of Osceola County, I should say Osceola County into Orange County. This is in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon, as this will have that potential of producing a tornado as well. We've had the reports out there. So we are kind of zoning in on where we're seeing kind of the cluster. So what's happening here is the National Weather Service is issuing these advisories, these warnings further down the road, just because these are moving so fast at about 30 miles per hour. So let's continue to kind of show some of those, the relative velocity. Yep. Tell me what you see out there.
A really awful situation. Now we do have a debris ball coming up on the reflectivity. Tornado just went through 6 Mile Road and Fellsmere Road without a doubt. And you see that bright blue. Unfortunately, this is going to be people's homes and trees that are being lofted up into the sky here. And that is continuing to lift to the north and east. So again, confirmed tornado. Continues to be on the ground.
So, Jonathan, that is a zoomed-in shot from where, can you pop that debris one more time?
Yes.
So that way people can kind of see, because we're so zoomed in on there. Again, Fellsmere Road, but where he's looking at is right here. So again, this is north of Yeehaw Junction. This is the turnpike, Osceola County. This is that debris. So you see over there on Jonathan's screen there, that is that close-up visual of it. But to kind of give you an idea of what we're talking about, this is just towards the west of Brevard County, Jonathan.
Yeah, that's right. And it's going to continue to lift to the north. I'm sure they're going to extend the purple warning, but this area is already under a tornado warning. Again, this is going to be just to the east of Kenansville. We'll get you close in for perspective. There is downtown Kenansville. Again, do not go outside and try to see this thing. But again, the turnpike is right here on the yellow side. Here is where the tornado is. City center of Kenansville, hanging out right there. 6 Mile Road, unfortunately, just taking some damage from what looks to be a large tornado on the ground. And the velocity signature shows it all. That is a very powerful tornado, the reds and the greens there. This is going to continue to lift to the north. Let's back this up a little bit for more perspective. And I mean,
so
again,
at last check, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 active tornado warnings currently in place in Brevard, Polk, Osceola County. So these are the 3 zones. So whether you are getting that alert in your phone, if you are embedded within some of these polygons, these warned areas, these tornadoes also have the potential of bringing some of those threats even outside of that warned area. So again, if you're watching us from Brevard County, Osceola, Polk County, this is the time that you need to be starting to move into your safe space, the most interior room of your home, whether that's a bathroom, the least amount of windows. Try to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We've had confirmed tornadoes. We've had confirmed visuals of these tornadoes. That is why, again, we are blinking those bright purples here in some of these areas of Yeehaw Junction. That debris ball, those are things that we normally don't see here in parts of in this part of Central Florida, especially. So when we start talking about these little signatures, that is what we are. That's what we're actually talking about. Look at the shearing of this one, Jonathan.
Just
we're looking.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Julie's hanging out with me at the other wall. We got to give you a quick heads up. We have another tornado that's rapidly developing as part of the same warning. 10 Mile Road, debris being lofted up, just coming up as well, confirmed on the ground. And then just want to give you guys a quick heads up. The tornado itself is just minutes away from sliding onto the northern side of Kenansville. So this is North Kenansville Road, 10 Mile Road. Let's get real close in here. This is going to be 10 Mile Road again. Safe place now. Large, damaging tornado coming in your direction again. This is just going to pass north of Kenansville. What I want to do is I want to turn on the kind of the motion of it, and then you can see there it is right here. So watch the bottom of your screen, and then it runs into the street, and then it turns blue there. That's the radar picking up on irregular shapes being lofted into the sky. That's unfortunately debris. Kenansville hanging out over here. And again, this is North Kenansville Road here. So again, make sure that you are in your safe place. This is minutes away from, if that holds together, which we have no reason to believe it's not, because it is a very, very ugly tornadic vortex signature. North Kenansville Road, just north of Kenansville, and then 10 Mile Road. Those are the big Vickers Road, Bavar Road. And then let me get you one more 10 Mile Road continuing up the road. Just wanted to give you guys the heads up there, Candace.
Yeah, so once again, this is the Kenansville warning zone, kind of widening out the view here. This is a confirmed tornado warning that is in effect until 4 o'clock. So that has been extended, Jonathan, until 4 o'clock for Osceola County. This is the reason why they're starting that polygon on the southern side of that debris signature as it quickly races towards the north at about 30 miles per hour. So this is a very fast clip. Doesn't give a lot of reaction time for those leading into areas of Osceola County. So again, we were watching one much closer towards the turnpike. We're watching another signature. So we're starting to see one cell having that ability of producing several of those fast rotators. And that, of course, unfortunately, you don't get a debris field if you don't have something causing that debris and picking up that debris and throwing it up into the atmosphere. So that is one. We have another one straight to the north of that. That tornado warning is in effect until 4 o'clock. That does include Osceola County, but also the southern fringe there of Orange County. So again, this one does expire at 4 o'clock. But honestly, these expiration times don't really matter at this point in time, because we are still having to track these little signatures that is certainly a concern, which is why we've had so many confirmed tornadoes. A little further south of Brevard County, there is also a tornado warned area that has a potential of starting to bleed into southern Brevard County at this point in time. And on top of that, we are still talking about a lot of rain. We do have those we do have the flash flood warnings right now. We started getting these flash flood warnings, Jonathan. They started coming in as fast as these tornado warnings with Hurricane Ian. So this is one of those things that we start talking about. Tons of rainfall falling in a short amount of time, which is why we embedded in these tornado warnings, we're also talking the concern of flash flooding.
Yeah, Candace, we can actually see there's the debris ball here. This is 10 Mile Road. We were just talking about, you guys. This is I mean, again, this is a Oklahoma-style supercell thunderstorm producing very, very large and unfortunately destructive tornadoes. This is confirmed on the ground. This is 10 Mile Road here. So a tornado in progress right over 10 Mile Road. I want to do the same thing I did again before, just to kind of show you guys the motion, and then we're going to get back into street level stuff, because again, safe place now, cover your heads, bike helmet on, whatever you need to do to protect yourself. This is as weird or as funny as that sounds, this is extremely serious. So let's get close over here. This is still 10 Mile Road, Fontana Lane, further northwest, Ox Pond Road.
Can you zoom out for me real quick? I'm trying to see that, because we're getting some markers here showing how fast some of these are. This is Hole Pond about 19 minutes, Harmony in about 26 minutes. So we are getting some arrival times here being picked up on the radar site, Jonathan.
Alrighty, and then
that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, we're going to zoom back out. Fontana Lane, we were talking about, you guys. Again, this is the tornado on the radar. So all of this, what we're seeing right here, that's not supposed to be red on that part of the storm. It is. That means that is what we call a debris ball. The radar seeing the brighter things that are being lofted into the sky. So again, for reference on where we are, this is in eastern Osceola County. Very intense tornado in progress here. Just to the east of the Florida Turnpike. Let me, just for reference here, here's where the turnpike is, hanging out right there. This is where the tornado is. This is passing just to the east of the city center of Kenansville, and this is heading towards the Deer Park area. Let me get that timer on. Candace was talking about that before. These are racing.
We're really picking up a very strong, we're getting that bullseye of strong wind shear at this point in time in that same zone, Jonathan.
Yeah, 17 minutes. I mean, don't wait for that.
Obviously.
Do it now. Yeah, I mean, it's going to hold together. This thing has been in progress in South Florida. We call them cycling supercells or cyclic supercells. That one's going to stay. Again, this might, depending upon what these are, kind of jogging to the northwest. So this may go onto the east side of town, but we are officially in that confirmed tornado warning in Deer Park. So again, safe place in Deer Park, safe place in Holopaw. This is going to stay to the east of Melbourne. Right now, we're watching some of the other stuff that's coming out of Fort Pierce and Port St. Lucie. That will be here in a little bit. We also have all of these, thankfully not warned right now, but they're going to be moving into a better environment coming up from Lake Okeechobee. The better environment for the storm, not for us. And then let's also check in with this tornado warning storm for Orange County. Certainly not as impressive, but again, with the environment today, look at that.
It won't. It doesn't take much. It really doesn't take much. I mean, we've had several of these already, Jonathan, where we saw nothing really, and then the next radar sweep goes around, and then we were picking up those bright greens, those bright reds, all kind of tied in together. Let me just kind of widen out this view here.
Hold on where you're standing. Look at the lavender. There's the debris. It's getting brighter. So that just went through a neighborhood.
This is 10 Mile Road.
10 Mile Road.
Fontana Lane. The hope is this is a very rural area and it's not impacting many, but if you drive through here, I've driven through here to get in and out of Brevard County at times, and there are still homes, there is still places there that are certainly a concern here. So again, we're looking at the arrival time of this. Again, this is give or take. These times will fluctuate a bit, but we're talking about Holopaw at about 14 minutes, 22 minutes there in Harmony. The BTIs are at about a 6 to a 7 at last check. We're getting some of that debris. We're also getting some of those hail markers as well. Looking at the debris field, actually, let me look at the threats real quick. So we're starting to get those, we're starting to pick up some of those strong winds as well embedded within it, kind of in that same zone that we're talking about. These are about pea-sized hail at this point in time. But we're still talking about a lot of rain as well. We got those flash flood warnings just south of us where those tornado warned areas were just a few moments ago. But you can really kind of see when we just show you the overall threat detector of where we're talking about here. So again, we've got those blinking purple still in that one zone that Jonathan has really been focusing closely on. But besides that, we've got the other one. We've got that tornado warning that is in Osceola, Orange County until 4 o'clock. And then again, that confirmed tornado warning that is in effect until 4 o'clock for parts of Brevard, just the far sliver. That's really not the biggest concern right now in Brevard County. It's really focused in right there in Osceola County, where we are starting to see all of the list, the check boxes that you need to see without having to confirm visually that there's a tornado on the ground. There's certainly all the signs and the flags stating that there is something there. There is no doubt about that. You can't get a debris field picked up on the radar if you don't have something picking up and creating that debris. This is a live look. This is the 528. Yes, this is the 528 this is by the airport. So you can already see that it's a mess out there already. So the good news is a handful of cars right now. There's still too many. You can see a lot of that ponding already happening on the roadways. So this is the time. You've got to be, we've been talking about you being in that safe space, that safe place that you're going to be riding out the storm. But unfortunately, if you're in Osceola, Brevard, and Polk County, you need to be more in your safe room. This is the room, the most interior room, the least amount of windows. Try to get yourself as protected from your surroundings as possible. If that includes putting bike helmets on your kids, putting pillows over your head, whatever the case may be, these are cells that need to be taken seriously when it comes to Hurricane Milton. Are you seeing anything closer in, Jonathan, at this point in time?
Yeah, I mean, the debris signature continues to get more pronounced. It's still there. It's bright blue.
Yeah, I see it. Look at that.
Yeah, Sawmill Road, safe place right now. Excuse me.
Deer Park, Holopaw,
Harris,
coming there.
Harris Road, Wildlife Trail. Kemper Road, and then this just East Earl of Bronson. We're starting to get into more populated areas. And I mean, we've already, that is significant damage. And I'm hoping that everybody was listening to us and got into their safe place, because that is no doubt major damage coming through the eastern side of Osceola County. This is going to be onto Earlo Bronson. Let me get the timer out for you. This is going to be coming up very soon. Let me get the time to arrival. In about 5 minutes. So we're 5 minutes from a major road that goes through Osceola County from Holopah into Deer Park, East Earlo Bronson, if you're familiar with that. Before that, though, we do have another neighborhood into Crabgrass Road. So again, safe place, Owens Road, Harris Road, tornado on the ground. It's coming to you in less than 5 minutes. Wildlife Trail, Kemper Road, East Earlo Bronson Road. Here again, sorry, the computer's going all over the place. Tornado warnings. Was that something new, Candace?
I'm looking away. Polk County. Go ahead. Let me walk off.
And yeah, we've got hand tracking on, so pull out and show you the new warning for Polk County. Or Jonathan, do you have that up? Or I've got a full view up. So we're talking about up toward Dundee.
Let's pop camera one.
Haines City. Yeah, if we can take links one there. Is Haines City, Dundee. That is a new warning. I'm going to go in a little bit closer for you so you can see exactly what we're talking about with that new warning in Polk County. In Polk County, you've had several tornado warnings today. So clicking on that for you, that is up until 4:30. I'll go out a little bit wider for you, and we can turn on the velocity for you. Again, it's not taking much for a lot of these storms to spin right in there, right in your frost proof. We're seeing a pretty significant signature there. I'm going to turn on the velocity for you and show you what we're talking about. So again, we're going to continue to see, again, put on that velocity for you. Let me put on the shear as well. So we are seeing some rotation when we look at the radial velocity there. Let me pull out a little bit wider, look at what we're kind of seeing coming that way, but shear in this area as well. This is up until 4:30. So we are seeing some shear right in the frost-proof area. Again, I want to put the radar view back on, and again, right in this area, that is where we're seeing a pretty decent signature there. So we think if a tornado does develop, it would likely be right there, just to the northeast of frost-proof. And again, these storms are moving so fast today. Here's a wider look out so we can see all of our warnings, because there are certainly a lot of them. There will continue to be a lot of them.
And there's a lot of the green polygons too, which we are not talking about obviously, but those are flash flood warnings, which, as we have learned in the past, and 2 years ago with Hurricane Ian, these flash flood warnings can come in, and they can come in fast. So when we talk about, we're looking at the debris field, we're looking at the rotation signature, but what is also there is just a lot of those tropical downpours that are coming down, and they're kind of starting to train into the same areas. So even outside of these warned areas, we're also dealing with some of these flash flood warnings, which again can come quick, especially in areas that tend to flood very quickly.
And the rain moved in early today, Candace. You were here at 4:30 this morning, tracking, maybe earlier than that, tracking those showers already moving in. More rain is coming, so flooding, again, a concern for us. Here's another flood warning that I will click on for you. And flash flood warning right now in Indian River County. Right. So that's showing us what is coming our way.
So what we're seeing south of us is what we're going to be starting to see over us. So these certainly have had the history of traveling for miles and for hours at this point. Jonathan, I think we started tracking this. It was in Okeechobee County. So that is quite a stretch for a tropical tornado to travel, let alone showing signatures like that right now on our satellite and our radar imagery.
Yeah, we often don't see this when we're talking about tropical systems. Meteorologist Samara Kokinos is here with us. She is bringing us an update now. So this is what we're looking at. Okay, so 9 miles west of Kissimmee Prairie Preserve, 15 miles northwest of Basinger, moving north at 20 miles per hour. So that is where we were talking about. Again, is that a confirmed tornado, Samara? No. Oh, so that is a Doppler indicator. Okay, so that is that cell in Polk County until 4:30. Indian Lake Estates, you need to be in your safe zone. This purple box flashing, that is where we have been showing you that is a confirmed tornado warning. Let's show you again that debris field, which this is all just stunning. So
we're still looking at it, and you can see that red arrow there. That is one of the products that we have here on the radar that helps kind of give us a quick dose of data from within that cell. So you can see the hail size about a half an inch or so. So a smaller hail core on this one, but still where it says BTI, that's the tornado index, kind of ranges usually between a 4 and a 5 normally on any kind of our typical afternoon tornado warned areas, but these have been popping 6, 7s over the last couple of hours now.
We have some cities on there that you are in the path of this storm, so that means right now, if you're not already in your safe zone, Hullapaw, in the next 10 minutes, you need to already be there. Harmony, 17 minutes. Pine Grove, New Eden, Ashton, Runnymede. If you're someplace where you can hear us but you can't see the screen, Harmony, 17 minutes. Pine Grove, 24 minutes. New Eden, 25 minutes. Ashton, 26 minutes. Runnymede, 29 minutes. And St. Cloud, this heads to you around 29 minutes from now. And again, we are talking about a confirmed tornado with this particular area. Jonathan is off checking on some data. I'm going to pull out a little bit wider for you again and show you what we are talking about. I mean, this is just, I'll put the velocity back on, and so you can see it's not often that we see signatures as strong as we're talking about with this. You know, this is kind of a weird looking radar view. You're not used to seeing it, but that's what we look at when we're kind of dissecting the storm, figuring out what's going on with the storm, and just all the ingredients are there for us to continue to see these tornadoes. And when we've seen pictures, these are huge. They are staying on the ground for a while from what we have heard. So, you know, we saw that picture of that tornado from Yeehaw Junction, and that was huge. That is not typical to what we see. I'm gonna put the regular radar view back on.
Southeastern Brevard County. This is East Central Florida, still into Brevard. This has now been extended into 415 once again.
There's also a new one.
And there's a new one?
That includes Miko. That's the confirmed tornado we would watch come out through Port St. Lucie.
Yeah. It's hard to see it with all that red.
I know. It's jam-packed.
Okay, so Miko, Grant, Valkyria, this will be heading up toward you as well. Let's go ahead and put the velocity on. Jonathan, you can also chime in with what you're seeing with some of this.
We're looking at Winter Beach in that area right now.
Zoom around and looking at what we're seeing, man. I mean, this is just
real quick while you're zooming in on there, we still have major debris signature coming into another neighborhood in just matter of moments.
And you're focusing still in Osceola County.
This is on the Osceola
You're keeping
one
an eye
here.
on that one.
Powers Road, Little Burt Road, Crabgrass Road, Henry Lane, Crazy Court, Owens Road.
Those are roads, those are neighborhoods.
Paget Trail, Harris Road, Palm Fawn Road, Day Road. This is closing in on the 192. This will be crossing the 192 in between Hullapaw and Deer Park in about 5 minutes.
I believe our producer is working on getting video from Hullapaw at this point in time. So the moment she gets that, please put that up on the screen. Sure,
okay, we have a DOT camera.
Okay. Giving us a second. There it is. Okay, so let's just kind of hold that there. If we can have Jonathan also on that screen. We're talking wind gusts at this point in time, 65, 70 miles per hour within some of these kind of warned areas, Jonathan, as you've been really kind of focusing on that one debris field that has traveled now for miles.
I mean, yeah, you were tracking it all morning. I mean, when it was in South Florida, just extremely, unfortunately impressive.
And what we saw with Yeehaw Junction, it was all of a sudden we could see a road out there in the distance. You can see the turnpike there, and then all of a sudden, within a matter of moments, all of a sudden that picture can change. So that is something that we're going to keep a close eye on. Producers are in the booth going to be watching that and monitoring that picture, because we've been getting so many pictures, a lot of the Department of Transportation images of those extremely large, strong tornadoes and across our southern zones, far south of our viewing area, by the way.
Yeah, and we're talking about, you know, all this coming in from the Department of Transportation, and it's concerning that we see images of these powerful storms, these dangerous tornadoes, and then a lot of cars on the road with them. So that's why we've been urging you to stay home. You know, we know a lot of you have to work. We're all working, but just please stay
wherever you need to get to, you need to get to and stay there at this point in time, because luckily, though, in the last couple of frames here, there's one car. So again, it's very quiet out there along the roadways, at least. So that certainly gives me a little bit of hope that we're not going to be seeing anything you know, crazy on the roadways.
That people are finally getting to where they need to be.
I sure hope so. This is still rocking, still confirmed.
Oh man, that signature still
is.
Still,
and We lost some of the debris signature is still there. It is right there. It's not as blue as it was because for the last 10-ish minutes, it's been traveling over non-areas where people don't live.
Yeah.
So it's lost some of that debris. Hopefully, we don't see this thing turn bright blue again once it gets up to here on your map, due to the fact that it's at least the most dangerous portion of this storm now is going through Crabgrass Road. Old Brick Road, we're coming up on you guys in the next few minutes. Magnolia Road, Osceola Drive into the 192 as well. In just a matter of 5 minutes, this is going to split the difference between downtown Deer Park and downtown Holopaugh. Here is Deer Park. Here is Holopaugh for reference on the map. And then here is our neighborhood that this is going through right here. And again, the iconic, this is where the tornado would be right there.
Yeah.
If it hasn't lifted for a short amount of time, and I would pray that it did lift before it got to this neighborhood here.
And Jonathan, that same picture that you have, we actually have a different image on it. This is the shear markers here, and it's right around Deer Park, so it's still hovering around the same zone. So again, we're kind of slicing the storm in different ways, trying to find those signatures. And of course, we're looking at that wind shear, and the numbers are still pretty high here. Very strong wind shear.
Yeah, and up toward Harmony and Holopaugh as well, picking up on some of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, still very, very pronounced, and it's just that hopeless feeling, and we just hope that it's not actually on the ground. But again, every indication we have, it has been on the ground for a very long time. It's already done damage, and we're going to continue to watch this move towards the 192.
We're starting to see a little more rain there on that camera. And by the way, there are several other warned areas. So it's not that we're ignoring those other areas. There's one in Polk County until 4:30. There's others in Brevard County, but right now we're trying to focus our attention on the ones that are showing the highest signature.
Yeah.
But even with that being said, if you have ways of being notified, making sure that you're taking the moment right now to figure out how to enable those notifications on your phone. So if you are under those warned areas, maybe we're not focusing on them extremely closely as some other ones, especially the ones here in Osceola County. It's not because we're favoring one tornado over the other.
Right.
We're really trying to focus on which ones are with the highest threat for public safety.
Right, confirmed tornadoes on the ground. You know, that's why we are wanting to make sure that those of you in that path know exactly what we're talking about. If we go ahead and take links 1 full, again, we can show you, again, what is going on. So let me give you a view of the entire DMA and show you where we're talking about. So again, this is all of Central Florida. So up toward Daytona Beach, Volusia County, over towards Sumter County, much of Lake County. All of you are talking about some light rainfall. Okay, so we have a new tornado warning, Southeast Orange County and Northeast Osceola County. Let me zoom in on that for you.
And I think that's going to be the continuation of what we're looking at here.
Yeah, that's right there. So let's zoom right in. So that's what we're talking about.
And the reason why they're overlapping these is they're trying to basically crawl ahead of what those signatures are showing. So they're trying to give enough notice because these are, again, moving at 35 miles per hour. So again, we've been talking about it for the last, hour, almost 2 that we've been covering these tornado warnings. We are talking about if you're in Orange County, you might have been watching Osceola going, this is not going to get to us. They normally don't travel this far. We are now starting to encroach on a big portion of Orange County as well.
Yeah, so the Weehawhoty area up toward the 528, so right up toward the beach line, a little bit north of the beach line in extreme eastern Orange County going into Brevard County. So pull out again, it's that same area that we've been talking about. Pretty easy when you look on the radar there to pick out that, very textbook signature that we've been talking about. Yeah, so that is that is significant right there. So that is what we're looking at. These storms are moving so fast to the north, around 30, 35 miles per hour. So even if you're just outside this warned area, if you're looking at the screen and you're like, oh, I kind of live near there, just go ahead and get into your safe room. Because
rather be safe than sorry. That is one thing.
They're coming fast.
If there's a feeling like, man, I should be going into my safe room or I should be sheltering in place, it's always trusting your gut. You know your environment, you know your home, you know your safe space, and if there's any inkling that you feel like you need to be in that safe spot, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, and this, this corresponds exactly with where we were seeing that hook on the radar. Again, as Jonathan was saying, splitting the difference between Deer Park and Hullapaw. All this is moving fast. We're seeing heavy rain. You're not going to see this coming. We want you in your safe room. Here is a look at the shear. I mean, man, look at that. So we've got a lot of shear going on in the atmosphere.
That's that sheer swath.
Yeah, so that it is strong in a lot of places. Let's go ahead and look at the threats marker.
We got some hail embedded within that for sure.
We got some hail right in there. So that hail
and Ashley, how is the camera looking there on the DOT? We're working on a new one. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we're getting some new cameras in there. But man, again, this is a confirmed tornado warning. Jonathan was showing us the debris signature and how this thing was moving.
Yeah, red includes a tornado warning. Purple means a confirmed, meaning at some point in time within its life span, that cell has had official reports, whether it's reports on the ground, whether it's reports where the National Weather Service says there is no doubt about it that there is a tornado on the ground. The other thing to also focus on here is that this is very close to the radar sites, so we really are getting a very detailed picture of what these cells look like, which is why we are really starting to hone in on those different layers that we're kind of trying to peel back to kind of give us a better idea of what's actually happening on the ground without being on the ground. Jonathan, are you seeing anything? I know you've been really focused on that Deer Park zone there. Any comments? Anything that?
Waiting on the latest radar scan to see if we do have another debris signature popping up. It's certainly it's not as pronounced as it was before. The shear has broadened out. Remember, if you were with us about an hour ago, we had the reds and greens very, very bright right up against each other. Now this is more broad. So this storm is still rotating. Hard to tell if there's going to be an actual tornado in progress. Unfortunately, we'll be able to tell very soon, because if the debris pops back up as the worst part of that cell just went over a neighborhood in between Deer Park and Hullapaw, we'll unfortunately be able to get confirmation that that thing is either on or off the ground, but still a very dangerous cell. If the tornado would still be there, this is going to be the little ball where it's located. And again, here is Deer Park hanging out over here. Hullapaw, the city center, right over here, and then we have where the tornado would be sitting is right here. So again, that's now just lifting up off of the 192. So it's just crossed 192 in between Deer Park and Hullapaw, and now it's on its way toward Old Brick Road. So again, safe place now on Old Brick Road, Gator Branch Road, Deer Park Road. We're going to go a little bit further up into Deer Park Road, and then eventually we're going to be starting that, and that's why we have that tornado warning extended into Orange County, closer to the Orange County line. We can put a tracker on that for you. That would be the worst part of the storm. There's not much in the way, at least for those same areas.
For Brevard County, Orange County, and East Central Florida, Osceola County, Seminole County, Southeastern Volusia County. This is a flash flood warning. So once again, we take these extremely seriously when it comes to the flash flood concern. We saw this with Ian. They come in and they come in fast. We were just talking about a lot of that. So you can see right behind Jonathan there, right now Samara is working on our computer, but behind you can see, no, it's all good. Get what you, I know you're trying to send out those updates on our social media as well as our Pinpoint Weather app. You also can stream our coverage right now. So again, if within, I just got an alert from my family at home, they've lost power already. So, mind you, it doesn't take much to lose power at my house. But at the end of the day, making sure that you have ways of being alerted, whether it's streaming throughout the night, whether it is making sure that you have those alerts, because you are going to be notified of those flash flood warnings, tornado warnings. We're not going to bombard you with recent updates on tracks and things like that on Milton. But when it comes to a public threat and a danger to the community in your neighborhood, we will be sending out those pushes. So just making sure that you have that ability to get those alerts and also wake you up, because some of these will be happening overnight as well.
Yeah, we're likely going to keep the threat going to at least a little bit after midnight as well. 3,000 power outages now in Brevard County. No reports from Osceola just yet. Well, it looks like we have a little bit of an occlusion going on. So we have, that's where the tornado was. Some of the colder air caught up with it. It is my hope that for a short time anyway, this will lift. This does not look as nearly as impressive as it was before, but this has been doing, it's been cycling. This is something that you see in Oklahoma or in Alabama or Mississippi when you're talking about the big tornado outbreaks. They'll come through, they'll weaken, they'll lift, and then another one will spawn down as the bigger rotation, the mesocyclone, as we call it, the wall cloud that you would often see gets its act back together. So it looks, relatively speaking, a little bit better. Let me just make sure that we are now on, because I want to check this out. This could be, I just want to circle that. I don't think this is actually debris. It's not going to be, it's going to be, yeah, I don't think there's actually debris there. So that's a good thing. And just looking, and everywhere else, again, we were talking about this yesterday. I mean, Daytona Beach, Daytona, your run-of-the-mill gusty downpours, Ocala, Lakeland, into Coleman, Bushnell, Lake Panasoffkee, Claremont, Montverde, Mineola, just some very, very heavy rain right now. All the tornadic stuff is to your east. Let's go take a look at, while we're waiting for that one to kind of cycle a little bit, and hopefully it's done cycling. We're going to take a look at this, the Miko situation where we still have a tornado warning. This looks like right here, just south of Indian River Shores and then just north of Vero Beach. That is where that potential tornado would be. So this would be lifting up. Here is Miko at the top of the screen. Here is Sebastian for reference. Here is Vero Beach closer to the bottom of your screen.
All right, that live look is 95 near Miko. So
95 near
that
Miko.
Basically is very much close to where, where you're also talking about.
So then let's put a track on that, and Miko, it's about 10 minutes away, give or take. So again, you have about 10 minutes, and again, the rotation certainly not as strong as what we've seen so far today, but these things can spin up very quickly, and especially closer to the coast, there's a little bit of extra friction force there between the water and the land. That can help tighten things up very, very quickly here. So again, if you're watching from Miko, get into your safe place.
And Jonathan, if we can get a quick moment, because again, this flash flooding is also a concern. We're still talking about 2 to 4 inches of rainfall have already fallen in some of these zones, hence why we do have that flash flood warning. That does include a big portion of Central Florida. So let me show you here. You can see the rainfall rates here. Areas in and around from as far north as Seminole County, southern Volusia County, all of Brevard County, but you can see in that zone that we have been tracking now for, I have lost track of time here, but we are looking at that swath, almost 2-3 inches of rain, and these contours here that you see on the screen, these are within the last hour or so. We remember from Ian that these flash flood warnings started to come in, and they come in fast. So as of right now, we are still talking about 2 to 4 inches of rain have already fallen. We're expecting another 4 inches potentially in some of these warned areas. So with that being said, the threat concern for additional flash flooding is also there, embedded already with the severe threat. But we have learned with Ian that not only are we talking about the severe threat of a tornado, but also the severe threat that can happen with these flash flooding. A lot of people concerned, as through all of our coverage within the last 24, 36 hours, the concern has always been a big flooding threat for many communities, which is why we saw those sandbag locations as packed as they have been all day yesterday, and this is the reason for it. We certainly talked about the threat for flash flooding, the threat for tornadic activity, and this system, by the way, is still 150 miles away from us here in Central Florida. So again, we are still talking about this concern, this threat happening not only for us here in the next few hours, but you can see how far some of these tornado warnings stretch, even down as far south as Broward County, with a confirmed tornado as well. So again, you need to start taking these tornado warnings seriously. I know sometimes those run-of-the-mill afternoon tornado warnings that sometimes we get, they develop so fast, by the time the radar sweeps goes around, we don't have that signature. That is the complete opposite case here. We've been able to track this one signature all the way from Okeechobee with a confirmed tornado on the ground at that point, riding up at about 30 miles per hour, Jonathan.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you said it just right there. Typically in a tropical situation, it's hard to find where the tornadoes are. They spin up and spin down before that radar scan
right
comes on through, Candace.
So you can see here, so kind of just a recap of what we're talking about. So we have that aerial flood, a flash flood, not an aerial flood, like flooding is going to be happening. That means flash flooding, meaning that we're already starting to see those rain gauges indicating 2 to 4 inches of rain already at this hour. On top of flash flood, set that aside, we are watching a tornado warning area for Osceola County. This is the one that has been the biggest concern for us locally here. Thankfully, a lot of the debris field that we've been picking up has been in very rural areas. Not to say that there's not people there. We're not trying to limit that, but as it continues to move into more of the Holopaw, Harmony areas, that's where we start to see a lot more populated neighborhoods and streets and infrastructure there. So that is, of course, still a concern, but I want to also widen out here and show you Brevard County. We do also have, that's Indian River, here we go. We do have that tornado warning still in effect for a small sliver of Brevard County at this point in time. That's until 4:15. So I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not even gonna say that things are starting to calm down, because I'm not gonna do that, which I just did. So you can see here, we are watching again this tornado warned area, Osceola County, until 4:30. The velocity markers have been there; they're still there, and we're still starting to see them here. So this is right over Holopaw. So whichever producer is in the booth at this point, if we can see if there's any visuals that we have camera-wise on the road there in and around Harmony, Holopaw. We talked about this coming in about 20-25 minutes, and that's basically been how fast these cells have been moving. So the kind of the clocking of these cells have been pretty verified, at least on our end.
Yeah, and send toward Harmony, Narcoossee. These are areas with a lot of homes. A lot of people live there. So again, if you're in Narcoossee, Holopaw, you need to be in your safe space. And again, we're seeing, you know, the velocity letting up a little bit in some of these, but we've seen it kind of pulse up and go down a little bit. So again, I don't know if we want to pull out a little bit wider, and again, just kind of give people an idea of what's going on, because we have a lot of advisories in place. We have a lot going on, and everybody is feeling those impacts right now. We said that they would start earlier. You're talking about flash flood warnings. So a lot of rain coming down in that big green area you see with flash flood warnings. And so we're talking about heavy rain over towards St. Cloud. I want to give you a view of all of Central Florida, because I know a lot of you are looking around saying, hey, what's going on in my neighborhood? So let's just take a wide shot out. You know, we've been very honed in on some of these tornado warnings where we felt that the biggest threats are. So again, this is a look at all of Central Florida. So we are all going through this. Let me put it on so we have the current view for you there. So we're talking about moderate rain extending through a lot of places. We're already picking up hefty rainfall totals.
Yeah, they're climbing. Our rainfall totals are climbing right now. Coastal northern areas of kind of these warned areas, it's starting to get to that point where this is still well before the main core of Milton makes its way on shore.
Right. So we have that flash flood warning in place for Seminole County. That is until 7 o'clock. That includes parts of Orange County as well. That includes parts of Brevard County. So again, that is a concern for us. Let's go a little bit farther to the south. We still have some of those tornado warnings in place. So giving you a look where you see the flashing red box, that is where we have tornado warnings. So we have a tornado warning in place in Osceola County. Let's go in a little bit closer. And we also have that tornado warning in place for Indian River County up into Brevard County. So Brevard County, our friends in Grant, Valkyria, this does include you, and a little sliver of Orange County as well. So let's start and take a look at what's going on within some of these storms that prompted those warnings. Again, here's what we're talking about as we're going a little bit closer. Harmony, some of this right on top of you, Holopaw, Narcoossee, heading your way. Let's turn the velocity back on with this. So again, you'll notice still picking up on some of that velocity right in this area. We've seen a lot of shear, so we'll look at the velocity a little different. That's picking up even a little bit more in that area. Jonathan, I know you're looking around too. I don't know if you've seen anything new that as you've been over digging, but again, we're talking about that debris you were showing earlier, Jonathan, that debris field with the bright blue. That's not quite as intense, but again, we're still talking about debris in Harmony, Holopaw, so that is not a good sign, Jonathan.
Yeah, and it's actually just came back, so we'll see if they bring the purple warning. Certainly the rotation is much more defined again. There it is on the screen that I have circled here. And then we have there's the debris signature popping back up. Let me just pull the, and then here is our hook again. So it did exactly what we thought it might, but didn't want, and it has cycled. Here is our hook echo. Again, and then the tornado would be right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to get in real close. I know we have some emails about zoom out a little bit, but this is one of those times where it's super, super serious. We need to let the people know because it's a life-threatening situation. We'll show you the latest on Milton. This is all from Milton, but this is a possible tornado right over Old Melbourne Highway, Gator Branch Road. This is going to be coming to you. I can show you, and you can kind of watch how this developed over the last 15 minutes. Now, we kind of lost it, and then boom, it came back. So it's still moving off to that southeast to northwest direction as it's in one of those intense outer bands of Milton. Let me pause this again. And all of this, so the northeast side of St. Cloud is going to be up next. So again, if you're watching from the northeast side of St. Cloud, this is going to be east of Lake Toho. And actually, part of it is included in the warning. This is going to be Ashton, Pine Grove, New Eden, Runnymede, Narcoossee, in that general area. This is the cell in question. Let me bring back the velocity mode so that we can actually see, and it's going to be right here. And again, it looks a little less impressive again, and that's what these things are going to do, is they're going to ramp up and then kind of ramp back down again. So I want to get in here real quick. This is going to be Turnaround Bay Road, Nova Road, Old Railroad, Grade Road. Make sure you guys are in your safe place. Again, here's downtown St. Cloud, the eastern side of St. Cloud in that tornado warning, and that continues actually into, look at that, they've extended the tornado warning. Yeah. Is that what you were just going to? Okay.
Yeah, so we were talking about Orange County now. If you can take links 1 for us, yeah, that's what, or also Jonathan has that up too. So that tornado warning now in place, and we are seeing, again, this will be moving, it's about 7 miles east of Lake Hart. Radar indicated at this point moving at 25 miles per hour. So if you are in the Wedgefield subdivision, 410, this will be in your area, well, it's 411, so you need to be already in your safe room. Avalon Park, if you are in this area, go to your safe room right now. That will be in your area by 4:20. So again, this is radar indicated, but we have seen at this point, radar indicated doesn't matter because these can drop a tornado at any moment. So there is the radar for you. Again, Candace, I want to go in and show you, look at the velocity on this. So again, we are getting indication of rotation there in the Weewahota area. Yeah, so we want to go in a little bit closer. So this is one of those scenarios where we need to be where we are going. We are talking about those reds and those greens clustered closely together. So that is concerning for us. Let's go ahead and look. So the shear swath coming out of Osceola County. We're talking about some light shear, but
so
again,
while the threat's probably not there immediately, there is still starting, you're starting to see it.
Yeah, we're starting to see it.
And when Jonathan was talking about, he's been watching really closely that Osceola one. It's just, we're basically tag teaming which tornado warnings we were actually tracking. So the one that Jonathan has been watching, it kind of started to broaden out a little bit, and then it started tightening up again. So these cells are really trying to hold on to their organization and holding on to that spin. And so we're starting to see it. It's still broad at this point. You can see the green and the reds, but it is there. So if this was kind of a general tornado warning here, we'd be saying, well, it's broad. It's not a big concern, but start taking those precautions. But already with the history that these cells have been showing us, we do have 2 storm spotters. This is just south of our viewing area. They also spotted another 2 near Stewart. So like I said, again, although most of our confirmed tornadoes on the ground have been south of us, there's certainly that potential that with the modeling and the radar kind of layers that we've been watching, it's pretty much a guarantee that we've been having those confirmed on the ground. We just haven't had visuals from people on the ground in those locations.
I'm going to go in and show you this entire area. So the reason up by University Park and by Bithlow and all of you are in this warning area, Christmas, you're on the edge of this. This includes Wedgefield, Lake Pickett. That's because these storms are moving very quickly. So again, we want you in all of these areas, University Park, Bithlow, Avalon Park, get where you need to be. So talking about your safe room, put as many walls between you and the storm as possible. This is Doppler indicated. This storm, or Milton rather, is a tornado maker. We've had numerous reports of tornadoes, and these are not the typical storms we see, not the typical tornadoes we see with tropical systems. We've seen pictures from our
shear pick up.
Yep. It is. We saw on the gate to gate there that the rotation definitely trying to get there. So this is one to take. This is one to take seriously. This is also moving quickly. It is moving northeast around 25 miles per hour. I bet if we go back on the velocity in the next few scans, it's going to tighten up even more. That's exactly what we've seen all day today. So, you know, the best indicator of what these storms will do is what they have already done, and that is a lot.
So I think we're going to take video cameras from 408, I believe it is. There it is. There's the Rouse Road area.
So this is in East Orange County, not terribly far from UCF as you're heading out toward Avalon Park.
UCF included within this advisory, in this Warren 1 area.
Yeah, so again, if you are writing this out at UCF, okay. So my mic is dying. I must go change it.
So once again, we are watching several different warnings, several different threats here for a big portion of Central Florida. The biggest umbrella here right now is flash flood. That flash flood warning is in effect for a big portion of Central Florida, not just for Orange. It includes parts of Volusia, Brevard County, Seminole County, Orange, and Osceola County. We are racking up rainfall rates extremely fast, already picking up 2 to 4 inches at last check, and we are continuing to dump even more. These feeder bands are continuing to basically train over the same area. That was a big concern. So again, we're talking about the verification of some of these forecasts when we talk about looking at that potential of high rainfall numbers. And then on top of that, we've got the tornado threat. We've got overall 3 as of now across our local viewing area. I would almost say 4, right over very close into the Yeehaw Junction. We're watching this one that's incorporating parts of Fellsmere. The majority of it is out of our viewing area, but will be moving in shortly. We're also watching one across the far northern fringe of Brevard County. At this point in time, it looks like most of Brevard is out of that warned area. So again, the main zone is the same system that we have been watching since Okeechobee County all the way south, and this is the 2. So again, as of right now, kind of the back end of this last warning, it was a 4:30, the one that we've been watching pretty closely, especially Jonathan zooming in, really getting those debris signatures and whatnot. But now it's moving so quickly towards the north that they have now extended, or at least creating a new warning, kind of alerting people ahead of this. So again, this does include a big portion of Central Florida. So if your phone didn't alert you and you live in the Bithlo area, Christmas, University Park, Lake Pickett, Bithlo, Azalea Park, we are now starting to get into very populated areas, very densely populated zones here, which is certainly a concern. So you should have gotten those alerts to your phone. If you have not, then you need to get to your phone, figure out those settings, because this is going to be something we're going to be watching for several hours today leading up to that landfall of Milton. Still, by the way, packing winds, major hurricane winds at this point across the core. But like what we said, a hurricane's not just built along the eye wall, and that everyone looks at those sustained winds. Oh, it's 145, it's 165. But this system has that potential to create damage miles outside, and that is something that we have certainly been watching for the last several hours.
You know, in that warned area in Orange County, we are talking about a lot of heavily populated areas. Avalon Park, University Park, UCF, like Nona is in that area. There are a lot of folks in that area, and we want all of you in your safe zone, because this is a rough situation. We're looking at the debris detection data, not picking up on a debris signature at this point, so we hope we're not ever picking up on a debris signature, but that is something we keep taking you to all these different views that you probably don't traditionally see. This is our threat detector, and so we can click around and let you know what we're seeing. We've seen hail, so we've seen some pea-sized hail.
At one point
that was earlier today, and this is just a very unusual system producing large tornadoes, a lot of lightning within some of these cells, just a lot of things we don't typically see. So this is just, you know, not our typical system. Let's go back in, if we could, back into that warned area
you can run it real quick.
Warned area in Orange County. Yeah, we keep going back and checking our chat for you. So I want to show you again, that warning in place. Well, first of all, let's just go into both of these warned areas at the moment so we can click on that and show you who has warnings to what time. So tornado warning in Orange County, that is up until 4:45. We go farther to the south, Osceola County, you are until 4:30. 30. So this is just a rough group of storms in here. I want to go back into this area in Orange County. Again, this is Doppler indicated, but let's turn on some of the different views for you and show you what we're talking about. So again, definitely right in the Lake Hart area, we are seeing some areas of rotation, some of that extending toward Weehawhoty as well. But let's go ahead and look again at looking at, see if we see some, yeah, we've got a shear swath right in there. So that's right where we're seeing some of that rotation indicated. So we are looking again at some pretty significant shear in that area. All this moving fast, guys. This is moving to the north, northeast, right around 25 miles per hour. And we are seeing so much rain. Also, flash flood warning for parts of Orange County. There are so many advisories in place. I know.
Wedgefield?
Yeah, so I know a lot of people saying so much is going on. So, you know, we are trying to, oh my goodness, this is a view from Wedgefield. So this is on the beach line.
Right, so far we've had 5 inches of rain already at Vero Beach.
Man.
So, you know, at the end of the day, these are rain-wrapped tornadoes. So thankfully, the ones that we have been able to see, there's a live look from Port Canaveral.
Those winds, man, are really picking up.
Yeah. So again, we are talking about the wind field is expanding. We are awaiting the 5 o'clock update from Milton, because at the end of the day, this is what is stemming all these tornado threats. We're looking at some of those power outages at this point in time.
Already seen power outages. So.
Although low for now, but again, the main wind event isn't even close. Yeah, that's going to be happening, especially throughout the overnight hours as Milton officially makes landfall there in Southwest Florida.
And that wind field will expand. It's already beginning to expand as it meets up with land. It will expand even further. And so at the very least, all of us will see tropical storm force gusts. A lot of us will see hurricane force winds.
Especially that real kind of that core, that critical zone where in and around that center of that storm. But again, we're still talking about Milton being more than 100, 150 miles offshore. Haven't checked that measurement as of the last hour, but again, we are looking at the rain, the tornado threat. That is something when we were breaking down that timeline. Remember, we were talking, please get into your safe space by noon.
Yeah.
By 1 o'clock, we started popping these tornado warnings, and they came in fast. As of right now, we have, I believe, about 2 warned areas at this point in time, all still focused around the same area, Jonathan.
Yeah, and this is like the supercell just won't go away. It's already getting again that look,
that signature
hook again, as we always say. There it is right there again. This is getting ready to come back into Orange County now, so it's still cycling. This is the one that's been in South Florida, has had a history of producing tornadoes. When it doesn't like the environment, it kind of wraps itself back up, and then it finds an area that it likes again. So let's just get in here real close again. This is going to be near Tram Road. We were talking about you guys earlier, then Old Railroad Grade Road, and then just the Orange Osceola County line, Cocoa Water Plant Road. Safe place, Weehawhoty again. That's where Julie was talking about Sheldon Street, Martin Anderson Beach Line Expressway. So there we're starting to get towards the 408, going to be in there. It's going to be interesting to see if it stays in that warning box or not. Let me put this on a 15-minute kind of evolution here, and you'll be able to see what happens. It starts down here, and then you can see the little debris ball come back up, or at least the little hook with it work its way up again. Here's the 408 again for reference. So we're going to be watching that kind of close in on that area over the next, or the 528, I should say. The beach line, I should say. 408 is up here. This is the 528. So we're going to be watching that closely. Let's get back in, because this is what's the concerning part, the fact that we are still, it cycles and then it goes through. So if there was a tornado here, it would be hanging out right in this area in between Tram Road and Old Railroad Grade Road, and that just the radar just updated. So let me just get back in here. Let me move the radar picture again, and we're going to dissect. It certainly lost a little bit of that hook. Let's check it out from a velocity perspective. Certainly looks a little less impressive. So a little broader. So this is, and then again, it's the whole thing. You can't completely like write it off, because then this is the part where it cycles.
Right.
So then it kind of, some colder air gets in, it chokes off the circulation, then it comes out on the other end. and can try to reform the tornado again. So it might be in the process of doing that. And as it would do that, then that would be toward East Orange County. So again, this is just going to be an early heads up for us in Bithlo and Christmas. So now we're getting this far north. Again, it'll likely cross the 528 in about 10-15 minutes in East Orange County. That's going to likely stay east of Conway, east of Orlando.
And we do have actually video from Tim Barton. He actually videotapes showing a storm kind of intense at one point on 192. This was between about Deer Park and Holopal. That was just just
raining
before
sideways,
4 o'clock.
right?
Yeah. Right. I mean, at the end of the day, we were talking about extremely strong wind gusts. We were talking about the potential for so much rain falling in a very short amount of time here when it comes to rainfall rates, 2 to 4 inches of rain falling per hour. And when we start talking about, that's incredible.
Yeah, and that's where we have been watching, you know, a lot of that heavy rotation. And, you know, so this is an indication of what that storm was capable of as we were tracking it. Oh, my gosh. I mean,
Tim,
raining
thank
sideways.
you for the video, but I don't need you out anymore doing these videos. One was enough. But you see there's cars on the roadways. You had to see them there with the flashes there.
The visibility.
Yeah, so this is where some of the strongest storms we have seen so far today. We're going to continue to track this one cell. I mean, at this point, you can see he's pretty much pulled over to the side, which is certainly good news.
Yes, Trooper Steve would approve.
Yeah, he would. Again, this was just before 4 o'clock, so this is just about 30 minutes ago. Again, this is along 192 between Deer Park and Holopal. So again, as we were talking about it, it's not extremely densely populated. This is not an area that has a lot of neighborhoods, but there's roads, there's still people, there is still homes and neighborhoods there. Maybe not as dense as Orange County. But at the end of the day, so thank you to Tim Barton for sending us that. Now I just need to make sure that Tim is in his safe space because thank you for that one video. We don't need any more from you.
Yes. So I want to show you, we're going down. This is south of our area. So this is down in the Vero Beach area that is under a tornado warning. This is in place until 5 o'clock. So that is Indian River County. But I want to show you the debris signature going again right up, right along, you know, I-95 there. So this is an indication of what is going to be moving into southern Brevard County, already getting close to Brevard County. I mean, we're talking about debris signature in extreme southern Brevard County. So Mico, Grant, Valkyria, again, we are going to be watching some rough weather for you. Let me switch back over to the radar for you. So Mico, you are getting hit really hard with some heavy rain. That's moving up toward Grant, Valkyria, Malabar. You guys are not under a warning at this point, but that warning right on the edge of your area. So I think that we will likely see a warning probably issued as all of those storms continue tracking to the north. So again, we've seen some rotation with that tornado warning in Indian River County. Going back over here again, Jonathan's been focusing a lot on this area as we take you into areas of Osceola County up toward Kenansville. Let's pull out and see who has those warnings right now. Still talking about those 2 tornado warnings flashing. Also, we have that flash flood warning that is up until 7 o'clock. That is that entire area shaded in green. I want to turn the radar back on. You know, Orange County, you still have that warning going on for you. Still a little bit of a signature there. We'll put the velocity back on, see what we're seeing with the rotation. Again, we do have some of that going on right in this area. This is a Doppler indicated tornado, but again, the storms do have that potential to produce tornadoes. We have seen that all day today. We have multiple confirmed tornadoes, especially across South Florida. So while a tornado has not been confirmed with this area, it certainly is a possibility. So Weehawhoty up toward Bithlo, Alafaya, Christmas, you could see some of this. Avalon Park, you know, we're talking about a lot of heavily populated areas right in there. UCF is in there. Lake Nona is in that area, although I think right now the most rotation is off to the east of Lake Nona. And all of this, I want to turn the radar back on, and then I'm going to loop it for you so you can see the general movement. So let's loop over the last hour. And you can see Jonathan was talking about, you know, we get that kind of that textbook signature that's been pulsing in and out a little bit. You go back and you loop back, and so you see right there that kind of hook echo, and then it kind of collapses, and then it wants to come back. But Jonathan, oh, it looks like we have, let me stop the radar so I can see. It looks like another tornado warning was added. So
little bit further towards the west. We're talking about these wraparound squall lines, so there might be kind of a feel that it's going to start tilting a bit further towards the west.
This includes downtown Orlando. This includes Union Park, Azalea Park, Conway, Baldwin Park, Pine Castle, Belle Isle. This is this is a lot of folks live in this area. So again, if you are watching us from any of these areas, go to your safe space. We're not being dramatic saying that. This is a dangerous situation. The box is red, which means that we're not talking about a confirmed tornado. Let's go ahead and see if we can turn the velocity back on and kind of get an idea of what we're talking about with this particular cell. Let's pull out.
Meteorologist Samara Coquinos has some stuff coming in from the weather center as well. Samara, if you want to.
That's right. So this is for the details on that particular.
Is she back?
Okay, yeah, I think we'll bring Samara's mic up, give it just a second, and she has some new information. She's been back there all afternoon communicating with the National Weather Service, tracking things, digging into the radar data.
CKY Plasmic. Hey, this is Samara. Okay, so I have the information on that particular tornado warning. This is, again, radar indicated, but we've been seeing, it produce quite a bit of damage as these storm cells have been passing by. So that particular warning was located 7 miles east of Lake Hart, and we're looking at it about 8 miles south of Wedgefield, but it is moving northwest at 30 miles per hour. So areas that need to pay attention right now is Wedgefield and Lake Hart right now. So you need to seek shelter immediately. Orlando, Avalon Park, and Lake Nona around 4:40, this storm will be moving into your area. Conway, Azalea Park, and Union Park around 4:50. Winter Park, Goldenrod, and Orlando Executive Airport around 5. These are highly populated areas. We need you to pay attention and definitely do not leave the safety of your home.
That is good advice there. Again, we are talking about just a situation rapidly changing. All of these storms we've seen over South Florida have been, riding to the north. They have been holding together. That is not something that we typically see with tropical systems. Again, pulling back out, look at this as we go to our south. So indicating we've got a lot more on the way. And,
this is now just recently confirmed.
Confirmed in Indian River County again. So that's going to be moving up into areas like Mico, Grant, Valkyria. These are all areas I know we have a lot of viewers in Brevard County, a lot of friends in Brevard County. So you are already seeing some rough weather. You don't actually have a warning right now, but it would not be surprising to see a warning issued. It's not going to take much today because we just have, a very dynamic atmosphere with a lot of things going on. Of course, our almost landfalling tropical system. We're still probably about 8 hours away from landfall, but anytime we get those bands rotating through, we have a lot of rotation in the atmosphere. We have a front. We have a big dip in the jet stream.
Dry air.
Yes,
everything.
Dry air. So many things are happening that are just making this such a prolific tornado maker.
All right, and producer just told me in my ear we do have another visual this time in and around Boggy Creek, I believe. Ashley, is that what you told me? Not far from Lake Nona here along 417. Again, we're still people on the roadways, but we are going to continue to see conditions there starting to lead. It's kind of the lead up, right? So with the National Weather Service issuing those warnings, even though right now that threat isn't extremely high in that zone, we're starting to see that rotation where it's broad at this point in time, but we are starting to pick up some of those signatures. Meteorologist Jonathan Kegas, he's over there on the other computer, really trying to keep tabs on all these tornado warnings because there at one point there was 4 or 5 that we were watching. Some with more signatures than others. But again, this is right now in and around Lake Nona.
This is in that warned area.
That warned area for sure.
Yeah, and also we're now seeing 55 to 65 mile per hour winds. This is according to the National Weather Service, working up into the southern Brevard coastline. So we were talking about Mico, we were talking about Grant, we were talking about Valkyria. This would include Palm Bay, one of the largest cities in Brevard County. So you are looking at tropical storm force wind gusts already moving up into your area. Again, we've been showing some of that heavier activity. So I'm going to slide over.
So that was in Brevard County.
Yeah, so that's in southern Brevard County. So let's.
Are you getting any questions, Jonathan? I know that you're taking comments and things. Where can people put those comments in, by the way?
If you head to clickorlando.com, I will get you an actual.
Sorry, I'm asking while you're trying to read, which is very difficult.
Jonathan can multitask. He's used to it from his hours of streaming.
Yeah, that is very true.
You know, we've had so many warnings and so many advisories. You know, our entire Pinpoint Weather team is here. We are not going anywhere. We're all going to be here until the threat is over, until
throughout the overnight.
So, and it takes this many people to break down all of that data because we have seen so many warnings, so much to keep track of, and you know, this is a real safety issue.
Right.
So that's why we keep saying, go to your safe space. Set up your notifications so if you get a tornado warning in your area, you know. This is all critical information. And again, we've got the radar pulled up there, so all those flashing areas. So we're talking about two flashing areas in Orange County indicating tornado warning, and then again, another one moving up into, you know, close to our area into Brevard County. So
we've got Conway here, and you can see, I mean, it's starting to come down pretty fast. We're still talking about at some point in some of these stronger cells, we're racking up almost 2 to 3 inches of rainfall falling per hour. So hence why a big portion of Central Florida right now is also under those flash flood warnings, which those aren't aerial flood warnings. That doesn't mean like, oh, there's a flood watch, the possibility. That means that there is flooding happening at this moment in time. It's like a tornado watch versus tornado warning, a flash flood warning, meaning that there is flooding that is happening at this moment in time. So that does incorporate a big portion of Central Florida there highlighted in the green. So meteorologist Samara Kokinas, she's back there. She is getting all that information from the newsroom, from the National Weather Service, just trying to give you guys as much information as possible.
Yeah, and you know, we're talking about those rainfall rates. And remember, first of all, we don't want you running to the window to look. You know, we're starting to see a little bit of a signature there. We don't want you running to the window to look. We don't want you trying to get pictures or video for us. You know, we appreciate those, but your safety is number one. Are we seeing some hail on that camera? Is that hail or those the raindrops coming at it? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's bouncing.
Yeah, that is hail. And so we've seen at times today ping pong ball sized hail when we were talking about, I think that was in Polk County earlier today. But remember, you most likely will not see these tornadoes coming when you're talking about areas like this where radar is indicating 2 to 4 inches of rain falling per hour. So that makes it extra dangerous. And again, as Candace is showing us now, this is the velocity. So what we're looking for is, you know, the areas of red and green budded together. That indicates rotation. So where you see the green, that's wind moving toward the radar site. The radar that's dialed up right now is in Melbourne. Where you see red, that is wind moving away from the radar site. So that gets a cell rotating when we're talking about winds like that. So we are seeing, again, still some rotation indicated in that area. We don't have a confirmation.
See a little bit of that.
Yeah, we don't have confirmation. And, you know, we've been looking at this and we've been noticing, Candace, that it kind of broadens out and then tightens up a little bit again. So it is trying to get its act together. Oh, we got another cell up there another little spot trying to get its act together. Let's go in and see if we can see some streets.
That's right. And
so
Bunkhouse Road. There's Moss Park Road. So we got Moss Park. We got a lot of campsites out here in and around Lake Hart.
Weehawody.
Yeah, so kind of in this zone here that we're kind of watching. And again, we're talking about it racing pretty quickly, more kind of northwest at this point in time. If you notice that polygon, rather than going straight north like many of them have, this was starting to take a little bit more of a jog towards the west, which means that we're really starting to kind of get that feel of those feeder bands, those rotating ones that are going to continue, by the way, to lash parts of Central Florida leading up and even during landfall and after landfall, obviously.
So I'm looping it there. It looks kind of weird. I'm looping it for the last hour, but that gives you an idea of the motion and kind of seeing some of that rotation pulse on and off. We can stop that radar and give you, again, the current. But yeah, we are definitely getting indications of rotation in that area. So this is something that, again, you need to be in your safe spot. So this right now is south of the beach line. And also, I mean, let's not forget, we've got this entire warned area over here, you know, so this, because this is moving so fast, can easily cross this line, because as we were talking about earlier, these watches and warnings, they don't pay attention to the polygons that we draw. They are...
It's an estimate of where we think it's going. Yeah. Let's look. We've been having a lot of shear markers kind of associated with it. Earlier today, don't ask me how long ago this was, but we were picking up a very well-defined debris ball there in areas of Osceola County, kind of that Deer Park area. We haven't seen debris signatures since then. That is certainly good news. Normally when you start getting those defined debris signatures on the radar, that's pretty much a guarantee that there is something in the atmosphere that is picking this you know, whether it's trees, whether it's siding, whatever debris at the end of the day. That's why it's called that.
Look at
picking that up into the atmosphere. So we haven't seen a lot of that. These two that we were watching are not blinking purple. The moment they do blink purple, that means that the National Weather Service has confirmed that there's a tornado on the ground. So as of right now, both of this pair of tornado warnings that we are now watching are both Doppler indicated tornadoes, meaning that exactly what we're showing you here is what meteorologists are also kind of dissecting at the National Weather Service. They're the ones that officially put out these warnings. So as of right now, all the signatures are there. And the threat right now, really honing in on kind of that Orange County zone. It's, the threat's kind of turned stationary at this point. But just look how much rain. That's probably going to be up to about 3 or so at this point in time.
Yeah, and this is 1 hour rainfall. So over the last hours where you're seeing, you know, the yellow, that's where you've picked up 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. A little less in the blue, these dark green areas, you know, about 1.5 inches in the last hour. And when we go back to the regular radar view, you know, the rain's not going anywhere. The rain's not stopping. Again, we'll loop the reflectivity so you can see the general movement of these storms. And again, Jonathan was showing us where some of the signatures kind of pulsing on and off, but those outer rain bands are lifting to the north and even northwest. And we've been talking about what's going on in Brevard County, where, again, you are not under a warning right now, but southern Brevard County, you're seeing really heavy rain, and we have had some very strong winds in that area. And let's see, here's what's happening again down toward Yeehaw Junction. Again, we're talking about kind of that signature coming back in Yeehaw Junction. Let's go back and look at the velocity. This is that our downtown Orlando camera? Okay, yeah, so downtown Orlando is under a tornado warning. We haven't seen a ton of rotation right in the downtown area, but man, the rain is coming down. And this is an example of a tornado could go right across this camera, and we're not going to be able to see it right now because the rain is coming down so hard. So that's why we're saying don't be peeping out the window trying to see a tornado or take a picture of a tornado or, you know, do an Instagram live with the tornado, because this is just a dangerous situation. So this tornado warning is up again for Indian River County. That is until 5 o'clock, going up toward Yeehaw Junction. Yeah, and again, Samara, you know, bringing us some more information. 64-mile-per-hour wind gust in Barefoot Bay. So that is what we were talking about. Brevard County, you're not under a warning right now, but you've got a lot of heavy rain, a lot of strong winds. You have seen tornado warnings throughout the day today. You will see more tornado warnings throughout the day. Here's a look again at all of us, and we do have those 2 tornado warnings. I know, Jonathan, you appear to have some information pulled up that you want to share with us.
Yeah, and the velocity is starting to become a little more pronounced. Kind of one warning, 2 areas of pronounced rotation here. For reference, here is downtown Orlando towards the edge of your screen. Here is Conway. Here is Edgewood. And using the Orlando International Airport that's hanging out just south of Conway, it gives a better look here. And the rotation's even more impressive. It's a little bit better vantage point underneath those 2 cells. So here is a little bright red flare right here, then the other one coming through. Nothing too significant, at least in terms of what we're seeing now, at least comparatively to what we were tracking just a little bit ago, but certainly enough to trigger this tornado warning. And just want to get you close in here, Narcoossee Road into Dowden Road into Cargo Road, McCoy Road. Again, we're getting very close to the International Airport in Orlando. Again, heads up in Edgewood, Pine Castle, and into Belle Isle. Let me put a tracker on this for you. These are moving kind of to the northeast at about 30-ish miles an hour. And then here's kind of your approximate time to arrival here for the worst of this storm. Belle Isle at about 15 minutes, and again, being a little conservative there because I want to make sure that you're not waiting until that last moment to get into the safe place. Pine Castle in about 15 to 20 minutes, Edgewood in about 15 minutes as well, Oak Ridge in about 24 minutes. The worst is going to be on you, and then downtown Orlando itself, at least the worst of the worst. Again, it's already raining very heavily in those areas. We're tracking in where the actual rotation is starting to come through. So let's go back to the actual radar picture, and this is going to be one of the areas. It's certainly not as pronounced, but that little nub right there, that's going to be where it's trying to kind of rotate around or trying to get its rotation up. And again, we have a bunch of neighborhoods in here. So I want to get back into the velocity mode, and there we go. It correlates with where we are seeing a little bit of that spin. We're going to go right in through here into Sheldon Street, Ralston Street, Robertson Street, Sable Street, Starry Street, Somerset Street, into Seaview Street, Rayston Street, Racine Street, Reynolds Parkway. I mentioned Sable Street as well. So again, we're not seeing the debris signature, thankfully, on this, but nonetheless, the rotation strong enough to trigger that tornado warning that one could drop at any time. So I want you guys to make sure that you are in your safe place here. And somebody mentioned on our YouTube channel, this is one of the first times I'm very worried about. Been here for 34 years. Yeah, and it seems like it's really bad, and it is. I mean, typically, any tornado is bad when you're dealing with a tropical system. Certainly, we can get the bigger ones in the early winter when we have those strong cold fronts. Nonetheless, this is a rarity that we were kind of talking about yesterday, that this would spawn the potential for these nastier long track tornadoes. And remember, the worst of the wind is still yet to come. And by the way, the hurricane force wind gusts come in later tonight. The hurricane is trending north towards Tampa. We haven't really looked at the track lately, but it is going north of guidance. That's one of the things that Candace Campos and I were talking about last night. Those models went south. It looks like Tampa is again back in line for that direct hit, which would put those higher end impacts right through the I-4 corridor. When these tornado warnings come back down, and hopefully they do soon, we can at least take a break from this immediate threat. We can get back into where the center is of Milton itself, but the outer bands, the intense outer bands, continue to work their way through. This is the Narcoosa area. We were talking about the heavy rain coming through. Thank you, Ashley, our producer, helping to pull up some cameras in here to kind of showcase what we're dealing with. Just reading some of the comments again. We have it up on the YouTube channel. You can submit them as well on clickorlando.com. We take a look at all that stuff here so we can kind of have this conversation as we're hanging out together to get you guys through Milton and some of these really nasty tornadoes that we have been dealing with all afternoon today. Really the worst of this now, this is kind of right through Narcoosa. That's right kind of where we're looking at. This is going to be the 417 right through here. And then that little bright red, again, it's certainly not anywhere close to being as pronounced as what we've seen so far today. And again, thank goodness, but nonetheless, I said it again, that it's certainly enough to be able to trigger that tornado warning. This is really the weirdest looking part of the cell. That's going to be your nastiest part. So Bithlo, there we are, Port St. John to the east. Again, we are getting heavy, heavy rain, strong winds. Meteorologist Samara Kinos has been talking about some of the wind reports coming in closer to the coastline. This is likely, again, that we're just outside of the tornado warning in Bithlo. We are included in there just outside of Winter Park, just including the south side of downtown Orlando. Through Conway, Dr. Phillips, we're just outside of this tornado warned storm as well. We have a lot of questions about showing the eye track. We're going to get to that shortly, hopefully within the next 15 minutes or so.
Producers want to pull links to kind of add that to the group of images we have here. We do have a kind of a wide satellite radar composite of where Milton currently is, still about, let's say, 60 or so miles just to the southwest. So let me try to pull up here some of our other views of the storm, because I know some people like to kind of get a perspective of where that storm is.
That didn't work.
Yeah, that didn't work. So again, if there's any way producers can get us the links to option right here, links to. No signal.
Oh, no, we got it. We got it. There it is.
All right, so if you can see behind us here, this is our satellite and radar composite. This is still about just 70 miles away from the coastline here. We are waiting for that official approach, the official 5 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. We are still waiting on that. But again, at the end of the day, this cone is not going to change much. As of the 4 o'clock update, it has gone down in sustained winds to Category 3 hurricane. It looks like it's going to maintain that status as it approaches the coast here. But the one big concern that we're also looking at is as this makes its way into landfall here, this wind field is going to expand. It's already been expanding significantly, hence why here in Central Florida, and Jonathan, is something that we've all been talking about, that is something that we were going to be leading up to, that wind field, that threat, that right east side of that side of the storm, and that's exactly what is now being spelled there on the radar.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people saying, hey, we want to see the Kona. Of course, that's what everyone's interested in, but you know, we've been talking about our impacts have verified, unfortunately, as to what so a big shift in the cone, which A, is not going to happen, but B, our impacts are here. We are dealing with it, and we're going to continue to deal with it. But the winds, as you mentioned, are going to go up because we're talking about that wind field expanding. So again, here's a look at the radar. We have a tornado warning still in place in Orange County. It looks like we have one warning. So what time does this one go off the clock? That goes off the clock at 5:15. So
a little less than 30 minutes.
Yeah, so we are talking about Alafaya, Orlando, Conway, Oak Ridge, all in this Weehawhoty. Let's go ahead and go back to the velocity that Jonathan has been showing us so we can show you what we're talking about with some of this. Again, yeah, I've seen some. Let me switch back to, let me go up here to this option. So first of all, I'll put it back on reflectivity. Then we're gonna go in a little bit closer to some of these areas where we are just talking about a lot of rainfall out there. This has been a rough go for rain. We were worried about that. So again, we're seeing some of the stronger winds within some of these that Jonathan was showing us to see if we're picking up on any shear swaths. We've seen some light shear again in the Weehawhoty area, and also outside of that warned area, we're also seeing some shear. So toward the Bithlo area, you're seeing some shear right now. Christmas, all of this again we're seeing some areas, you know, potentially
even
where we can see
outside the
some
warned area.
Right. So, you know, it's a good idea. Of course, if we have a warning, we're going to focus on that area. But this is one of those situations where tornado warnings can pop for us at any time. You know, Brevard County, you're not under a warning right now, but you have had 64-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Barefoot Bay. If you're in Malabar, you're seeing some rough weather. And, you know, this is what it looks like for you right now outside. And Milton isn't, as far as the biggest impacts, it's not even here. It's still southwest of Tampa, but look at the trees, look at the dark sky. I mean, this is just so much rainfall coming down.
Right now we're getting wind gusts upwards about 35 to 40 miles per hour already as this wind field continues to kind of like envelop all of Central Florida at this point in time. So if you look out the window, the weather doesn't look good. This is the time that you're going to have to stay in place, and you're going to be staying in place at least until about late tomorrow morning into the early afternoon, as we're really not expecting this storm to actually exit the east coast of Florida until tomorrow afternoon by about 2 p.m.
Right, and remember, as that storm pulls off, as the center moves off our east coast, we're going to see winds coming in out of the east. That's why we're talking about storm surge along our east coast, up to 6 feet in some spots. So just so many components and so many things going on with this storm that do make for a dangerous situation.
And we're going to continue to wait and watch for that 5 o'clock advisory that we still are holding on to.
4:52.
It is 4:52. Again, still a Category 3 hurricane. We're getting those hourly updates, but we're going to get a full package of the forecast cone as well as the new stats on this storm. But at the end of the day, we're less than about 60 miles away from the center of, or at least the middle of that eye core moving into southwest Florida at this point in time. So already, we're so focused here in Central Florida for obvious reasons, but Southwest Florida right now already is starting to get reports of storm surge and the big concerns there leading up to landfall for them. Here in Central Florida, you don't need a landfalling storm yet to see what we've already seen.
Right, and you know, we're going to keep that tornado threat, that tornado watch for all of Central Florida. That is up until 9 o'clock, I believe. So, you know, again, I don't want to say it. So
don't say it. We're not going to say it.
I will not say it.
We're superstitious in this weather department. That is, that is for sure.
But again, rough weather right now for those of you down in Mako, Grant, Valkyria, Palm Bay, Barefoot Bay, up towards Satellite Beach, Rockledge, Port St. John, Titusville. Again, all of you are not under a warning MIMS, but you are seeing rough weather. You're seeing heavy rain taking you up the coast into Ormond Beach, up to Flagler Beach, Palm Coast. A lot of rain coming down. In fact, I think it's safe to say pretty much everyone in Central Florida is seeing at least some rain right now. Bushnell, Fruitland Park, Leesburg, Astatoula, Claremont, Groveland, Mascot, Ocoee, Oak Ridge. Again, that flashing red area is where we are seeing that tornado warning. That is up for us until 5:15. We have not had any confirmation of a tornado on the ground within this, so that is good news. So we haven't had any indication, but you know, you're looking here, we're seeing a lot of strong winds. I mean, 72-mile-per-hour winds already in Indian River County.
64-mile-per-hour in Barefoot Bay there in Brevard County. Most likely probably in and around that same time that we were dealing with those tornado warnings there. So making sure you know where your safe place is. If you haven't heard us say that ad nausea as of the last couple of hours, your safe place needs to be someplace with the least amount of windows, the bottom floor, or most interior room that you can find. Sometimes that's a bathroom, sometimes that's a laundry room,
a closet,
things like that. But on the other side of things, depending if you are concerned with flash flooding, also be aware that your safe place also needs to be safe from the concern of flooding. So if you're starting to see water creeping up into your home, there is going to be kind of that pivot. You need to decide where you're going to be to make sure that you're staying as safe as possible with your family and pets and whatnot in your household.
And you mentioned flash flooding. We do have flash flood warnings up for this area, this polygon in green, and that is up until 7 o'clock. That encompasses parts of Brevard County, parts of Volusia County, parts of Orange County, really a large swath of our area. We're looking right now outside. This is results 1. This is Trooper Steve out driving, and he is in...
Do we know where he is?
Is he in Osceola County?
Yeah.
Okay. I know he had pulled over and he was kind of hanging out in the Parton settlement area when it was not safe to drive. Trooper Steve, I know that you have now determined that it is safe for you to be back on the roads. Where are you heading and what are you seeing?
Right now, we are headed eastbound on US 192, getting ready to approach the Harmony area. We had sheltered in place at the St. Cloud Emergency Operations Center once we knew and were tracking your tornado warnings through that area. And once you realized that this stuff was on the ground, we knew it wasn't the time to do it that way. But now that it's cleared, we are headed directly into the area in which you guys were pinpointing exactly where these storms were. So we are now basically on a damage assessment to see, did anything happen here? East Harmon, East Osceola, Harmony, Bithlo area. We're currently eastbound 192 coming over Old Melbourne Highway right now. And then the next 2 traffic lights, we will be in the Harmony area, East Osceola County, just before Olapaw.
We were looking at some data, so I apologize if you said, have you seen, I can't see a lot of people on the road. Are you seeing an improved situation? I know last time we talked, you were a little bit frustrated with so many people out and about. You said at fast food restaurants acting like nothing is happening, but again, we're not seeing a whole lot of traffic other than you from this view.
Right now, this is probably the best I've seen it. I do think a lot of people are starting to realize what we're talking is true. This is not a joke. I know the city of St. Cloud, the second we crossed into St. Cloud, it was a ghost town. But up until we left Point Siena, people were all over the place. So at this point, I'm hoping Point Siena has kind of figured it out. But St. Cloud, unincorporated portions of East Orange County, completely desert right now. There is no one out on the roads. It's just us. The only other cars we've seen are the Osceola County Sheriff's Office and the St. Cloud Police Department currently. We're entering into some real heavy rain right now, Julie, at Harmony West. So we are on 192, right where those tornado warnings were coming through, and where I tell you, the people in the St. Cloud Emergency Operations Center were watching News 6, and they were flabbergasted at the debris fields you guys were showing that were taking place in Kenansville, to the point that they started alerting some of their first responders on the east side that, hey, after this clears, we may have to go check some things out there.
you know, talking about that debris field, we were looking at that earlier in the Kenansville area, kind of between Kenansville and Hullapaw, and that was something that, you know, most of us have not seen before. So that just shows you, Steve, the power of the storm, where we are seeing those tornadoes confirmed on the ground in some spots. Now, I also want to point out to you, if we can take, well, there we go, that's links 2. So we do have the 5 o'clock Milton update that just came in. So we're zoomed in. You can see, you know, we're in the back moving it around, but the 5 o'clock advisory shows we're still talking about a Category 3 hurricane, maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour. There is the track we were talking about. This might happen. It looks like the track bumped just a little bit north.
About probably 24 hours ago yesterday, a lot of the models were showing that wobble.
Very far south.
Pushing it very far south, and that was a concern, or depending on where you were looking at when it came to landfall. But right now, it looks like that cone has narrowed significantly.
Yeah.
We're talking a landfall between Sarasota and St. Petersburg at this point in time. Landfall still looks to hold a few hours after sunset. By about 10, 11 o'clock tonight, there will be that kind of approach. But of course, we're talking about that eye wall coming in before. So landfall happens when that actual center of the eye pushes on shore, but they're going to start seeing the worst of the weather right now along these areas in Bradenton, Sarasota. A lot of that storm surge will be feeding into Port Charlotte, into Cape Coral as well. Yeah. But I do want to show you where that one icon does highlight over just into Haines City. This does look like a lot of the models that we had in-house yesterday, that although a lot of the computer models are pushing it further south, a lot of our in-home models were really trying to keep it on the I-4 corridor, and unfortunately it looks like that certainly could be a concern. What's also a concern is that timestamp. You see that's 2 a.m. tonight and into early tomorrow morning. That's the middle of the night. People tend to let their guards down. So let this be the time where you see how intense some of these cells got. 150 miles away from the center. If we are talking about that center going from a 3 to a 1, although it's still expected to weaken quickly, that still has that potential of widening out, bringing with it that strong core from Milton, crossing through areas of Polk, Osceola, and potentially exiting out of Brevard County. You can see areas of Palm Bay, Cocoa, as far north as the Volusia County line, potentially seeing that center, maybe not the eye, but the center core exiting Central Florida, still as a Category 1 hurricane. So with that being said, it is 5 o'clock. This is the latest advisory, sustained winds of 120 miles per hour.
And also notice, still moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. I know there was some speculation that was going to, you know, slow down a lot, and we were like, okay, well, what's going to slow it down? So it is keeping, you know, on that track. Some of the data we were looking at over the last few days was indicating maybe landfall around 2, 3 in the morning. Keeping that speed, again, like you said, we're expecting an earlier landfall, but I also want you to kind of notice the trajectory of the storm on that cone. So we talk a lot about, you know, the dirty side, which is the front right quadrant, and you might just go, oh, that's the northeast side, but it is relative to how the storm moves. So that's an important thing to keep in mind.
So it's almost the south side.
Yeah, so if it's going, you know, almost east, so the front right quadrant, and relative to how it's moving would be the southeast quadrant, so to speak, of that storm. So we keep that tornado threat, you know, in place for, you know, certainly for part of the evening. That tornado watch is officially up until 9 o'clock. We'll see if they extend it. Certainly a possibility, but again, we still have a tornado warning in place. If we want to go back to links 1, let's go back to links 1 so we can see the radar for you.
We still have that tornado warning. The big signatures that we were dealing with for the last several hours, that doesn't seem to be kind of the big, any big red flags, I guess you can say, when it comes to this cell. That doesn't mean that we need to let our guards down, because once again, we have seen some of these cells broaden out and then tighten up really fast. So as long as this tornado warning is in place, we are going to stay with you. It is 5:02 on this Wednesday afternoon. We have crews all over Central Florida, but just like I wanted to preface here, is we are not putting anybody's life in danger. We have a buddy system with all of our reporters. They are tied and paired up with photographers as well. They all have their safe spaces. They all have their hotel rooms, their Airbnbs, wherever they need to go. So when the weather is at its worst, we will pull back our reporters and our photographers, making sure that they're all in that safe space. So we are practicing what we are preaching here in Central Florida. Thankfully, we have the systems that we have nowadays that really gives us a good picture of what's going on down at the surface without being there down at the surface.
And also, it's important to note we have a system in place where anyone who feels unsafe at any time gets out of that situation, and then lets managers know later. So they
they make those decisions out there.
Is first priority. So again, just looking at these cameras across Central Florida, this is, you know, we kept saying it's going to be a rough go. It has been a rough go. We're looking, that is Daytona Beach up in the upper right corner. That is that downtown Orlando?
That is downtown Orlando.
Downtown Orlando, which is under that tornado warning. We're not seeing a lot indicating much rotation, but we are seeing a heck of a lot of rain. And then Brevard County, we have seen already 64-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Barefoot Bay. You know, areas like Grant, Valkyria, Mico, Palm Bay all have seen heavy rain, very strong winds.
And with all that rainfall, we also have those flash flood warnings in place as well.
Until 7.
Yeah, and you know, that's not a flood watch, that's not an aerial flood. You know, we're not talking nuisance ponding at this point. We are talking rainfall rates sometime exceeding 3 to 4 inches of rainfall per hour. So we're starting to see some of these tornado warnings back off just a bit. Not completely out of the picture here, but we are starting to see some of these tornado warnings starting to collapse. So that's certainly good news. We still have some shear signatures there still.
Yeah, and let's go back to velocity there. Again, you know, maybe a little bit of broad rotation trying to pick up some of these areas, but we're not seeing anything super tight, super, you know, super scary, nothing indicating that we have, you know, a tornado on the ground, no real debris signature. Let's go back to the threats here. Again, we have that tornado warning in place, so we're not picking up on much hail in this area either. So those are all decent signs for us. Again, at the end of the day, you still, did this warning just drop?
Yeah.
All right, so it is 5:05, so
they just
canceled it. Okay, well, they were seeing what we were seeing. Okay, so it's weekend below. All right, we like that. Okay.
So I think this is the first time, all right, anchors, get ready. I think this is the first time that we have no active tornado warnings in place. We do have flash flood warnings in effect.
Yeah.
That also needs to be taken seriously. Central Florida, from what we've seen in the last 24 hours, people are very concerned, not just about the wind, but they're very concerned about the flooding. So we're going to, can we? I think, I think we're going to toss it to anchors. We're going to reset. We're going to have a glass of water. We're going to toss it back to you now, Matt and Ginger.
Well, you guys have done a terrific job.
Great job.
Thank you
and this is just our first taste of Milton, so stick with us for 4 hours. Our meteorologists have been guiding you through these tornado warnings in Osceola, Brevard. We saw it touching into Orange and Polk counties.
Yeah, and here's the deal. More could be coming as we feel the impacts of Hurricane Milton throughout tonight. Conditions are getting worse across Central Florida, with a Category 3 hurricane set to make landfall on the Gulf Coast sometime tonight.
So we want to tell you, if you lose power, and many of you will, there are ways to watch our coverage and to know when situations like you've been watching for the last 4 hours are there and you're getting that street level tracking from our meteorologists. So download our free Hurricane Tracker app, the News 6 app to get breaking weather alerts and advisories. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos and the rest of our Pinpoint Weather team are updating these apps around the clock.
And no one is immune from this because Candace said that she already lost power at her home. And keep in mind this thing, at 4 o'clock, this hurricane was still 150 miles away from making landfall. And these are the things that we're already seeing right now.
Outer bands. We have more coverage of Hurricane Milton. We're going to do a little tour coming up just after this break.
Having a pinpoint accurate forecast is so vital. We use the most advanced tools to examine those changing forecasts. Our powerful pinpoint Doppler radar constantly sends us updated data that we analyze. We take all that and turn it into information that you can trust, drilling down to your neighborhood, minute by minute. So while the weather is unpredictable, we're not. That's why News 6 can say, pinpoint accurate.
When every minute matters, News 6 is getting you all the facts and every detail that matters to you. For breaking news turned to News 6.
In Florida, we trust our doctors, and doctors agree the state's abortion ban is dangerous. It puts women's lives at risk, threatening doctors with prison for treating your family. Vote yes to end the ban. Protect patients and doctors.
Insurance rates are soaring, families are struggling, and both parties are to blame. I'm Erica Booth. As a teacher, I solve problems every day. Let's solve this one. We need to create an insurance fraud task force to target abuse, give homeowners more affordable options, and sideline the lobbyists. Tom Keene, he joined the lobbyists and voted against reform. The problem is clear. The solution is to
Erica Booth for Florida House.
Another hurricane, more devastation, and Rick Scott is only making it worse. Scott took $3 million from insurance companies and let them raise rates and deny claims. He even voted against billions in disaster relief funds. I'm Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. Rick Scott sold us out, and now your property insurance bill is 4 times the national average. It has to stop. I approve this message because natural disasters are bad enough without Rick Scott making it worse.
Florida's abortion ban goes too far.
One of the most restrictive abortion bans in the country.
Officials say this could be life or death for some women.
A dangerous ban with no real exceptions, not even for rape. End the ban. Vote yes on 4.
My name is Lyris Garcia. I went into a pizzeria, and next thing I know, I'm on the ground. So I ended up going to the emergency room. The very next day, Morgan & Morgan took charge. They were able to get me exactly what I deserve and then some. It's about 100 times more than what they offered initially. It was a substantial amount. It was life-changing. Anybody I come across, I'll stop. Hey, do you need a lawyer? Call Morgan & Morgan. The choice is easy.
Injured? Call America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Welcome back, everyone. What an afternoon it has been as Hurricane Milton turns closer to Florida. Dozens of tornado warnings have been issued across the state. Our meteorologist said they tracked 23 in just 4 hours, including right here in Central Florida.
They were counting them up. And we're getting a look at some of the nasty weather that has rolled through Florida. We're going to show you from all over the place. This one is from Tim Barton. All right, take a look at these conditions showing some really intense winds and rain. This is on 192
it's
between
raining sideways.
Deer Park and Holopaw just before 4. They had a very interesting tornado warning in this area at the time, but you can see we have measured, our meteorologists have talked about winds reaching into the mid-60s, even the 70s at times, even with the eye of this storm hundreds of miles away from us right now. Let's take a look at some video sent to us from a viewer in Okeechobee. Now look at that nasty funnel cloud forming right out the driver's side door. We do know a tornado was confirmed in Okeechobee. One thing you'll notice from this video, and this has been the bright spot from a lot of this news, is a lot of this is very rural farmland. We haven't seen many of these tornadoes that have touched down encroach on big cities just yet, but that is the big worry with this storm.
The thing that they've been saying all day today, Matt, look at the size of that tornado.
Yeah.
That's not what you normally see here in Central Florida or in Florida in general. They're saying that this is the sort of tornadoes you've lived in places where, in the Midwest, this is what you see, the size and the scope of that. And while on the air, our CBS affiliate Wink TV down in Southwest Florida caught a possible tornado. This is what we call rain-wrapped, folks, and that is why it is so scary and why we tell you to not be outside during conditions like this. This is their tower cam looking at the Matlacha Bridge. This is in Lee County. You can barely see it, but they feel pretty confident they caught a tornado during their live coverage. And check this out. This is video of a home security camera of another possible tornado. Let's listen for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. This is also in the Fort Myers area of Southwest Florida. The homeowner says that he evacuated the area, but he was still checking his camera and saw this footage. And that's what a lot of you are doing. You left, thank goodness, to get to safety.
And you could see it right there.
Look at that. And just hearing it, too.
Yes. And there have been some crazy pictures of, yes, real deal Midwestern looking tornadoes out in Fort Myers. We've seen some clear ones on Twitter as well. Some new video showing some damage from that possible tornado in Fort Myers area. We're seeing lampposts, debris blocking the road. This is just a few miles from the Cape Coral Bridge, but this is one of the big worries for once this storm is over. How are you going to traverse these roads? Hopefully you're not going to. You can see off to the left side, I mean, hunks of roof. Look at that house right there. The roof is gone for part of it, and
God.
Like you can board up your windows, but you can't do anything about that roof when it goes flying off.
Yeah, and your heart just goes out to these people because they're just doing the best they can. And I honestly was surprised by the number of warnings we saw today ahead of this storm making landfall.
150 miles outside of that center.
I thought we would start seeing this later on after it got closer to where it's supposed to make landfall. But this is daylight, and it's great that it's daylight because we can see exactly what's going on, but it's still just heartbreaking to know that these people are going to have to clean up, and they're still facing more things to come.
I want to show you this one. This is Clewiston.
My gosh.
This might be the most impressive one.
That doesn't even look
Jonathan is, is going crazy over here next to me. Near Clewiston, this is Hendry County, about 60 miles east of Fort Myers, spotted crossing over State Road 80 down there. Jonathan, what is it about? This isn't the type of thing we see in Florida.
No, I mean, that's a straight up Oklahoma supercell thunderstorm right there. The tornado's clearly on the ground. The wall cloud, that's that kind of lighter gray that's just ahead of it. It's rotating around it. I mean, that is your plains, deep south tornado. I mean, it's wild.
I honestly can't remember the last time when we were looking at a signature on the radar and saying we could see the rear and the front flank traffic. I mean, there's
wasn't it also picking up a debris field?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And we don't normally get that, though, by the way, with tornadoes like
Usually
this.
we get the little ropey ones. This is a little more like, this is Broward County. It's seeing its share of tornado warnings today. Some drone footage shows what appears to be a tornado, or maybe you'd call it a water spout.
Yeah,
fortunately, it's not on land there. This is near Pembroke Pines. Just crazy video coming in from all across the state. These warnings all happening ahead of Hurricane Milton's landfall. Just its little tentacles brushing against us. Is it fair to say that as it gets closer, we're going to see more of this and maybe more intense? Is that possible?
I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking about that center core, that strong, damaging wind swath. So again, we're talking about those quick spin-ups along the squall lines. Now, mind you, last night probably around 5, 6 o'clock, we were picking up supercell signatures on some of our modeling, and there were some bright, Jonathan and I were looking at it, we're like, I don't remember the last time we saw signatures this bright on our local forecast zone here. So those supercells were really popping at around the time. So, I mean, our forecasts have been verifying, unfortunately, very, very well with a lot of those tornadoes, especially on that southeastern side where a lot of those supercell kind of signatures were already popping yesterday, forecasting for what was going to be today. So at the end of the day, we are still talking about the flooding threat. That is still a big threat.
The worst is yet to come.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe the tornado threat might go down a bit as we start getting more of those, the sustained winds and those wind gusts. But again, no matter how you slice it, we're still seeing threatening weather throughout the overnight hours.
I have a quick question, though, because watching from 1 o'clock to when you guys just went off the air, I've never heard our meteorologists use the word, this is a large tornado, as often as I heard you guys say it today. What is the difference maker, and why is it so large today as opposed to the ropey ones we normally get?
Yeah, so we were, last night, Candace and I were showing, we had that dip in the jet stream, that trough with that drier air behind it. I'll pull up the water vapor imagery a little bit later. I don't have it on the computer right now. But what is going to be happening with Milton over the next few hours? It's going to be going under this transition where it turns extratropical. Now that we're in October, we start to have the jet stream influence the motion. That's one of the reasons why we have this rare west-east movement. Now, what that dip in the jet stream's doing, it's adding a bunch of extra wind shear that we always have wind shear when you're talking about a hurricane, but you have that extra speed shear and directional shear from that dip in the jet stream that's kind of pulling Milton up towards Tampa. That's one of the other reasons why we didn't buy the southern trend in the models last night. So it's that combination of having that, what we call synoptic scale, upper trough, kind of adding that wind shear. So that is why we were...
Interesting.
To kind of compare, one of the storms that went from tropical to extratropical during landfall was Superstorm Sandy. So those are some of those iconic late season storms that we look at. And I feel like that's why a lot of the computer models, especially late last night, were not picking up all the extra stuff going around Milton, where some of these hurricane forecasts are so focused on the hurricane and don't look at everything else. So that's why we really do think that.
And are these on the ground longer too, it seems like?
Absolutely, yeah.
So we showed you guys some video from earlier. I'd like to show you a live picture now. This is where Eric Von Enken is set up. We're going to talk to him in a little bit, but I believe he's over there. He was in Sarasota last I checked. Okay, yeah, he's still in Sarasota, and you can see the kind of the movement. It's not as crazy as you might expect right now.
It's that.
Don't say
calm.
it. It's the calm before the storm.
Before the storm.
Yeah.
I knew.
Yeah.
You said don't say it, and then you said
Oh,
it.
but I know, because that's what it is.
She wanted to say it first.
That's right.
But that's what it is.
Yeah, so I mean, and that's the issue. You all of a sudden you get this calming. People might think, oh, maybe this is. Maybe it's going away
People
from
get
us.
lulled into a false sense of security with this.
That's exactly the case. All right, let's take it to the maps. We're going to kind of re-rack what you need to know when it comes to Hurricane Milton. Right now, it's still about 60 miles just offshore of southwest Florida. Winds right now at 120 miles per hour. That is making it still a Category 3 hurricane. And it looks like it's going to stay pretty much where intensity-wise it has been for the last hour or so, Category 3 hurricane. That is still a major hurricane. We don't want to say it's only a Category 3 storm. At the end of the day, we are talking about devastating storm surge for a big portion, especially right on the right side of this storm as it approaches. Yesterday, there was a lot of chatter, especially on social media, where there was all of a sudden this shift to the south. But now you can see that that was not an accurate model run. A lot of these model runs sometimes pick up erroneous, maybe wobbles, eye interactions, eye roll replacements. So as of now, we are looking at a pretty much guaranteed landfall between just south of Tampa and into Sarasota later on tonight as the sun goes down. Still a Category 1 storm as it seems to almost ride the I-4 corridor as we head into the overnight hours. Overnight hours, whether it's your cell phone, a NOAA radio, you probably heard it several times within the last couple of hours here, or making sure that maybe someone is staying awake throughout the overnight, maybe taking shifts, making sure somebody in your household is watching or listening to those alerts. That way you can be alerted in case you get a tornado warning, in case there is a flash flood warning, in case there is damaging wind that are tied to severe thunderstorm warnings. We will be sending out those notifications as well as, of course, through the NOAA radios and through your cell phones. So looking here at the radar right now, we have no This wall here is what we have no tornado warnings as of right now active here in Central Florida, but look at just how much rain is falling. Now, the one thing I really want to keep a close eye on is where the lightning is. These supercells that are out here just offshore are lighting up. So there's certainly a possibility that we could get some intense water spouts out over the Atlantic waters. But you can see when we talk about storms, the heavy tropical downpours within tropical systems, we normally don't get a lot of lightning, and we've been getting so much that really kind of bullseyes those stronger storms. Nonetheless, though, it doesn't have to be lightning and thundering for you to be dealing with some torrential downpours. And for that reason, we do have that flash flood warning in effect until 7 o'clock. This does include not only Orange County, areas of Brevard, areas of Seminole, Osceola County, and Brevard County until about 7 o'clock tonight. So just do be aware that that is still going to be a big concern, as we have already been seeing several inches of rain already falling at this hour. We're going to re-rack our model runs. We're going to continue to look at some of the current conditions that we are experiencing out there, giving you the eyes, the ears, and maybe even do a little tour with some of our reporters who are out there at this point in time. Stick around. Our extended newscast as we continue to track Hurricane Milton continues after a real short break.
No matter what's happening where you live, trust Sky 6 to get you the bigger picture. Exclusively sponsored by attorney Dan Newland. Storm coverage all at your fingertips wherever you are. Meteorologist Jonathan Kegis will live stream the latest updates and tracks as they happen. Watch live on our News 6 apps, YouTube, News 6 Plus, or clickorlando.com.
Red flags. We see them on bad plays, bad deals, and bad politicians. The red flags on Sarah Henry. Henry repeatedly attacks people of faith. Called the cross a symbol of discrimination. Called Christians white nationalists. Even opposed optional prayer at school football games. Sarah Henry, too hateful, too radical, too many red flags. But David Smith will solve problems, not start them. Veteran, leader, trusted. David Smith.
What does living a vibrant life mean to you? It's doing more things that make me happy. I'm thankful to have a Medicare Advantage plan that covers my dental care so I can keep on smiling through life's sweet moments.
Contact Care Plus to learn more. During COVID, working families struggled to get by, while Marcia Summersill cashed in. Summersill took thousands of taxpayer dollars, meant for working families, to bail out a company with just one employee. herself. Marsha Summersill takes from working families, but Doug Bankson fights for them. Bankson cut taxes over $1 billion, and he's taking on the insiders to lower rates. Doug Bankson, working families first.
2022. Michigan voters approve a sweeping abortion amendment. Now, the lawyers who wrote that amendment use it to sue their state, to force taxpayers to fund abortions. The same lawyers wrote Amendment 4. And if it passes, the same thing will happen in Florida. Lawsuits to force taxpayers to fund abortions. It happened in Michigan. It will happen in Florida. Prevent taxpayer-funded abortions. Vote no on Amendment 4.
In Florida, alcohol is available whenever and wherever, but casual marijuana users are treated like dangerous criminals. It's ridiculous. Marijuana is scientifically proven to be safer than alcohol. Amendment 3 would give adults the freedom to make their own choices, providing safe, lab-tested marijuana from a store, not the street, while generating billions for police and schools. Vote yes on Amendment 3. Let's give adults the freedom to make their own choices.
Amendment 3 could legalize recreational marijuana.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm getting ready to grow my weed. Amendment 3 is on the ballot, and oh my God, who are you?
I'm Big Weed. Actually, we wrote Amendment 3, so we're the only ones that can grow it.
So I can't grow...
Not even one plant.
So Amendment 3 is not about freedom. I vote no.
Big Weed, baby. We control everything.
Want News 6 straight to your inbox? Sign up for your favorite newsletter at clickorlando.com/newsletter. Sign up for In the Loop Theme Park Scoops, Setting the Stage, and Florida Foodie, just to name a few. Sponsored by the Florida Lottery.
Welcome back to our coverage as we track Hurricane Milton encroaching on Central Florida now, getting very close. Mayor Jerry Deming spoke in Orange County today, warning people living in Orange County that flooding could be a major issue. I'm told it's coming. Here comes Mayor Jerry Demings. Okay.
All right, we tried.
Clearly, yes, we gave it a shot. We even held out for as long as we could. We'll get you that video in a little bit of Orange County Mayor.
Okay, now we
have him.
There's a strong possibility of localized flooding, flash flood warnings, and even flash flood emergencies are possible beginning tonight. In addition to heavy rain in Orange County, we anticipate sustained tropical storm force winds at 45 to 65 miles per hour overnight, and we will likely see wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. That means that there's going to be some damage within our community. It means that we're likely going to have some localized flooding again. But we're prepared. We have done a lot of work with our Public Works Department to lower the water bodies throughout the county. We have pre-positioned pumping systems throughout the county to help us should we have additional localized flooding.
All right, we have much more straight ahead, including some more bells and whistles going off in the Weather Center.
Yes, we'll check back in with our meteorologists in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Stay connected through the storm. Follow News 6 on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
In Florida, we trust our doctors, and doctors agree the state's abortion ban is dangerous. It puts women's lives at risk, threatening doctors with prison for treating your family. Vote yes to end the ban. Protect patients and doctors.
Heart disease, diabetes, cancer. Kelly Deanna Miller's company claimed it could cure them with a fruit smoothie. In truth, Miller's company's been called a pyramid scheme that preys on desperate people. It's shady, it's creepy, and that's why it faced a class action lawsuit. Miller has
Good evening. It's Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos. We now have another tornado warning now in effect for areas of Brevard County. So we're going to zoom in here. It's a smaller zone. It's the same system that we were talking about. Tons of lightning right now being detected within it. But overall, this is going to be kind of that same zone. The again, tornado warning expires at 5:45 this evening. So we are still going to be about 15 minutes. This is going to be a little shorter lived tornado warning. So again, areas before we get into kind of the details and slicing this storm up, we have Cape Canaveral out through Rockledge as far as South as Vieira down through South Patrick Shores, Satellite Beach. This includes areas of Bonaventura through Cocoa Beach as well. So let's start talking about kind of what we're looking at right now. We kind of hopped on pretty quick, so we're going to be looking at the system together. Okay. Meteorologist Jonathan Kegas is standing by in the other computer, also looking at the different markers here when it comes to, oh, there it is. I'm going to put this into motion real quick, so just give me a moment. Last 30 minutes or so. So there's that. This is going to be the concern. Jonathan, I'm not sure if you're looking at this here, but I think at this point in time right now, it's basically a spin up that's happening out over the open waters, and they're thinking that it's actually going to hook back in to areas of Brevard County. So this does include areas of South Patrick Shores, Satellite Beach as well, Jonathan. I see that icon.
Exactly right, Candace. We'll take a look, a closer look here. There is the rotation. Again, one of those impressive couplets, as we call it, the red and the greens, butted up against each other. Here is South Patrick Shores. We have Cocoa Beach just up the way there. I'll zoom out to show you exactly, but that is the storm in question. We'll go back to the traditional radar and kind of show you what it's looking like there. And here is the iconic hook, kind of backwards like that, the backwards C look. And I'm going to turn the velocity back on, and we are going to circle that. And then I want to get a tracker as it moves up toward Rockledge and us in Cocoa Beach. So here we go with a timeline. South Cocoa Beach in about 5 to 10 minutes. Again, want to make sure you're in your safe place. Again, this is likely a water spout right now, and if it holds together, again, we'll be in South Patrick Shores in just minutes. Lotus in about 10 minutes. Cocoa Beach coming up in about 10 minutes. Georgiana in about 15 minutes. Bonaventure, 15 to 17 minutes. Rockwell in about 17 minutes as well. About 20 minutes in Angel City. Rockledge, we're coming up in about 20 to 25 minutes. And then Indianola in about 25 to 30 minutes. So anybody that's included in that warning or just heard your town, want to make sure that you are in your safe place very quickly here, as the storm itself is getting very close, at least.
It's starting to really kind of cut in to areas. So as of right now, it looks like it might be more of a South Patrick Shores, kind of zooming in here. This is kind of Lotus areas south of Cocoa Beach, down through South Cocoa Beach. This is kind of the zone where it looks like it could be hooking back around. And like Jonathan just mentioned, this certainly is a water spout out there. Just before we went to break, we talked about all that lightning that was clustered out over the open waters and how strong that was. But the reason why we're putting it into motion is because you see the little red and green. It's starting to zip from the north, and now it's starting to cut into areas of Brevard County. So we're talking about the barrier islands between South Cocoa Beach, South Patrick Shores, really that main zone that we are expecting that if there is actual rotation down to the water, not to the ground just yet, it could potentially go from water spout to tornado at this point in time, again, between South Patrick Shores within the next 10 to 15 minutes and Cocoa Beach. A lot of rain also embedded within it, so it's not even, wouldn't be surprised if you don't even see that water spout out there right now, just because of how much rain is basically covering up a lot of this kind of tornado, or at least this water spout currently just offshore there in Brevard County. There's a live look right now from our Cape Canaveral camera. You can see that even if there was a tornado, let's just say, just beyond Exploration Tower, you wouldn't even be able to see it clearly because of how much rain right now is dumping over parts of Brevard County.
We're not in a tornado warning right now, but we also have a couple of confirmed tornadoes riding up the coast. This was an indication that we had a strong indication yesterday when we were looking at some of the data as to where things were going to set up, and that's going to be, here's us in Mico. You see the purple blinking boxes. That's going to be just south of Brevard County, including Sebastian. these are going to be riding up. There's also, here's the cell in question again, just getting closer to Satellite Beach as Candace was just showing you. Here's another one right out there, that little speck, that green and red, and then there's another one behind it. And the radar can only see it about 125 miles out. So we have two other very impressive couplets, if you will, that tornado vortex signature coming in on shore. So this is likely the start of round 2 of a pretty busy part, now transitioning to the coast as we move forward over the next couple of hours, Candace.
And kind of that's the reason why we are seeing the setup the way it is, where it kind of bends into it and pushes a little further inland. So right now, if you're watching us from Rockledge, Pineda, South Patrick Shores, areas of South Cocoa Beach, this is the time that I need you to kind of get into your place, your safest room, the most interior room of your home, the room with the least amount of windows, as we're going to continue to see this spin here, this couplet that we are watching potentially move in towards the Barrier Islands, again, south of Cocoa Beach into South Patrick Shores. This is along A1A. A big portion of this area right now is covered up in a lot of rain. So pushing into areas of Pineda, into areas of Footman as well. So this whole area here, even as far inland as Vieira, as there will be that potential with these fast-moving cells that it could actually hold on to some sort of rotation. It's starting to broaden out a little bit within the last couple of frames there, Jonathan.
Yeah, well, hopefully that's going to be the trend going forward as it comes on shore. There it is right there. Here is the shoreline just through South Patrick Shores. That is going to be, if there is something, and we do think there's a pretty good shot that there's a water spout right now, that is just a few minutes away from coming in about right there. So give another 2 to 3 minutes, and we're going to see the most dangerous part of that storm that's just been highlighted and just been warned for. The National Weather Service, this was a short-fused tornado warning. So this is what your more typical tornadoes are when you're talking about the tropical system tornadoes. We had the bigger ones coming up inland on some of those outer bands. These are more of the feeder bands now coming into Milton, and that's why we're seeing them come off of the shore. So this is what you would typically see, again, those short-lived warnings. We do have some of the stronger signatures with confirmed tornadoes just south of Brevard County towards Indian River Shores, St. Lucie, Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie, and even further back down south closer to Jupiter as well. There are 3 tornado warnings with confirmed tornadoes on them. Again, these are all kind of riding parallel just on or just off the shoreline here of the east coast of Florida. So again, something that we're going to watch closely as these bands start to ride closer to us in Brevard and then later on tonight into Volusia, Candace.
And Samara Kukinas is also standing by, watching those chats pretty closely. Any information so far?
Absolutely. So in this tornado warned area, Candace, we have basically a storm that is moving northwest at 40 miles per hour. It's a very fast clip at this point. So this tornado warning goes until 5:40 this evening, and it includes cities like Rockledge, Cocoa Beach, Satellite Beach, already rolling through or near that area. Cocoa and Vieira, you can expect it around your area around 5:40, so within the next 5 minutes. But keep in mind, this is a highly populated area. Within all of these cities, roughly between about 50 to 80,000 people reside there. So this is the reason why we're really focusing in on this area. Not the entire population is going to be populated, but enough people are definitely in the line. So also around the Space Coast Stadium area, you need to be in your shelter area, or at least be able to get to it very quickly. So again, this is a very an area with that broad rotation like they were mentioned, but again, it's moving at such a fast pace. We're talking 40 miles per hour. We're looking at I-95 southbound in Rockledge right now, and it is likely to be very rain-wrapped, which means it is very difficult to see these. We don't want you to go to the window to see these. We need you to stay in the most innermost room of your home, with, away from those windows, be able to shelter in place immediately, and just kind of ride this out at this point. And of course, keep us on your live stream. We'll have all those alerts. Keep your alerts enabled as we head into the next several hours of coverage, because there are going to be alerts specifically driven for you on that app that will alert you immediately, especially if you are sleeping. But for now, I mean, you can see, this is just dumping heavy rain. It's going to be very difficult to see this. This is not going to be a clear picture like some of those bigger tornadoes that we've been seeing coming out of South Florida, Candace.
Yeah, and Samara, Brevard County does not have any mandatory evacuations, by the way. I know a lot of people are kind of heading off the barrier islands just because that's what they always tend to do during tropical events, especially something like Milton. So I do expect that there's still a lot of people here versus in Volusia County where there are those voluntary evacuation orders in place. That's not the case in Brevard County. Now, Brevard County, by the way, this is going to be just kind of the start. There will be a concern for you guys, especially late tonight, early tomorrow morning, as that center of Milton crosses over the state and kind of exiting into the Atlantic, still possibly as a Category 1 storm as we head into the afternoon, early afternoon tomorrow. So again, this is going to be a 1-2 punch. Right now, it's more of a tornado concern. We're going to switch to flooding, then damaging winds, and then storm surge. So it's going to be kind of this timeline that we've been talking about, and all those threats being kind of the big concern. This is a live look right now. This is the Port Canaveral camera. Just a few seconds ago, we could see Exploration Tower in the distance. Now it's very hard to make it out. You can see obviously the palm fronds there, quick, really blowing in the wind. So once again, we are watching this tornado warning. It is in effect until 5:45? Yes, 5:45 here in Brevard County. Thank you. And then as we continue to look at the velocity markers, it's starting to widen out. So that's certainly some good news. It was very, very tightly wound up right when we joined you here just a few moments ago. So let me just show you the last 15 minutes. You can see how quickly it came out and how it has kind of expanded and kind of opened up just a little bit. So we're looking more of a broader low, a broader area of spin right now, pushing into areas as far. Let's start zooming in here. Kind of, this is obviously A1L, South Highway. A1A, South Cocoa Beach area. This is kind of where that broad rotation is starting to move. So it certainly had the ability to be a water spout within the last 15-20 minutes, but since seems like a lot of that kind of more the stronger signatures are really not being picked up as of now. So again, that is certainly some good news. But as we've learned within the last couple of hours, just because we have kind of it broadening out, that doesn't mean that it's completely out of the picture. We still have about 5-6 more minutes left within this warned area. Once again, we are still talking about just an immense amount of rain right now falling, which is why, again, a big portion of Central Florida, by the way, is still under an aerial flood warning. And Jonathan, I'm not sure, I know that you have that chat going on, so if there's any other questions, you know, we try to make this as interactive as possible, because I know there's a lot of people at home might be asking questions, might be wondering some things about some of these tornado warnings. Yeah, and I mean, the good news is just like you were saying, that it broadened out. That's one of the reasons why it was one of the short-fused tornado warnings. This will likely be allowed to expire in the next 5 minutes. It goes until 5:45. Still watching these guys out here east of Satellite Beach, out over the Atlantic Ocean. The couplet is tight. The tornado vortex signature is going to be there. And then these ones, the bigger ones that we've been dealing with all afternoon, we have 3 of them lined up in a row just south of Brevard County. So we're going to watch to see if they hold together as well. That's what the purple blinking polygons on your screen are. So 3 confirmed tornadoes all in a row here, right around Vero Beach, just north of Port St. Lucie, and then closer to Stewart. That's where we have a couple of those bigger ones again that we were dealing with. The good news is that, relatively speaking anyway, once this band kind of gets on up and out of here, we should really start to ramp down that tornado threat. We have that drier air kind of cutting back. We were talking about that earlier when Ginger was asking about why such big tornadoes. Notice how here's the eye as we look out of the Tampa radar. It's sucking in a bunch of dry air on the back end. That's the upper level trough. So it's becoming less hurricaney in terms of its meteorological structure. The impacts are going to be the same. This was all expected, but as that drier air punches in, it's going to help to push all this stuff back out to the Atlantic. And then the heaviest rain for the rest of the evening is going to push itself towards northwest of I-4. That's what we were talking about, those impacts with the heaviest rain falling north of Orlando and the bigger flood threat coming later tonight. And then, of course, we get those widespread winds to push back in, the hurricane force gusts potentially coming back in
after Milton makes landfall tonight. So this has been kind of that fourfold threat with the tornadoes, the flood threat, and then we're going to get those straight line wind really starting to ramp up as we move into tonight. But another close look here, Rockledge. Again, we are taking it on the chin with the very, very heavy rain coming down. We can look in here again to estimate some of these winds. And there you see it there, almost a hurricane force right there coming in from the east. Now, we actually had a question, why are the winds coming in from the east in Brevard County when Milton's to the west? It's a good question. Again, it's counterclockwise flow here, so that's why we're seeing it. So when we have Milton way out here, we'll go back to the Tampa radar, and I'll get my telestrator back out. There's the center of low pressure with Milton, and we have counterclockwise wind flow around. We have it like that, and then back in through. So right now, it is onshore flow coming into Brevard. The wind direction will shift a little bit after it slides just to the north of us. So that is why we have that, and that's why we're seeing some of those feeder bands starting to work back onshore. Candace.
And at the end of the day, right now, when it comes to storm surge, Brevard County is probably going to see the worst of it right now because of where the winds are actually whipping you guys along the coastline. But as the system actually emerges out into the Atlantic, more of that onshore flow is going to be more for Volusia and Flagler County, which is why both of those counties do have a storm surge warning in effect, especially towards the latter part of this overall tropical event. Jonathan just mentioned how much rain has been falling. We do have an aerial flood advisory, by the way. I do want to mention that real quick. We do have an aerial flood advisory for a big portion everywhere, highlighted here in green, until later on this afternoon, until this evening, I should say. But look how much rain. This is within the last 6 hours. Some areas in Osceola County have already racked up almost 5 inches of rainfall. Areas in and around downtown Orlando and areas just to the east there, picking up already 2 to 3 inches. So again, the bulk of the rain you can see is still all out towards our south and west. This also has to get into Central Florida. A lot of our modeling did show this, showed that big whip in the winds early in the afternoon by 2, 3 o'clock. Hence why we were stressing for you to get to your safe place by about lunch, about 12, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And then now the concern is going to be the heavy rain, the inundation of rounds of rain as Milton continues to close in on landfall. Then the threat then shifts towards that swath of damaging winds as we get that real core slicing through Central Florida. So again, there's going to be, this is kind of a layered process, right? So as of right now, as Jonathan was mentioning, there is going to be that potential that we can maybe back off a little bit of these severe tornadic concern as this big swath here, this kind of feeder band is going to not only just ride, it's not really riding this way, it's more riding out and around. So hopefully that gives us a kind of a small, a little bit of a lull in some of that activity. So let me kind of show you what we're talking about here. You see how it's starting to kind of widen out as the entire system pretty much makes that big spin in the atmosphere. So again, the bulk of the lightning is still out to sea. Now, just like what we were dealing with right now in areas of Brevard County, which, by the way, that tornado warning as of right now, let me make sure that they haven't taken that off just yet. We still probably have a couple more seconds here. I don't see why they would actually extend this. I would be surprised if they do, but you know, you never know. At the end of the day, we're going to continue to watch the potential for some of those heavier rain bands, all that lightning that we are continuing to kind of see out there. Is that red flag that we are seeing some of those stronger storms kind of embedded within some of these squall lines. So, okay, it looks like they have expired it. All right, so as of right now, nothing confirmed, all Doppler indicated. We saw it on the Doppler. We saw that gate-to-gate kind of rotation going on out to sea, nothing really pushing on land. So as of now, that, my friends, is a typical tornado warning during tropical weather. That signature was very strong, but as of right now, we are going to toss it back to you guys until we get anything else that we need to come back to.
Crazy what a wild day it is across Florida, because I grew up in West Palm Beach area and Wellington, and my friend lives across the street. The house I grew up in just had the roof torn off by a tornado.
That is sad.
So
I'm really
crazy.
Sorry to hear that. Yeah, so, but there's so much happening.
How widespread.
And this is just the beginning of it, because think about what yesterday looked like.
Yes.
And here we are today, and we're not even in the thick of it yet.
No, it hasn't even really gotten here. Another tornado warning. It has been very busy. I'm sure there are more to come.
Yeah, as we feel the impacts of Hurricane Milton throughout tonight. Conditions are getting worse across Central Florida by the minute as we take a live look across Central Florida right now.
And now is a really good time to download that free Hurricane Tracker app. If you get a chance to do that, it's got breaking weather alerts, advisories, very important on a day like today. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos and the rest of our Pinpoint team are updating these apps around the clock. Just search WKMG in your app store. More coverage on Hurricane Milton after the break.
Easier for you. You know, the can't miss, keeps you in the loop kind of news. Oh, and weather info that keeps your family safe. You're busy, we know, but now News 6 is streaming. Download the News 6 app and start streaming now.
Using marijuana doesn't make you a bad person. And it's time we stop ruining lives over it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. With more funding for law enforcement to crack down on the real criminal, it's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Get the facts at yeson3.com.
Red flags. We see them on bad plays, bad deals, and bad politicians. The red flags on Sarah Henry. Henry repeatedly attacks people of faith, called the cross a symbol of discrimination, called Christians white nationalists, even opposed optional prayer at school football games. Sarah Henry, too hateful, too radical, too many red flags. But David Smith will solve problems, not start them. Veteran, leader, trusted. David Smith.
Maria Reveles loves taxes. Taxes on income, taxes on marriage, even taxes on death. The only thing Reveles doesn't love about taxes? Paying them. Reveles failed to pay Florida taxes, New York taxes, income taxes, property taxes, even HOA fees. And while courts were ordering her to pay up, Reveles kept buying more. Luxury handbags, luxury vacations. Maria Reveles. She dodged her taxes, and she'll raise yours.
In this moment, everything changed. Every choice now impacts a child's future. Research has proven that smoking weed while pregnant can hurt babies. Cannabis passes through the placenta, leading to brain development issues, anxiety, poor academic performance, and physical problems at birth. Any use of THC while breastfeeding is also dangerous for babies. Your child or grandchild's future starts now. Don't put it at risk. Say no to marijuana while pregnant.
Heart disease, diabetes, cancer. Kelly Deanna Miller's company claimed it could cure them with a fruit smoothie. In truth, Miller's company's been called a pyramid scheme that preys on desperate people. It's shady, it's creepy, and that's why it faced a class action lawsuit. Miller has twice been sued for defrauding creditors and even lied under oath about her personal assets. You wouldn't buy Kelly Deanna Miller's snake oil. Don't vote for it.
I was involved in a bad wreck. I called attorney Dan Newland. His team delivered big. They got me $700,000.
Car accident? Call me now at 407-888-8000.
Thank you, Dan, for winning my case.
Don't miss your favorite News 6 podcast, Florida Fourth Estate, Riff on This, Florida Foodie, and Real Talk Wheel Solutions. Listen when you want on clickorlando.com or download News 6 Plus to your smart TV to start listening now. Sponsored by Lexus of Orlando.
Hurricane Milton is set to make landfall along Florida's Gulf Coast. It is 60 miles from Sarasota right now.
And that is where we have News 6's Eric Von Enken. He is live in Sarasota. So, Eric, knowing that it's so close, well, I was going to ask you how things are looking there, but then we brought your picture up. My goodness.
It's fine. No, look, hold on a second. I'm hearing myself, guys. So, if that is 60 miles down that way, it's hard to believe that the storm is just off of our coast here in Sarasota County in southwest Florida. So, behind me, guys, is the Sarasota Bay. And so, remember yesterday those pictures we were bringing you from the Barrier Islands? You can't even see them. Well, okay, barely behind me. They're about a mile or so away from where we're standing, but there is a direct inlet or outlet to the Gulf of Mexico. So again, if the storm is pushing in there, the big concern tonight here on the southwest coast of Florida is that the storm surge just blows in here from the Gulf. So certainly that means all of the Barrier Islands are going to be underwater, especially if the number verifies that we keep hearing, which is some 15 feet possibly of water. Water coming up here 15 feet. Jeff has a roof over his head. It's got to be 12 feet or so. So higher than this here. And, you know, the people on the Barrier Island are likely expecting that their houses are going to get filled with water a second time in 2 weeks. But I think what I'm hearing from so many people is that if it happens here, that will be a total shock to the system, because again, the word here is that this hasn't happened here in Sarasota County in some 100 years. Helene, it's fixed. Thank you, Jeff. So Helene brought anywhere from 6 to 8 feet of storm surge, more or less up and down this coast, and it just made it over the roadway here in downtown Sarasota. Sounds like, guys, we got a tornado warning. Let me send it back to you. That's more important.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Eric. We're going to check back with you in a little bit. But meanwhile, meteorologist Jonathan Kegas joins us now to talk about our latest warning. Jonathan, where is it?
Yeah, this is going to be back in Brevard County again. Same kind of area we were watching, just north of Rockledge now. We'll get you closer in. This is going to include Rockledge, Port St. John, Cape Canaveral. This is going to go until 6:15 tonight. We will bring up the radar and show you again.
Guys.
There we go. Merritt Island, Port St. John, Cape Canaveral, Rockledge. You see the blinking red light there. Polygon, that's where we have it at this time, and this is the reason why. So we're going to take you closer in. The circulation is right off of Cocoa Beach. So again, if you're North Atlantic Avenue, these were the ones we were watching that were coming in just offshore. Want to get into your safe place. It's certainly a very, relatively speaking, impressive couplet here. So we're likely seeing this just come on shore right now toward North Atlantic Avenue, Bimini Road, Bahama Boulevard, Antigua Drive, Esther Drive, Holiday Lane, Bali Road, Nassau Road, Capri Road, Carousel Drive, Cypress Drive, Formosa Drive. Again, make sure you're in your safe place at this time. As we watch this come through parts of eastern Brevard County, right on the coast here, this is going to be an early heads up for Angel City if it's going to hold together, and then downtown Cocoa and Rockledge. Again, this is the cell and concern that we're tracking, and then it's going to extend this way. So, and again, in about 5, maybe 10 minutes, we're going to be talking about this possible tornado coming into Cocoa, coming into Rockledge. And again, that is a decently tight couplet, as we call it, tornado vortex signature there. And that is the reason why the National Weather Service went ahead and issued that severe that tornado warning. Looking at a different perspective again, to get the wind direction, we have potentially 82-mile-per-hour wind gust surging in on the coast. Here is a different look. There is the hook that we've been seeing all afternoon. We've been dealing with these tornadoes, and again, these ones are going to be a little bit different. That one still looks like one of the bigger ones. Again, we still are watching these cells that have been south of Mico, but the one of most immediate concern right now is going to be hanging around Port St. John, at least just to the east. We are included in that tornado warning. Cocoa and Rockledge, and again, it's just offshore, ready to come on just to the north of Cocoa Beach. A1A area, North Atlantic Avenue, West Cocoa Beach, the Causeway. That is where we are watching to see the biggest impact with this potential system. We'll turn this on again, and this kind of takes all the noise of those red and greens out. And you can clearly see here, there we are with the computer picking up the extreme shear, so kind of maxing out the scale. So again, this is something you certainly want to take seriously if you're on the Barrier Island here in Cocoa Beach, North Atlantic Avenue. Again, we keep on talking about you guys into South Banana River Boulevard, Fisher Drive, St. Croix Avenue, Andros Avenue, Bahama Boulevard. Again, this is going to get into, this is going to cross you guys and be in and out very, very quickly as this is moving through. But again, you can see that big yellow, that big yellow ball there, that is the computer, again, kind of taking the noise out of those reds and greens that I was just showing you and kind of simplifying it for us and making it easier to show you guys kind of what we're dealing with. Here is some of that raw data, again, that we can get back in here and identify, and we'll wait to see. This is kind of we'll get a new update from the radar scan about every 5 minutes, so this should update shortly. But there we go with that actual cell. Here we go with this, with the hook again, just looking. And again, this looks to be like it could be the beginning of one of those. And the Weather Service this is a kind of a longer one. The last warning was about 15 minutes. This is more like 25 minutes. So I believe they are thinking the same thing as well. As we are watching this slide on shore, wind shear again, looking extremely impressive as we are continuing to watch this. And I don't know if Candace has been... All right, there we go. So there's some of the debris starting to show up. So this might be some of the water that it's kind of shooting up. Again, it's a water spout right now. And the debris, it can see debris as leaves, twigs, branches. Unfortunately, what we saw before was some of these going through neighborhoods. There we go with the radar picture. So the worst of this now is going to be right in through here with the roads that we were just talking about and the streets.
It's just pushing on shore.
That we were just, yes, just passing on shore. It does look like it kind of weakened considerably as well, Candace.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've just been kind of back here, kind of figuring out some of that. So there is Cape Canaveral. There's our live look, Jonathan. I mean, at the end of the day, this was the same kind of zone that we were also talking about for that potential of those spin ups kind of coming right back around to the coastline. So this is going to be our main focus, though, for the next hour or so. So some areas, this is North Atlantic Avenue. So these are kind of the main zones that we're looking at here through Flagler Lane, down through Surf Drive. This is basically kind of the reds and the yellows just indicating, like what we talked about, that the debris kind of signature there. Most of it might just be kind of more rain just because of kind of where it originated from, more of a water spout turned tornado, but this certainly showing a lot more of a signature than the last one, kind of in that same zone of what could have been, again, that water spout to tornado, kind of that transition when it hops on land. But again, we have a lot of these neighborhoods right here, right along the Barrier Islands, here just north of Cocoa Beach. There's the Cocoa Beach Pier, and then all the way up north. So again, this is kind of the main zone that we're looking at. Just a few runs ago, the shear was almost on the extreme side. So you can see where that shearing is actually kind of showing right here, kind of that higher level of the extreme. Extreme to strong. So again, there is still plenty of shear that a tornado needs for it to continue on. It also has it has that spin. We had a lot of that kind of spin correlation going on. So if we look here at the velocity.
Bring up that Port Canaveral cam again. We're getting some pretty strong wind gusts coming through the whole Port Canaveral area, through Central Brevard, where we do have that tornado warning.
Yeah, where we could see the exploration tower at one point, and then we couldn't see the exploration tower a second ago. So again, this is kind of the zone now. This is a barrier island, so it's an interesting one. It goes from more waterspout, possible tornado, back to waterspout, depending on kind of its placement when it comes to kind of the waterways there, possibly skipping into the water there into Angel City over the next couple of minutes. But again, that tornado warning is still in effect. So if producers have the ability to maybe get that camera back up from Port Canaveral. So again, we were talking about this severe this tornado warning, again, in effect until 6:15. There it is, Jonathan.
Yeah, and it looks like we have some radar estimates coming in at about 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts coming in right on the shore, closer to Port Canaveral. Right now. So again, even before the 67 there popping up and just doing some estimating there on the radar, and it looks like we're doing 60 to 70, so already nearing hurricane force. And again, we're not even into the worst of the widespread damaging wind gusts in the center of Milton later on tonight and early tomorrow. Could pass right on through these areas. And again, so we're talking about still some big time winds yet to come.
Right. So, I mean, at the end of the day, where the storm surge threat might not be the highest for you guys in Brevard County, that core that will be crossing over parts of Brevard County later on tonight and early tomorrow morning certainly will be a big concern. But as of right now, this is the zone that we're talking about here until 6:15, as Jonathan just mentioned. This does go a little longer than the last warned area, which was kind of in that same zone. Could be just because how much shear and that debris. We have a lot more signatures with this one versus the other one. So the other one looked a little more of a traditional tropical tornado where we could see those quick spin ups, and then the moment they start approaching the coastline, they kind of fall apart and they broaden out. But that is certainly not the case here, because there's a obvious spin right here. Now starting to go right along the right there, that's Cocoa Beach Causeway. So that's right there along the main bridge. As of now, I also need to mention that Brevard did not have any evacuation orders as of last check. I might be wrong, but my family lives out there. I know that there was no evacuation orders leading up to this storm, especially along the barrier islands as well. So, of course, something that we're going to be watching, and how it starts interacting when it comes to going back into the waters there. Could it kind of flip-flop between tornado water spout a couple times? We'll have to wait and see, but it's really the signature is really it's still there, Jonathan.
That's right. Yeah, we have our little computer set up here. We're pulling in some comments from our YouTube stream and on clickorlando.com. So we have the whole setup here so that we can answer some questions that you may have on air. So if you're also watching this on TV, you can dial up our YouTube stream and then get into the comments right now, as well as we're kind of doing some tracking. So that's why there's this cart in the middle of your screen here, so we can control some of all the interactivity and have the conversation with you guys as we track all of the tornadoes that are unfortunately being spawned by Milton and Candace. Look at this. We have another giant supercell just offshore, getting ready to slide into Canaveral. That's going to be a nasty one. Again, there's definitely a water spot. I can almost guarantee you that was going to continue to live through. So we're talking about something likely getting close to Kennedy Space Center property, maybe Port Canaveral, in that area over the next.
There's tons of shear with that one.
It's crazy. Yeah, that one's going to be a strong one.
A lot of lightning right now being picked up all around it. So again, those are kind of the things that we have to look through when we talk about kind of the way that the atmosphere kind of stacked up within that cell. We've got the lightning strikes showing that instability is building. We got that wind shear, a lot of it, very strong wind shear. Still at this point in time in the warned area, still until 6:15, we're still talking about there is still a couple of zones here with the extreme wind shear, allowing for that that vorticity to really reach down to the surface. So right now, if we are talking about a tornado actually on the ground or on the water, depending on how you look at it, we are watching it for right along Cocoa Beach Causeway, just north of Angel City. You can see right now it's kind of crossing over the barrier islands. This is the 520, and you can see there in Brevard County where it will be continuing to kind of wrap around. But you still see there's the next radar run. We're starting to broaden it out a little bit. Not enough to drop this warning just yet. But again, like Jonathan was mentioning, look at the rotation here, the one that he was just highlighting. That's a big one. So let's kind of put this into motion and see kind of what the overall trend is. Just go to the last 15 minutes. These things are racing. So right now, it still looks like it's still taking more of a north kind of westerly trajectory, but that certainly can wrap around pretty quick, which is why, again, KSC, that's certainly a possibility there, Jonathan, through Wilson. This is another view. We turned the camera a little bit out towards the open waters there. We have there at Cape Canaveral, our Launch Credit Union camera. Still got those palm fronds, though, really blowing in the wind. And you were saying last check, Jonathan, some of the storm winds there were picking up about, what, 75?
65 miles an hour. Yeah, just getting close to hurricane force. So yeah, already rocking there. It would be a nice thing if these things just miss land. There are the two big ones out at sea right now. There, as Candace mentioned, they're moving north-northwest. The good news is that once they get on land, they are not holding together for a very long time.
Unlike the ones from Osceola County,
yeah,
in Okeechobee, yeah.
So a little bit different. So we really just need to be on guard right along the coast. So if you're watching just right along the Space Coast, anywhere from Cocoa Beach, even closer to Titusville, I think that's where we're going to be under the gun for tornadoes over the next hour or so as we watch some of these outer bands come through. Let me zoom this out and we're going to take a look at the radar, and you see all of this mess really just kind of riding the coast. Where you see the purple there, those were confirmed tornadoes, but all of these likely have tornadoes just out to sea too. So there's a lot of different things going on here. And again, they're going to parallel the coast. So it's obviously our hope that most of that rotation, most of the likely water spouts are going to stay just out to sea so that they don't come on and cause any damage. But again, I'm cautiously optimistic that as they do come on shore, they weaken quickly. Still though, if you're right along the coast, right along the beach, that is where we're going to start to have some problems. Again, as they weaken, they're still going to do some damage. We're obviously watching that super closely here. Let me get back to the still image, turn the loop off, and just see what is going on here. We're going to clean out everything. There's still a little bit of shear here that's now kind of lifted up in between Cocoa Beach and Rockledge, just to the west of Cape Canaveral, just to the west of Port Canaveral. We can keep an eye on that Port Canaveral cam and kind of turn it inland. This is almost going to cross Sea Ray Drive right now. So this is going to be close to the port where our camera is. So again, if we can work on turning that back inland a little bit, kind of closer to the observation tower, we might be able to see if there's something going on, if we still have some kind of circulation out there, because it is getting very close to the camera. Our camera is about right here where X marks the spot, and the rotation is just down the road here. So, I mean, we're talking about this being very close. Don't know if we have that. I can try to pull it up.
I'm doing the same thing. Is our Canaveral?
Try to see, yeah. Okay, so here we go. They're working on spinning it around, and you really can't see much. We're now looking further back up the way as well. Let me get back to the radar now and just see where it is pointed. Okay, so we were kind of looking, the camera is about here, give or take. We were looking up the channel. So, I mean, it is very
Pretty
close.
much in that zone, yeah.
If we can pull up that double box, please, with the camera in there. I mean, if there's a tornado that's going to be in progress here, it's the camera's looking at the storm in question here. The rotation certainly not as impressive as Candace was talking about. Nonetheless, it's enough that it could drop something. It's really hard to tell. I mean, we've been talking about it all day, that a lot of these are rain wrapped, unlike the ones we saw from Okeechobee and Osceola earlier. But this one's shrouded in rain. Just trying to see if I can see anything in there.
No, not much. There is still certainly a lot of shear just offshore, though. That's something that we're also going to be watching. A lot of velocity still out there.
Yeah, and it is really strong on the western side of this. So look at that. I mean, it's picking up wind gusts of 73 to 81 miles per hour inbound. Again, we're talking about the wind speeds here, the different greens and reds. Again, you don't want it to look like Christmas on the map. And we are losing a little bit of the red here going outbound. That's the wind coming toward the radar. Again, you see the radar sweep going around, and that's where we have the winds going toward the radar, and we have the little bit of rotation. Again, just down the road from our camera, we haven't been able to really see anything, thankfully. When I look at it from the velocity perspective, it's a little more on the broad side, but still certainly rotating on a broader scale, Candace. And look at this thing here.
I know, that's the one I've been actually watching.
Let's put that into motion. Hopefully that is going to stay offshore. It looks like we might get lucky, and we're going to keep that thing out at sea. We'll see. It's kind of doing a little snake thing going up and down, but it's that right here. That's where there's something touching the water out there. I would almost guarantee that is a water spout, big one.
That's a live look there in Rockledge, Jonathan.
Say that one more time. Sorry, Candace.
That's Rockledge there, where we're taking a live look right now. I-95 southbound.
Gotcha. So let's get back to the actual radar and just see what Rockledge is looking like. And it looks like the worst is going to be over, at least in this particular cell or this particular tornado warning situation. For Rockledge, for Cocoa, this is kind of moving up the coast a little bit now in between Port Canaveral and Port St. John as it continues to lift to the north.
Yeah. And then, of course, with the one cell that we're looking a little further out to sea, still has a lot of that high wind shear, but still at this point in time, it looks like some of that wraparound, like you said, hopefully will stay out to sea and not be the big concern. But again, as of right now, the same area that we are watching, we are still holding on to this tornado warning and for another 5 more minutes. This will expire at 6:15, but it has traveled quite a bit for a water spout tornado landfall combination here. Normally these don't last very long. We've tracked many tropical systems that bring in those squall lines out from the Atlantic, and they normally kind of fizzle out the moment they make landfall or the moment they make touch land, like we just did with the previous tornado warning. This one, though, seems to be on a little more of a different level, more of those levels of instability and shear that we had with the Okeechobee and the Osceola County kind of overall track there. But again, as of right now, this tornado warning has still about 4 more minutes left on the clock here.
And I would imagine that they're going to let that expire right on schedule, and it certainly looks a little better. Again, not the best, but it looks certainly better than.
There's still a little too much rotation for us, but at the end of the day, not as bad, right?
Yeah. And you see it kind of fizzling out as it moves off to the north and west. Just kind of getting close to Cocoa. There it is there, and then it kind of broadens out, and that's where we stand right there, almost where that mouse marker is that I left on the computer. You see it again, bright, bright, bright. It gets lower and lower and lower, and then kind of hopefully it falls apart by the time it completely gets to Cocoa there.
Ooh, where's this? This live look west of Port Canaveral.
And look at the camera go. You see the sheets of rain coming down. State Road 405 and 407. So yeah, I mean, it is coming down, and this is why, again, Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos said everyone just should be ready to hang out by noon today. And then just like clockwork, these supercells started popping up in the heavy rain. Still not too bad in Palm Coast, although again, we do have those flash flood warnings and stuff, but it is going to get a little bit worse, and that flood threat going to expand greater tonight north of Orlando. Let's see here, just looking at some of the comments on the YouTube stream.
And right now, by the way, Jonathan, we are clocking winds gusts right now in Mico at 50 miles per hour, 37 in Cocoa Beach. Titusville right now clocking a wind gust of 47 miles per hour. So, and that's just at our reporting sites. This is not even embedded within some of these stronger cells. But certainly the concern is out there that we are seeing that wind field expand. It's something that we've been talking about possibly happening over the last couple of days, especially as Milton continues its approach towards landfall. The winds are really going to continue to kind of take over most of Central Florida.
Absolutely, and yeah, that shear continues to broaden out. The rotation continues to broaden out. And now you see this little
icon
cylinder, pop up. That means that the computer is seeing the shear. Of course, we've been talking about that one. Here is the tip of the Cape, and it is continuing to move on that direction. So still cautiously optimistic that we keep that really nasty one off of our coast. There's another one out here. You see these arrows. That's where the computer again latches on to the worst of the storm so that we can kind of show you. And then it slides up to the north again. So these are rolling and making their way offshore. That's just how we like it. Again, if we're going to be in a situation like this, we want to keep these things. But look at how intense. Look at all of those just out to sea, off of Palm Bay, off of Satellite Beach. Again, all the cylinders starting to pop back up. But again, at this point anyway, those ones don't have any kind of threat to work their way onto shore. Again, we're going to watch to see if they kind of curl around further up the coast, closer to Volusia or closer to Flagler. But again, cautiously optimistic that we keep those three anyway back out at sea.
Right, and on top of that, you can see how much rain is falling right now across parts of around the Space Coast, really, at this point in time. Just kind of clocking in the last 6 hours or so, we are under that flash flood warning, by the way. That is on top of the severe weather threat of those tornadoes. But at the end of the day, we're still within the last 6 hours. We've racked up already about 2, 3, even 4 inches of rainfall. And there is obviously a lot more rain to come and a lot more winds to come as well. So it looks like they have allowed this tornado warning to now expire. So I think we are looking better now.
Excellent.
Let's just look one more quick tour of the Space Coast. Once again, we are still dealing with a lot of rain at this point, but at least when it comes to the overall kind of rotation here, we're not seeing too much. Everything kind of has broadened out. Now, with that being said, Jonathan zoomed out, showed you some of those quick spin-ups that we're seeing out over the waters. We're going to continue to track those, re-rack our show, give you another look at what Milton looks like right now. We haven't really shown you kind of that bright picture there across Central Florida of just kind of the overall size of Milton and its landfall and projected path. So we'll again go through all of that, re-rack this show. Right now, let's toss it back to the anchors.
Hey, thank you guys. Once again, a remarkable job. Do not go far because we know this is not the end of it tonight. Thank you.
We'll be right back. Insiders.
What does it mean to be an insider? Get access to exclusive content like extended interviews, behind-the-scenes looks, bloopers, enter contests, and more.
100% shocked. She called me. I was like, what?
Sign up to be a News 6 insider at clickorlando.com/insider.
Severe back pain can make you feel less than yourself. At BioSpine, we can do more with less. Less time waiting for answers with next day appointments. Less days off work with faster recovery. Get back to being you.
I was hit by a big truck, and attorney Dan Newland got me $1.2 million.
Involved in a car accident? Call me at 407-888-8000.
Dan, your team rocks. Thank you for winning my case.
Heart disease, diabetes, cancer. Kelly Deanna Miller's company claimed it could cure them with a fruit smoothie. In truth, Miller's company's been called a pyramid scheme that preys on desperate people. It's shady, it's creepy, and that's why it faced a class action lawsuit. Miller has twice been sued for defrauding creditors and even lied under oath about her personal assets. You wouldn't buy Kelly Deanna Miller's snake oil. Don't vote for it.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida, an extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
We love to get out there and run in the morning. My son told me over the years that he wanted to run a marathon with me, and I'd given up on that because I thought I'd never do that again. I went to an Orlando Health ER for a migraine, and the physician told me that I had a brain aneurysm. Now, post-surgery, we're training for the New York City Marathon. I feel like I've gained that part of me back. I couldn't have gotten back to where I am without Orlando Health.
During COVID, working families struggled to get by, while Marcia Summersill cashed in. Summersill took thousands of taxpayer dollars, meant for working families, to bail out a company with just one employee, herself. Marcia Summersill takes from working families, but Doug Bankson fights for them. Bankson cut taxes over $1 billion, and he's taking on the insiders to lower rates. Doug Bankson, working families first.
Inside the Service Mines headquarters, our heroes respond to a neighbor's call for help.
Blazing sunbeams, we've got a situation.
Not a hot sauce again?
Yes, but no, there's trouble at the Murphy place.
Air conditioner?
Gone haywire. Now the sizzling scourge threatens the Murphy's comfort.
And safety.
Quick, let's go. Ultraviolet uppercut, look out. One more fix, and comfort restored.
Thanks, 1 hour man.
And pronto.
Stream News 6 whenever you want. Sponsored by T-Mobile. Watch news, weather, and special investigations on your time. You can even tune in to your favorite News 6 podcast. Download News 6 Plus to your smart TV now.
Welcome back. As we track Milton today, we're already feeling the impacts from this monster of a storm, but the first people to get the real brunt of this thing are on the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, and that is where we find News 6's Eric Von Aken. Eric, we had to cut your live shot short earlier a while ago because of some warnings with tornadoes, but we're back with you again live. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah, hey, Ginger, Matt, and by the way, that's always more important. Please take care of everybody at home. That's where my family and kids are, too, and my friends and neighbors. Here on the West Coast, you know, the big concern is how bad is this going to slam the state of Florida before it gets to Central Florida, where you guys are? So this is, again, Sarasota Bay. We've been spending a lot of time down here because this is was a fairly sheltered area. Just for orientation, the Gulf is straight out that way. The bay goes that way, and then an inlet connects the Gulf to the bay. And so the ocean is blowing right in. The big concern, besides the wind, is the storm surge. As we've been saying, if we get 15 feet of storm surge, that means everything is underwater. Certainly the barrier islands, people who've been hit so hard. over the past couple weeks from Hurricane Helene, just started cleaning up, and man, they are out of time. But the storm surge, so what I'm standing on right here is a floating dock, essentially a floating platform. And even, an hour ago, 45 minutes ago or so, this was all flat. This wasn't rocking, now moving up and down. And this is a really heavy platform. It's topped with concrete, and the floats are on the bottom, but still it rolls up these rollers. And all of the boats here are attached to platforms like this. Check out the sailboats trying to stay upright. And again, the storm isn't over us. It's still, Candace has the numbers, 50 plus miles or so off the coast. But we're starting to see the sailboats leaning. And the problem with these docks, so if you see the towers that the docks roll up and down, so as the tide goes in, tide goes out, they have to move. So these towers are only 8 to 10 feet tall or so. Is it possible that these docks float up over the tops of the towers and start floating free? I guess anything's possible. And the warning we keep hearing from emergency managers here on the Gulf Coast of Florida is that we really don't know how this is going to go. We don't know what this is going to do to this area, because they keep saying that this is unprecedented here coming across this way with this kind of strength. As you see, there's not a whole lot of room. If this comes up, what am I, 6? So that's 8 feet right there. This comes up over. Could 15 feet lift this entirely straight up into the air? I guess it's possible. What surprised us a little bit is the amount of boats still left here at the marina. Of course, let me be real and clear. You can't exactly pull out some of these boats real easily. These boats survived Hurricane Helene, so I guess the hope is from a lot of these owners that they are going to be fine. But we're seeing boats all over Sarasota County that are on the beach, that are slammed up on top of a pier. So, anything's possible with these boats. If the storm surge does verify to, 15 feet or so, even up 10 feet or so, like we've been talking about, that is the first floor of downtown Sarasota here. All of those high-rises, which should be fine because they're built to hurricane standards, are going to have water at least up and into the first floor, and you can see a lot of lights on. A lot of people have chosen to stay. I can tell you the barrier islands, pretty much everybody is gone. Probably some folks sticking around, but the water has been cut off out there. And at this point, the power is still on in downtown Orlando, but we're expecting, as always, as with any major hurricane, it's just a matter of time. Matt, Ginger?
Yeah, that's when and it's not even here yet, and that's what you're already seeing out there, Eric. And I know you guys are going to be extra safe because you have your safe space. We've seen you do this coverage many times before, so thank you for that.
He's a veteran. Thank you, Eric Bonnet.
Sure.
We'll check back in a bit. Our coverage of Hurricane Milton continues after another quick break.
Stay connected through the storm. Follow News 6 on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
See our entire inventory at Lexus of Winter Park or LexusofOrlando.com.
In Florida, alcohol is available whenever and wherever, but casual marijuana users are treated like dangerous criminals. It's ridiculous. Marijuana is scientifically proven to be safer than alcohol. Amendment 3 would give adults the freedom to make their own choices, providing safe, lab-tested marijuana from a store, not the street, while generating billions for police and schools. Vote yes on Amendment 3. Let's give adults the freedom to make their own choices.
Diabetes treatment can cost hundreds of dollars a year? Who can afford that?
COPD can cost thousands of dollars a year. I'm not sure what's harder, having COPD or paying for it.
If you're Medicare eligible with diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, you don't need a financial burden, too. Freedom Health Special Needs Plans are designed for you.
With our variety of Medicare plans, you can access benefits that best fit your needs.
Freedom offers plans specifically designed for individuals with diabetes, COPD, and heart disease. That's impressive.
There are some real financial pluses, too.
$174 back in your monthly Social Security check. $80 per month for groceries and utilities. a monthly allowance for over-the-counter items, plus dental, vision, and hearing coverage.
It's not easy finding answers.
Unless you know who to call.
Call Freedom at 877-867-0284.
When I grow up, I'm gonna be an astronaut. I'm gonna be president. I'm gonna be a professional protester.
Oh, Nate.
Nate Douglas dreamed it, then did it. Douglas spends his days marching with left-wing radicals, defund the police, cashless bail for criminals, violent inmates on our streets.
And I'll get paid for it.
That's not a real job, Mr. Douglas.
Professional protester Nate Douglas. Don't let his real job be to represent you.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida, an extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
Insider.
Insiders. What does it mean to be an insider? Get access to exclusive content like extended interviews, behind-the-scenes looks, bloopers, enter contests, and more.
100% shocked. She called me. I was like, what?
Sign up to be a News 6 insider at clickorlando.com/insider.
All right, a quick reminder for you. Power is expected to go out across the state and here in Central Florida because of the storm. To stay up to date with the latest from our wall-to-wall coverage and keep you and your family safe, when you can't watch News 6, keep a charged radio with you, and our partners at FM 101.9, 105.9, Sunny FM, and Mix 105.1 will have our live continuous coverage because we want to be there with you. Sometimes it'll be dark and you'll be afraid, but we hope our voices will keep you calm and what we're saying will help keep you up to date on everything that's happening out there.
Not even just that, with these tornado warnings swinging in the way they have been, I have told my family, you've got to have something on all the time. And they've already been under a warning. So if you can access the internet, we also have those options for you to watch the coverage. You can head to the App Store and search WKMG, download our Hurricane Tracker app, Pinpoint Weather app, and the News 6 app to watch the latest updates in your area to keep you and your family safe, because that is our one and only goal this evening and going into tomorrow.
There's nothing worse than feeling alone in the dark.
That's right,
no one
and you
wants
are
that.
not. So our coverage of Hurricane Milton continues after the break.
Breaking news, traffic. When you need to know what's going on in your neighborhood, trust Sky 6 to get the bigger picture. Exclusively sponsored by attorney Dan Newland.
I was involved in a bad wreck. I called attorney Dan Newland. His team delivered big. They got me $700,000.
As one of the largest personal injury law firms in the United States, I can tell you, insurance companies don't just hand over millions of dollars. If you've been involved in a car accident, I'll fight hard to win big for you too. Call me at 407-888-8000. That's 407-888-8000.
Thank you, Dan, for winning my case.
Red flags. We see them on bad plays, bad deals, and bad politicians. The red flags on Sarah Henry. Henry repeatedly attacks people of faith. Called the cross a symbol of discrimination. Called Christians white nationalists. Even opposed optional prayer at school football games. Sarah Henry, too hateful, too radical, too many red flags. But David Smith will solve problems, not start them. Veteran, leader, trusted. David Smith.
Another hurricane, more devastation, and Rick Scott is only making it worse. Scott took $3 million from insurance companies and let them raise rates and deny claims. He even voted against billions in disaster relief funds. I'm Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. Rick Scott sold us out, and now your property insurance bill is 4 times the national average. It has to stop. I approve this message because natural disasters are bad enough without Rick Scott making it worse.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Get 0% APR on select 2024 Sierra 1500 models. That's over $8,900 total value when you trade in an eligible vehicle. Plus, no monthly payments until next year.
When I saw the tumor on the MRI, my first thought was, am I going to be able to see my daughter again? The doctors knew if I did not end my pregnancy, I would lose my baby, I would lose my life, and my daughter would lose her mom. Florida has now banned abortion, even in cases like mine. Amendment 4 is going to protect women like me. We have to vote yes.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida, an extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
Happening right now, we are pinpointing the latest track of Hurricane Milton as the storm inches closer to Central Florida tonight. With Hurricane Milton still miles away, we're starting to feel those impacts right here in Central Florida. This is a picture posted on our Pin It page from Hastings. The person who posted it did not leave their name, though, but you can see the water rising on the side of the street and even getting onto the road there. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm Ginger Gadsden.
Flooding is one of the biggest worries with this storm, one of many, in fact. I'm Matt Austin, our team of meteorologists. They've been keeping you up to date with everything you need to know about Hurricane Milton. So far, the big worry has been tornado warnings up and down Central Florida, most recently along the coast. Let's get you to our chief meteorologist, Candace Campos.
We haven't had a lot of time to actually talk about the system itself. We've been talking about the outskirts of it, but right now we are looking at the 6 o'clock advisory. We're going to start getting those hourly fixed updates and sustained winds as well. Right now, sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. It is still a major Category 3 hurricane that will continue to approach parts of Bradenton, Sarasota within the next couple of hours. Looks like landfall could be at about 10 o'clock this evening. And then as it goes from a 3 down to a 2, down to a 1, we're looking at kind of that kind of critical core of whatever's left of Hurricane Milton at that point, crossing right along the I-4 corridor, just into areas of Polk, Osceola County, and into areas of Brevard County, possibly even exiting out by areas that were just under, by the way, a tornado warning there in and around the Cape, and then weakening into a tropical storm. But there's certainly a lot of dynamics involved with the system. The wind field is really starting to expand as well. Looking here at the radar, as of right now, we are starting to see a little bit of a break for areas that certainly need the break, especially from the rain and just the overall intense storm activity right now. Areas from Orlando, basically I-4 out towards the east, towards the 95 corridor. We're seeing some of the, a little bit of a dry slot that certainly is, like I said, is welcome news for a big portion of Central Florida, but we are still talking about some torrential rain right now falling over areas of Titusville. Now out to sea, there is a lot of moisture, a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, certainly talking about some supercells out over the open waters. Thankfully and hopefully we can get them still kind of wrapping around and staying out to sea, but it's still across areas of Ocala. We haven't talked much about you guys in the villages, Lake Sumter County, into Seminole County as well, but what you've certainly been experiencing has been a lot of wind, a lot of rain. So for that reason, we are still going to continue to see conditions continue to worsen over the night and into early morning hours. Now, we do have this tornado watch that is in effect for another 2.5 hours or so, really focused across our eastern communities. Yesterday, we had a lot of signatures there talking about those supercell tendencies that a lot of these thunderstorms would have embedded within some of this wraparound moisture. So as of now, we're still talking about a landfall possibly a little earlier than earlier expected, still about 10, 11 o'clock, moving into East Central Florida by about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. That is an overnight concern. So when we talk about the overall tornado risk, that's going to start to back off a little bit. Then we're going to ramp up the rain a little more, ramp up the damaging winds, and then the last kind of layer to the system will be the storm surge as we head into early tomorrow afternoon there in areas of Volusia and Flagler County. So more on kind of what the whole situation situation is out there. We have our wind gusts have been extremely high. Our rainfall rates have also been very high. Standing by now with more on that is meteorologist Samara Kokinas.
And that's right, Candace. So as we take a look right now, our winds are really starting to crank up and gust really strong, especially along the coastline. You notice that eastwardly flow, and we do have wind gusts along our coast anywhere between about 41 and 49 miles per hour in spots like Titusville and Daytona Beach, as well as Palm Coast. Notice the Cape Canaveral area gusting at 33 miles per hour. And inland, of course, those gusts are a little bit stronger. You get out to Claremont, about a 51 mile per hour gust for there, as well as Leesburg, 56 mile per hour wind gust in Lakeland, and the upper 40s from Wildwood into Winter Haven. But what I can tell you is as we go into tonight, we get closer to that landfall point. That's when we're really going to see the arrival and the intensity of those winds begin to pick up. So expected wind gusts look a lot like this. When we're talking about areas north of the metro, so northern Orange going into Seminole, Volusia, Flagler, portions of northern Brevard, as well as central and northern Lake going into Sumter and all of Marion County. Your wind gusts are 55 to 75 miles per hour is what we're expecting. And then you look at this highlighted red area. That incorporates a good portion of areas south of Orlando, 75 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts there. And then also you'll notice this western half of Polk County. That's where we could see wind gusts in excess of 100 miles per hour. So definitely some damage is expected. You can basically what we're going to, that's for Friday, I'm going to skip that. We're going to go into damages with your home, like your roof, your siding, as well as mobile homes could experience some extensive damage. We'll see canopies of trees damaged. There will be limbs down. So we don't want you to go outside after this storm passes to do any immediate storm damage assessments. There's going to be a lot of water out there too. When we look at the rainfall potential, this highlighted deep purple area incorporates the majority of the I-4 corridor. So you can expect anywhere from about 4.5 up to 11 inches of rain, maybe even in excess. Look at this, Daytona Beach estimates anywhere between about 12 and 13 inches. So we will see some rainfall totals really tally up. They're already adding up ahead of this system. And then we're going to see those really intense rain bands start to come in, especially overnight. Now notice from Orlando going to Kissimmee, it drops off a little bit, 4.5 inches, but really the big thing that we've been preparing you for the last several days has been 4 to 8 and even 10 inches of rainfall accumulations with isolated maximums possible above that 10-inch mark. And then we've also been preparing you for those very strong wind gusts, what I just showed you, anywhere from that 55 to up to 100 mile per hour range. So as we head into the next several hours, you really need to keep the alerts enabled on your phone, because there's also going to be the chance for more tornado warnings to pop up overnight through early tomorrow morning. We want you to remain safe. Guys?
Samara, thank you. Now, officials in Seminole County warned everyone living in mobile homes in low-lying areas to evacuate earlier today.
Yeah, News 6's Catherine Silver joins us live now from Seminole County with the latest from there, where conditions have been deteriorating all day long. Catherine?
Yeah, Matt and Ginger, we're certainly starting to feel that right now. You can see rain coming down. We really have seen rain for a lot of the day. Now we're starting to see some wind as well. All things we expected as Milton gets closer to us tonight. Right now we are right near Lake Mary Boulevard and I-4. In fact, behind me you can get a glimpse of I-4 just over the cars in this parking lot right here. We haven't seen too much traffic going by right now. There's no cars that I can actually point out, but I have seen every once in a while a car go by. One's about to come through the trees right there. So there are still some people out and about, but certainly not what we usually would see on I-4. If we take a look right by I-4, try to look up into the trees. It gives you an idea of what the wind is like right now. Nothing too crazy or too bad, but you can definitely see those leaves starting to shake. So we did speak with emergency management again today. We have been checking in with them throughout this storm in the days leading up to it. They told us the two main concerns were water, which of course Getting a lot of rain today. That's adding to the rain that we've already gotten in recent weeks leading up to this storm. So flooding is a concern. That's why they issued those evacuation orders for those flood-prone, low-lying areas, along with mobile homes, and then anyone who might be electricity dependent and have special needs. They also have a shelter available that they can go to because the wind, power outages, that was another big concern that they had. The emergency manager tells me up to 90% of Seminole County could lose power during this storm. He said it could be out for weeks and not days. And here's why he says that is a possibility.
We just look back at past storms. So Hurricane Irma was a tropical storm. We only got strong tropical storm gusts, sustained low tropical storm winds, and 75% of the population was without power. We are served by FPL and Duke. They do their best, of course, to recuperate the power as quickly as possible, and certainly, and I don't want to speak for them, but I know because we've worked how many hurricanes together. We look at critical infrastructures first, and then we go down the list. They do that with us. We do that in partnership before the hurricane season. We go through our entire list: acute care hospitals, emergency departments, 911 centers, things like that. So those are our primary power restoration immediately, assisted living facilities, nursing homes, where our vulnerable populations are, and then we start to go down the list. We're not the first hurricane of the year. Hurricane Helene, there's still people without power across. So we've got power companies up and down North Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee.
Yeah, and that's what we've been battling with this storm. The fact that we just had Helene and now Milton is getting even closer. And we know that those power crews are already staged. They're ready to respond right after the storm and get power back on for everyone as soon as they possibly can. Emergency officials, of course, are asking everyone to just have some patience as we get through this. For now, I'm live in Seminole County. Catherine Silver, getting results, News 6.
We know Helene missed a lot of people here in Central Florida. Not the case with Milton. Catherine, thank you. We're also keeping a close eye on our coastal counties tonight.
It's easy to see these tracks and watch these tornadoes come in from the west side of Florida and think, oh, I'm on the east side, I'm okay. We've already seen tornado warnings in Brevard County. News 6's Treasurer Roberts joins us live from Flagler County with the latest from there. It looks like we're already seeing a little flooding up there, huh?
Yeah, Matt Ginger, I'm right off of Magnolia Terrace and Palm Drive in Flagler Beach, and I can already tell that this area is going to have a problem. I mean, in the past 3 hours, you wouldn't believe how much water has filled this road since we've gotten here. I'm right here in front of one house, and you can already see that the water comes up maybe to my ankles at the front of their driveway. They have done preparations. They said they've lived in Florida their whole lives, so they didn't evacuate, but they did put sandbags in front of their garage and their door. I will say, though, this is one of the communities that is on Flagler County's evacuation list because it is flood prone. And I'll show you one of the reasons why after I can safely cross this road, because there's a car coming. Looks like the car is actually going to let us cross. Right over here, there's a waterway, and I just can't believe it. We've actually set up a GoPro right here because we wanted to record how much water would come across this park and over into the street. Take a look at this swing set. When we first got here, the water was behind this first pole closest to the trees. Now you can see that the water has surpassed this second swing and this second pole. Hurricane Milton hasn't even made landfall. So what this community will look like tomorrow, I don't know, but it doesn't look good. And the people who live here say they did flood during Hurricane Irma. They did flood during Hurricane Nicole. And Flagler County officials said if you flooded during those hurricanes, you may see flooding again. Right over here, this is a little weird. Honestly, I'm not sure why, but someone's garage door is still open, which I don't think is a great idea right now because the water is flowing into the street. When cars come down this street, water flows closer into people's properties. But this is just the reality of how bad this storm is going to get. If you haven't already evacuated, Flagler County officials are saying please go to the Rimfire Elementary School. Bring your most important belongings because this is not a place you want to be when the storm hits. Back to you guys.
Treasure, I'm looking at rainfall totals. Looks like 2.7 inches in the Flagler Palm Coast area in the last 12 hours, on top of what in the next 12 to 24 hours. Things are going to get even more complicated. Thank you.
I also think that garage door is someone who was getting out of town and just forgot to push that button.
Oh, I hope not.
It looks like there's no car in there. I've done that before, driven off. Treasure, thank you. Our coverage of Hurricane Milton continues after this break.
A divorce can be overwhelming. Call the Orlando Law Group today and let us help you with the complications that divorce can bring. I'm Jennifer Englert, and I founded the Orlando Law Group so people can get legal services from attorneys who care.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida, an extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
Severe back pain can make you feel less than an explorer, less than a nature lover, less than yourself. At BioSpine, we can do more with less. Less time waiting for answers with next day appointments. Less than an hour in surgery. Less days off work with faster recovery. Less expense with coverage by most major health insurers. Don't let back pain stop you from being anything less than your best. BioSpine. Get back to being you.
They call cancer a fight. But this is a fight without rules, or rings, or referees. At Advent Health, know the nation's best fight with you. With world-renowned physicians, leading clinical breakthroughs in research, and a dedicated team by your side. This is the power of the human spirit. This is Advent Health.
Insurance rates are soaring, families are struggling, and both parties are to blame. I'm Erica Booth. As a teacher, I solve problems every day. Let's solve this one. We need to create an insurance fraud task force to target abuse, give homeowners more affordable options, and sideline the lobbyists. Tom Keene, he joined the lobbyists and voted against reform. The problem is clear. The solution is to
Erica Booth for Florida House. Heart disease, diabetes, cancer. Kelly Deanna Miller's company claimed it could cure them with a fruit smoothie. In truth, Miller's company's been called a pyramid scheme that preys on desperate people. It's shady, it's creepy, and that's why it faced a class action lawsuit. Miller has twice been sued for defrauding creditors and even lied under oath about her personal assets. You wouldn't buy Kelly Deanna Miller's snake oil. Don't vote for it.
At the Orlando Law Group, we advise companies on a broad range of business matters. Let us provide pragmatic solutions to help launch and grow your business. I'm Jennifer Englert, and I founded the Orlando Law Group so people can get legal services from attorneys who care.
All right, welcome back, everybody. You are looking at live pictures at the waves rocking in Sarasota. This is from our News 6 anchor Eric Von Anken's camera. He's out there live for us. We're going to check in with him in just moments, but we understand that storm.
How do you leave a boat out there
I do
in
not
this situation? You got to get it out.
Yeah, just before 6 o'clock, that storm was about 60 miles off the coast of Sarasota. But our team of meteorologists are here to make sure that you are ready for whatever that storm is going to bring.
Yes, we are joined by our chief, Candace Campos. We have meteorologist Samara Kokinos. You guys, first off, doing a fantastic job. I know it has been a hectic
with those
start
tornado warnings.
To this.
Yeah. And there's another.
And as I speak, okay, go ahead.
My
take it away,
goodness.
Candace. They're going to check right now because I think we just got another warning in, which have been coming in pretty consistently.
Yep. Give me 1 second. I was going to start with a live view of what we're talking about here. It's the coast again. All right.
Here we go.
Demet Grove, Allenhurst, Wilson. This is areas of North Volusia County, North Brevard into southern Volusia County, as far north as Oak Hill, Shiloh, Allenhurst, Demet Grove, Wilson. This is kind of the zone we're talking about right now. Again, a big portion of Brevard County. Once again, this is going to be on the clock until 7:15, folks, where we are going to continue to watch that potential of, your mic is on. Okay. Samara, you have some stats right now? Okay.
So this goes until 7:15. Basically, what we're looking at is a thunderstorm that is Doppler indicated on the radar. So we're looking at it over Merritt Island's Wildlife Refuge. So it's kind of near the Playa Linda Beach area, moving to the north at 20 miles per hour. So this one is a little bit slower than the last one. Last one was moving at a clip at about 40 miles per hour. So, and that was going to the north. This one is also going to the north. That's the same direction they are headed. So when we look at areas that were most likely to be impacted will be the Haulover Canal area, Merritt Island, Wildlife Refuge, Klondike Beach around 650. So there's not too much out there, but surrounding areas could also, of course, be dealing with this severe thunderstorm. I mean, it's rocking and rolling out there. We're seeing relatively, I believe, broad rotation at this point, Candace.
All right, and there it is. There's that broad rotation. Once again, these are going to be the kind of the ones we're going to be focused on over the next couple of minutes as we are watching, again, those quick squall lines that are basically just a few miles offshore. Some of them can kind of cut off and start spinning a little quick faster towards the coastline. So this is kind of what we're looking at right now. This is our velocity. In case you're just joining us, I've lost track of how many tornado warnings we've had so far since about 2 o'clock this afternoon. But here we are. Once again, we have that tornado warning in effect until 7:15 for this area here, highlighted in that red polygon. It's blinking red, which is at the end of the day, good news compared to what we've been dealing with for the past several days or the past several hours with the blinking purple, that confirmed tornado concern. But that is not the case with this one. As Samara Kukinis just mentioned, this is a Doppler indicated tornado, meaning that the National Weather Service picking up a couple of those signatures, and that one right there focused right around the Wilson area. So if there is something on the ground at this point in time, this is where it would be. It's in and around Wilson. This is Max Brewer Memorial Parkway. That's a pretty main drive there right along Kennedy Parkway and then the Wilson area. So again, this is kind of the zone where we are seeing like those Christmas colors, right? The green and the reds tied up really close together. That's what we call a couplet. So as of right now, this is going to be the zone that we're looking at. Samara, how fast did they say this was going?
We're looking at 29 mile per hour winds going toward, and those have actually just dropped. So 28 to anywhere, and then dropping, also going away from the radar about 10 miles per hour. So that has just changed a little bit there. Again, this particular warning is going to go
7:15.
Yes, that is correct. So
yeah, almost 30 miles per hour. So that is going to be heading very quickly towards back out over to the back into the river there, and then possibly crossing into more of a mainland Brevard County into Mims, JJ, just north of Titusville. So again, this is the main zone we're looking at. When it comes to these green colors, this is what we're looking for. The more sheer, the higher the chance for seeing more of that rotation actually stretching down to the surface. So we are picking up a little bit of it. Let me put some little pixels here to kind of give an idea of what type of, I think this is going to be kind of that light, relatively low shear. But overall, we're going to continue to watch this as we continue to watch the clock until 7:15. This is something that we are going to overall be watching not only for parts of Brevard County, but up into Volusia County as that main line of strong storms continues to basically just kind of coast just offshore there. A little further to the south right now, we're continuing to see little tiny couplets here and there. You can see a big one just offshore there in Brevard County. But as of now, some of these will have that ability of holding and then kind of weakening as they get a bit closer towards the coastline. So again, right now we are watching that potential for a tornado in and around the Wilson area, Max Brewer Highway there in Brevard County, as it moves very, very quickly towards the kind of the northwest more west-northwest at about 30 miles per hour. A very strong clip. You're going to see every once in a while a big sweep across the screen. That is our radar sweep. Gives us all new data, a new scan of the atmosphere kind of in this zone. So you notice we're starting to see it kind of push now, how quickly it went from right over Wilson, now just towards the areas just to the west, still just south of Demick Grove. So as we zoom in, kind of give you a better idea of kind of some of those locations. This is Black Point Wildlife Drive. Hopefully this is a little bit more kind of isolated in kind of neighborhoods. There's not a lot of roadways. This is Peacock? Yeah, Peacock Road there, but the Max Brewer Memorial Highway, that's really kind of the main one, that in Kennedy Parkway. So that intersection there in Wilson, it looks like the bulk of that rotation has now pushed out towards your west. And then we'll continue possibly to even pushing outside of the warned area. I'm a little surprised with how fast this is going that the National Weather Service actually didn't extend this even further down like they did with the previous tornado warning. But once again, this warning is in effect until 7:15 across parts of Brevard County, far southern Volusia County at this point in time. Is there anything being mentioned on the chat as of now?
I am looking for a little bit of information, but I'm not seeing anything new at this point. So
no news is good news, really, when it comes to that chat. So. One thing that we've been able to spot a lot lately, which is very rare for us here in Central Florida, is our debris ball. Basically what ends up happening is when you start getting an actual significant tornado, which is what we were pinpointing and really talking about a lot much earlier in the afternoon today, is that you have enough of a force to get that debris, pick it up into the atmosphere, and the radar scans take it around, pinpoint it, find that it's not a normal particle of precipitation or rain or hail, and then it zaps up those high debris signatures, but we are not seeing anything like that. So that is certainly some good news. The shearing also seems to be kind of trending a little further south, a little lower on the charts here when it comes to our wind shear. So lower wind shear, no big debris detector at this point in time, and then the broad rotation is becoming a little broader. So let's check it one more time. You interrupt me, Samira, at any time if you see anything, please.
Yeah, I'm watching the actual bulk of the rain on links 2, and you can even see it with that velocity indicator right there. It's starting to separate a little bit.
Yeah, we're starting to see it.
But the thing that concerns me a little bit, I mean, I know it is moving to the north, but we have areas outside that if it does push a little bit more to the west, they could still, of course, see those really strong wind gusts from the outflow boundary of that storm, and then continued with those wind speeds really being elevated and probably do some damage there. So we're talking about areas like, Allenhurst, going back to the west. You have Scottsmore. I think that one's pretty good in shape right now, but we do have East Mims, Shiloh, Mims, East Mims.
You can see a pocket of some pretty heavy rain right now, kind of on that western fringe of that broad rotation. So again, on top of all this, we got the tornado warnings that come and go. Seem like they could come more than go, but we are going to continue to see that flash flood warnings. That is in effect for a big portion of Central Florida. You can see that big green polygon here. That is a flash flood warning until 9:45 for some areas. Other zones here, flash flood warnings are in effect for the next 3 hours or so, as we're going to continue to get inundated with a lot of rain in a short amount of time. Right now, we are seeing a little bit of a break right now, basically from the I-4 corridor towards the most part of 95, with the exception of some of the rain that's been able to wrap around and clip parts of northern Brevard County's coast. But again, as of now, look at all the rain that is still yet to get here. A little further to the south, though, let me just kind of give you a quick look at where that center is actually located. Taking us here in Tampa, look how close. It looks like Sarasota is about to start approaching more of kind of the start of that eye wall of, again, still major Category 3 Hurricane Milton. All right, this is a live look. This is State Road 405 west of Cape Canaveral. That certainly just overall, kind of an overall gloomy, soggy day. We're starting to see the winds at times. The winds weaken a bit. They ramp right back up. So it's something that we're going to be watching over the next couple of hours, especially with that severe weather threat that we still have in place. It's something that we certainly stressed about a lot yesterday. We weren't stressed about it. We have certainly wanted to make sure that you were aware, and really stressing the point that we were able to have this potential of these rotating storms. We have had a lot of signatures yesterday in a lot of our computer model runs that were really talking about that potential. of seeing those significant spins in the atmosphere that could, and what already has verified to be a very extremely active tornado event across a big portion of Central and South Florida earlier today. All right, it looks like, I think they have now discontinued it.
There's another couplet that is situated offshore, Candace. As we look a little bit back over the open Atlantic, you can see just parallel of the Kennedy Space Center. So there's a little couplet right there too. And we're going to continue to see like all these isolated storms as they swirl in. I'm going to take the velocity off in just a moment here because I want to show you exactly what I'm talking about in terms of the movement. When I put the movement back here out, say the last 30 minutes, you see that swirling motion. A lot of these storms are relatively moving to the north or to the northwest, but they're coming in, and you do see as they kind of swirl back and they hit the coastline.
And then it get done, yeah.
Exactly. So whenever we see that, we're watching for those little couplets just to see if they're broad. That one,
a little bit of a spin right here.
Exactly. So when you see those have the likelihood of coming ashore. They also have the likelihood, if they're very tight, to be water spouts that actually end up on land. So that is all of the intensity. That's the intensity that we're watching for, especially as we head into late tonight, going into tomorrow morning, when that threat continues as Milton begins its landfall and, of course, crossing over. So, but a lot of this these leading storms have really started to really pack a punch. I mean, they've been packing a punch since early this morning, but picked up that intensity in the second, right after lunchtime. But now we're seeing that little bit of drier intrusion. You can see some of it right over Osceola, as well as Brevard County, starting to move in. And that's what we were mentioning in a lot of the models last night, is that we would see that drier intrusion come in and actually shave off some of those rainfall totals. But again, we're seeing so much heavy rain with these passing storms that it's adding out really, really quick.
It is. And so at the end of the day, right now we have no tornado warnings in place. That has since they canceled it early there in northern Brevard County, but you can see there is a big old swath of plenty of rain and storms.
And it's canceled.
Yeah, okay, perfect. No, that's good, it's good. We are going to continue to track a lot more of this. If any of them continue to clip parts of the coastline and start creating a little bit of spin, we get those tornado warnings. We, of course, will be bringing it to you. But right now, let's toss it back to the anchors at the desk.
Candace, Samara, thank you. Our coverage of Hurricane Milton continues right after this break.
Red flags. We see them on bad plays, bad deals, and bad politicians. The red flags on Sarah Henry. Henry repeatedly attacks people of faith. Called the cross a symbol of discrimination. Called Christians white nationalists. Even opposed optional prayer at school football games. Sarah Henry, too hateful, too radical, too many red flags. But David Smith will solve problems, not start them. Veteran, leader, trusted. David Smith.
In March of 2016, I was diagnosed with multiple myeloma. We flew up to New York, we went to Boston, we went out to Houston, but the hidden gem is right in my backyard, and that was Moffitt.
Your best chance of beating cancer of the blood is in Tampa. Moffitt Cancer Center has teams led by over 40 world-renowned physicians who specialize exclusively in blood cancers, including leukemia, lymphoma, and myeloma, and provide the most advanced treatments such as immunotherapy, personalized targeted therapies, and blood and marrow transplantation.
It takes us all to find a cure for cancer. We're going to get this done.
Moffitt experts have experience with the rarest of blood cancers and are utilizing over 600 active clinical trials to help provide the best outcomes in Florida.
Moffitt is doing work that is improving patients' outcomes.
Call Moffitt to connect with a blood cancer expert.
When I saw the tumor on the MRI, my first thought was, am I going to be able to see my daughter again? The doctors knew if I did not end my pregnancy, I would lose my baby, I would lose my life, and my daughter would lose her mom. Florida has now banned abortion, even in cases like mine. Amendment 4 is going to protect women like me. We have to vote yes.
I played 4 years of college football and never got injured. Then bam, one day a semi-truck ran right into me. My dad told me I was gonna need a really good lawyer, so he told me to call attorney Dan Newland. Dan's team fought hard for me, got me every dollar I deserved. $550,000.
Insurance companies don't just hand that money over. If you've been involved in a car accident, I'll fight hard to win big for you too. Call me at 407-888-8000.
Thanks, Dan, for winning my case.
When I grow up, I'm gonna be an astronaut. I'm gonna be president. I'm gonna be a professional protester.
Oh, Nate.
Nate Douglas dreamed it, then did it. Douglas spends his days marching with left-wing radicals, defund the police, cashless bail for criminals, violent inmates on our streets.
And I'll get paid for it.
That's not a real job, Mr. Douglas.
Professional protester Nate Douglas. Don't let his real job be to represent you.
Happening now, we are pinpointing the latest track for Hurricane Milton as the storm inches closer to central Florida, and we are getting new video from inside the storm. This video was taken by a sail drone deployed out in the Gulf, and get this, it detected a 28-foot wave and 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and those numbers were recorded more than 40 miles from the storm's center. That is some intense surf out there. Wow. And we are now just hours away from the storm making landfall on Florida's Gulf Coast. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Lisa Bell.
And I'm Ginger Gadsden. We have crews stationed all across Central Florida, bringing you the latest on preparations and, of course, warnings. First, though, we must start with Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos with another look at the forecast. Candace.
I don't have a tornado warning to talk about right now.
Thank goodness.
Okay, all right, but at the end of the day, we're still talking about a lot of rain coming down right now. We are racking up significant rainfall. Meteorologist Samira Kokinis right now working up some of those numbers. Of course, we're continuing to update every minute or so because of how heavy some of this rain is really falling. Now, because of that, you see all the green. It's impossible for me to cover all of them. But if you are listening to my voice and you live in East Central Florida, you are going to be under a flash flood warning, as we are already starting to see a lot of flooding concerns. Our reporters, again, as they mentioned, spread out all across Central Florida, being our eyes and ears, but of course, doing it safely. Looking here at the radar, look at the absolute sheer amount of lightning that was detected just a few moments ago. That is that one kind of final push of that one feeder band that just brought an absolute tornado outbreak across parts of Central and South Florida earlier today. Now, that center of Hurricane Milton, again, just a few miles offshore, now starting to approach more of the worst of the weather in areas of Sarasota and Bradenton, kind of that eye wall really starting to approach that area. Now, landfall still expected within the next few hours, between about 9-10 o'clock this afternoon and into the evening hours. Almost forgot what time it was. Sustained winds right now of 120 miles per hour. Still expecting that core to push through Central Florida. Okay, so let me kind of backtrack. I clicked pretty quickly throughout this forecast cone. So again, Category 3, it's got to eventually get to Cat 2 to a Cat 1. As of now, the National Hurricane Center expecting Category 1 core by about 2 a.m. on Thursday in and around Haines City, Polk County. Many of the models, I have to admit, are in-house computer models. Even yesterday, when all the models were shifting south, we continue to keep this trend because at the end of the day, that is synoptically and kind of the way the atmosphere was set up was really the main way the system was going to go. And the National Hurricane Center is certainly agreeing with that model run, showing it finally emerging out into the Atlantic by tomorrow afternoon. Still as a Category 1, and then weakening into a tropical storm. So again, although we've had strong to severe weather, we're going to continue to get inundated with heavy amounts of rain. After that, into the overnight hours, we are talking about that big core of damaging winds. So we'll have more details on what you can expect, especially as we head into the overnight hours. But please, please make sure you are finding ways of being notified throughout the overnight hours, as this weather certainly could be quite dangerous into the evening. Back to you guys.
All right, Candace, thank you. And as we know, the power is expected to go out across the state during Milton, and that includes here in Central Florida. So a heads up, if your home loses power and your TV goes out, you can still stay up to date with the latest on Hurricane Milton. Keep a charged radio with you, and our partners at FM 101.9, 105.9 Sunny FM, and Mix 105.1 will have our live continuous coverage for you on their airwaves.
Now, if you can access the internet, we have options for you to watch our coverage as well. You can head to the App Store and search WKMG, download our Hurricane Tracker app, our Pinpoint Weather app, and the News 6 app to watch the latest updates for your area to keep you and your family safe.
Also, throughout the storm, meteorologists Jonathan Kagas and David Nazario will be live streaming on clickorlando.com, our News 6 YouTube page, and on the News 6 Plus streaming app for your smart TV. They are also answering any weather questions you may have, and they will be with you throughout the storm. So again, even if your TV goes dark, you can still watch us on your phone or your tablet, your iPad, whatever.
Yeah.
Just make sure that your devices are charged. Do that now. Well, the first people to feel the impacts of Hurricane Milton are going to be people along the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, and that is where we find News 6 anchor Eric Von Anken. Eric, every time we check in with you, the conditions seem to be deteriorating. What's it looking like out there right now?
Yeah, hi, Ginger, Lisa. So little by little, we're seeing some changes. Wind certainly picking up here, stronger gusts, but not a whole lot of rain. You know, we keep waiting for these buckets of rain dumping down on us. We had a little earlier, picked up a little bit, but now it's just heavy wind, and this storm ain't far away from us. So according to what Candace was just saying, about 35 miles out that way, straight behind me. Again, Gulf of Mexico, just off the Sarasota Bay. This is the bay. This is the downtown area. This is the marina. And this is where most people are if they have not left, because the barrier islands have been evacuated. Let me show you around a little bit. So this is the end of the mainland here, really. So there's still some condos, some hotels in this area that you can see still have lights on. And that's kind of the middle of the channel, so that you're looking at the intercoastal waterway here, going under the big bridge, the John Ringling Bridge. If you've ever been to downtown Sarasota, it's the one that arches really up high. And starting to really smack into those pilings down there and that seawall at the end of where those condos are. And we're seeing flashes of light in the sky. It's not lightning. You know, this is a very common thing in hurricanes. It's those transformers blowing, because it's not a white flash. It's kind of like an off-color flash. Yeah, there was another one. And so that, of course, means that the power is going to start to go out real quick here in downtown Sarasota. Most of it looks like, is already out on the barrier islands. I was telling you they shut the water off yesterday, and now we're not seeing any lights on. Of course, I should also be fair and say that we can't really see much of the barrier island. There was a strip of land behind me that was the first key. I think that's Bird Key. That's the closer one. But then beyond that, that's where Siesta Key is, Lido Key, Longboat Key. Again, all of those have been shut down for the past couple of days, and that's where the majority of the damage was from Hurricane Helene. And so many people there got flooded out. And so a lot of them left 2 weeks ago. They were trying to clean up. Once they started, they got to a point where all they could do was just throw the inside of their house onto the sidewalk. They left. And so, you know, this one is coming, and not just that they couldn't be there, but with the evacuations and the projected storm surge being twice what it was 2 weeks ago, they knew they likely would have a very difficult time at surviving being out there on the barrier islands. But back here, again, in the downtown area, there are still lights on and there are still people. Jeff is under the marina here, under a heavily reinforced concrete building. Jeff, can you pan over to the right a little bit so we can kind of look around downtown a little bit? Trying to look at Jeff's camera, seeing what he's seeing. So there's still all these big boats in the marina, like I've been telling you, and they're still really not moving, which is a good sign. Which is certainly a good sign, but again, we expect that to change. And like I was saying, the high rises just behind the marina where we are, some lights still on, so people are choosing to stay. Some of them, they are higher up. Remember, the emergency manager said if you're going to evacuate, don't evacuate up, evacuate out. But these people believe, certainly hoping, that they will stay safe. It's just a question of how high does the water come up and how quickly do the lights go out. We're not seeing a change in storm surge yet and I know the eye is still offshore, but we are expecting, again, the water to rise a little bit. The projection, like I said, was about 15 feet. This is one of those floating docks, and I can tell you, water has not come up yet. I mean, it's bobbing, and it's a heavy dock because you got some big boats parked alongside these docks. But the elevation, the height of the water has not changed yet. High tide is not until later on tonight in the overnight hours, right around 3:30. And our indicator, I know it's getting dark, in the distance is the end of Bayfront Park here in downtown Sarasota. And there is again, I think that's a fishing boat or a sailboat sitting squarely on the lawn in the middle of the park. And so that washed up because of Hurricane Helene. It's been there ever since. They had no way of towing it out of there. And the water, as rough as it is out here and as windy as it is, there's another transformer, the water still has not breached the top of Bayfront Park. There's a walkway that goes all the way around there. So again, that's kind of been our indicator here. How high has the water level come up? And so far it hasn't. But man, it's just going to take a foot over that park, and then that boat, that fishing boat, is going to be floating all over again. And then, of course, who knows where it's going to go. So far, the boats that are tied up around here are holding. We're seeing them get whacked up against the dock. Some of the sailboats, topsy-turvy kind of thing, rocking all over the place. But so far, guys, things are holding out. Power's still back on here, or still on, I should say, in downtown Sarasota, not Orlando. I know I said Orlando earlier, but there's a lot
we know
going on
exactly
here.
what you mean, Eric, and we know exactly where you are, too. I'm worried about that palm tree that's hanging on for dear life near you, and be careful out there. I know you were saying that you had not been getting the sheets of rain you were expecting, so we asked Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos to explain exactly what you're seeing and why. Candace?
Eric, thank you so much. I mean, you always show the best picture of what's actually going on. You describe things so well. But you're right. At the end of the day, when we talk about how much rain is coming in, we're actually starting to see some of that dry air actually filtering into your area, which is why, as you are a veteran of these large systems pushing onshore, it's not that typical rainfall event that is happening right now. So let me show you real quick of what we're talking about here. So again, where Eric is right now, it's pretty close into Sarasota there, just north into the Bayshore Gardens kind of zone right here. But if I widen out the view here, look at the lack of rain on the southern side of this. This is one of those things that we're talking about. This is a very unique setup of a hurricane where we normally see the entire system all filled in with heavy amounts of rain. This is a very top-heavy north side of the center is where we're seeing a lot of the rain. So for his purposes right now, he might actually not be dealing with a lot of the rain. The problem that is going to be really happening over the next few minutes and within the next hour or so is going to be that storm surge pushing all that water up into parts of Venice, all the way up into Sarasota. So again, the center of the storm as of now is still sitting a few miles offshore, about 25 miles offshore. But of course, you've got the wind out there. That is for sure a guarantee. But it's that eerie lack of rain that Eric first mentioned right off the top that I wanted to explain why that is. And it's that dry air that we've been talking about helping weaken the system a little bit. That is what we're actually starting to see now with that live look. Now, that's just kind of an interesting, because we're here in Central Florida seeing so much of that rain. We're right there in the center of pretty much where that eye wall is going to be approaching in Sarasota. He's barely seeing some of that rain. That is why this is such a kind of an opposite system in some way, and it's why one of those reasons why here in Central Florida the concern for us has really been the rainfall where they are at. It's the sheer amount of wind and storm surge. So I'm glad that Jeff and Eric, they are a dynamic duo in these storms. They are always making sure that they're doing everything they can to show us these pictures but also do it safely. So thank you so much, and of course I think we're going to be going back to them several times throughout the rest of the newscast.
That is for sure. All right, thank you, Candace, for that explanation. And our coverage of Hurricane Milton continues after this break.
It's hurricane season, and the Pinpoint Weather Team is here for you. Because when the tropics heat up, we stay focused. No hype, no noise. Just a calm, consistent, accurate weather team tracking the hurricane's path with pinpoint Doppler radar. And 3D views bring us inside the storm to help keep you and your family safe. This hurricane season, stay prepared with the new 6 Pinpoint Weather Team and the Hurricane Tracker app. New 6, getting results. Sponsored by AK Certified Roofing.
Like many voters, Lena's open to Amendment 3. But there's a catch. A deal breaker she won't see on the ballot summary because they buried it deep to sneak it past voters like Lena. Big Weed wrote Amendment 3, so they can't be sued.
So they can't even be sued?
No matter what goes wrong, if people get sick, corporations make billions but can't be held accountable.
There's no way I'm voting for Amendment 3.
It's corporate greed, not freedom.
Experience amazing at Lexus of Winter Park and Lexus of Orlando, because right now we have an incredible selection of luxury vehicles, over 500 to choose from, including the popular 2025 ES350. Finance rates as low as 4.49%, or you can pay a low $478 a month. So come see us today and get the luxury you deserve at either one of our convenient locations, Lexus of Winter Park or Lexus of Orlando, or call us for our best price, 1-800-NEW-LEXUS.
We didn't always get around this way, but when our car insurance got too pricey, we went from 4 wheels to 3, which isn't always easy.
Great job. Everyone's doing a great job.
Especially on road trips.
Turn left in 11 miles.
But now that we found affordable insurance, we're back to the good old days.
With a super low down payment to get started, Direct Auto lets you stop compromising and keep driving.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm is a family firm. John, my boys, and so many lawyers who have been our partners for so many years. We know that an accident or an injury can have terrible consequences for your family. We don't take your representation for granted, and every day we will work hard to never break that trust.
It is the only place that I would ever suggest anybody go. It makes you feel like you're worth something.
You're not just a number.
I felt like that. Thank God that I went to Morgan.
Our family helping yours.
When I saw the tumor on the MRI, my first thought was, am I going to be able to see my daughter again? The doctors knew if I did not end my pregnancy, I would lose my baby, I would lose my life, and my daughter would lose her mom. Florida has now banned abortion, even in cases like mine. Amendment 4 is going to protect women like me. We have to vote yes.
Well, as Hurricane Milton moves east, central Florida's westernmost counties are the first to see the storm's impacts.
News 6's Joel Blake joins us now live from Marion County, where he has been keeping a close eye on the conditions out there for us this evening. How are things looking right now, Jarrell?
Yes, I just got an update from the PIO. They just told me that they're in a briefing right now, as you can see over my shoulder. Now, they do have people that are in shelters, at about 130 people across all 9 of their shelters. Now, once again, there is a pet-friendly shelter among them, as well as a shelter for somebody specifically with special needs, and also one for sex offenders as well. Now, these shelters are actually going to be open throughout the storm. Hopefully, nobody's out there on the roadways right now or outside. However, if you are and you need a place to go, those shelters are available. Now, they said they're expecting to still see a lot of wind and a lot of rain in their area when the storm intensifies. Right now, they haven't heard any of those tornado warnings or anything of such damage or power outages here in the area, but they do expect those to happen the next morning, which is why they're briefing each other, coming up with plans, just talking about how they'll respond over the morning. So they do want people to know, just to make sure that if you are going to be sheltering in place, especially if you're in one of the mobile homes or if you're in an RV, they have a lot of wind that they're going to be expecting to get overnight. May not be able to get to everybody in those areas when they respond the next morning. So they're trying to just make sure that everyone is aware of the situations, hoping that everybody is able to keep up with all of those updates.
Yeah, Jarrell, have you had a chance to really step outside and see what things are looking like on the roads out there in Marion County right now?
Yeah, me and my photog Daniel have been stepping outside periodically, and from right now it just seems like normal for the rain, but it seems like it's the calm before the storm. Things may intensify. Throughout my lifetime, I've lived here in Florida majority of my life, and you know, I've been through 6 hurricanes, and sometimes they seem okay for right now, but when that storm hits, it hits. So that's why they're just trying to make sure that everyone is inside, sheltering in place, and just has a safe place to stay, just so they can wade out this storm. They're also going to be feeling some of the effects of that storm over tomorrow. They said that probably around the afternoon or late evening tomorrow, that is when they'll start sending crews out to assess damages and areas to make sure that everywhere else is safe to go. They also said if they want someone to check on your place for you while you're away or you're at a shelter, just contact them and they'll go out there and check that out for you. Here in Marion County, Jarrell Baker, getting results, News 6.
And real quick, Jarrell, before you go, you know, when you look at that radar, it looks like that area could see a lot of rain in the next 12 to 24 hours. Have you heard yet of any major power outages in Marion County?
Not so much. Luckily, they haven't heard any power outages, no downed trees. However, they are expecting some of those in the area. I mean, you know, a storm like this could intensify, impact different areas differently. It's not their first rodeo going into a storm, which is why they have several crews on standby. As a matter of fact, here in this building, they have about 150, a little bit over more of different crews, from sheriff's office to first responders, everyone that's ready to go out there after the storm so they can assess all of that damage in the area.
All right, Jarrell Baker, thank you. I think that's one of the few counties where we have not had a tornado warning tonight. So,
fingers crossed.
Yeah, we know you're going to continue to stay there and cover that area for us. Thank you. And our coverage of Hurricane Milton will continue right after the break.
Accident victims enter a legal system favoring insurance companies. New Florida laws have cut the time to file a claim and have complicated what you, the victim, may recover. Don't wait. Time is running out. Fight back and call us today. Our firm and our family are here for you.
The Rooms to Go 12-day fall sale is going on now, so let's go. Hurry to Rooms to Go. Check out our amazing selection and save big on the great-looking furniture you need. Living rooms, bedrooms, dining rooms, kids' rooms, mattresses, and more. Plus, to make buying easier, get 50-month interest-free financing. That's right, you get both low sale prices and 50-month interest-free financing at the Rooms to Go 12-day fall sale going on now.
Right now at Lexus of Winter Park and Lexus of Orlando, we have incredible savings on your luxury vehicle, like the popular 2025 ES300 Hybrid. Finance rates as low as 4.49%, or you can pay a low $518 a month. And there's never been a better time to get into luxury, because right now we have over 500 vehicles to choose from. So come see us at either one of our state-of-the-art facilities, Lexus of Winter Park or Lexus of Orlando, or call us for our best price. That's 1-800-NEW-LEXUS.
Storm coverage all at your fingertips wherever you are. Meteorologist Jonathan Keggis will live stream the latest updates and tracks as they happen. Watch live on all 3 News 6 apps. Just search WKMG in your app store. Plus, stream on YouTube, News 6 Plus, or clickorlando.com. Download the News 6 Hurricane Tracker app. Sign up for push alerts with the most recent storm watches and warnings. Tracking the tropics with News 6. Just search WKMG in your app store.
I was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer the day after Christmas of 2013. I knew that Moffitt was where I needed to be to live.
Your first choice for treating gastrointestinal cancers is your best chance for beating them. So choose Moffitt first.
I'm a registered nurse at Moffitt Cancer Center, and I'm also a 10-year stage 3 colon cancer survivor.
Moffitt is accelerating the science for the early detection and treatment of all gastrointestinal cancers.
I take a lot of joy in being able to impact other people's lives. They look at me and see hope and see that I'm on the other side of the journey.
Moffitt's advanced treatment and breakthrough clinical trials are providing survival outcomes up to 4 times the national averages.
They saved my life. I appreciate every day.
Call Moffitt to connect with a gastrointestinal cancer expert.
Years ago, I warned you that those billboard ads with cardboard lottery-type checks would send the wrong message. Thanks in part to those ads, the Florida legislature changed the laws and made it harder for you to win a case. You need a lawyer now more than ever. If you've been in an accident, call us.
A reminder, power is expected to go out across the state and here in Central Florida. So to stay up to date with the latest from our wall-to-wall coverage and keep you and your family safe, when you can't watch News 6 on TV, keep a charged radio with you and our partners at FM 101.9, 105.9 Sunny FM, and Mix 105.1 will have our live continuous coverage on their air as well.
And if you can access the internet, we have several options for you. You can head to the App Store and search WKMG and download our Hurricane Tracker app, our Pinpoint Weather app, and the News 6 app to watch the latest updates in your area. You can also watch clickorlando.com and our coverage on the News 6 YouTube channel to keep you and your family safe. And our coverage of Hurricane Milton continues right after this break.
Get the right RV at the right price right now. Over 600 pre-owned RVs in stock. Top brands, low miles, no dealer fees. This 2021 Coachman Mirada is discounted $5,000. Visit LaMesaRV.com today.
2022. Michigan voters approve a sweeping abortion amendment. Now, the lawyers who wrote that amendment use it to sue their state, to force taxpayers to fund abortions. The same lawyers wrote Amendment 4. And if it passes, the same thing will happen in Florida. Lawsuits to force taxpayers to fund abortions. It happened in Michigan. It will happen in Florida. Prevent taxpayer-funded abortions. Vote no on Amendment 4.
My husband and I were involved in a very bad car accident, and we decided to call attorney Dan Newland. Within minutes of our call, we became clients. We were so relieved that Dan and his team would be fighting for us. Dan's commitment to our case was extraordinary. He was with us every step of the way, and at the end of our case, Dan got us $1.5 million.
Involved in a car accident? Call me now at 407-888-8000.
Thank you, Dan, for winning our case.
Severe back pain can make you feel less than in control, less than yourself.
At BioSpine, we can do more with less.
Less time waiting for answers.
With next day appointments.
Less than an hour in surgery.
With less time off work.
And a faster recovery from our less than 1 inch incision.
Less expense, and we're in network with major health insurers.
Don't let back pain stop you from being anything less than your best. BioSpine.
At Spectrum, we believe every day unlocks a new door to unlimited possibilities. Possibilities to bring you closer to the people and the places you love. Spectrum transforms your gaming experience into a galaxy of adventures with the fastest and most reliable internet. Connect to unlimited possibilities when you switch to Spectrum Internet Premier for only $30 per month when bundled, and save with our 3-year price guarantee and no contracts. Call 1-844-653-6824. With the fastest, most reliable internet, you're always front row to the entertainment you love, no matter where you are. And with advanced Wi-Fi to keep you safe and secure online, you can focus on what matters the most. Spectrum Internet doesn't just power your home. It puts streaming, live TV, sports, and popular apps all at your fingertips. Get incredible savings when you switch to Spectrum Internet Premier for just $30 a month with a 3-year price guarantee. That's our promise to you. Call 1-844-653-6824.
At La Mesa and Rec Van, get the right RV at the right price right now. This new Winnebago Solis Pocket is newly discounted to just $509 per month. La Mesa and Rec Van, the world's largest motorhome dealer. Visit LaMesaRV.com today.
Happening now, we are pinpointing the latest track of Hurricane Milton as the storm inches closer and closer to Central Florida. So we want to show you some dramatic video that's just come into the newsroom from DeLand Police. A police car driving behind another car when a tree fell on that first car. They say the driver of the car is okay, but the windshield got smacked. Wow. Yeah, an important reminder, and we've been saying this, just stay off the road.
Yes.
Conditions have become really dangerous, as you just saw. A curfew goes into effect in Volusia County at 8 o'clock, and we understand that Governor Ron DeSantis is giving an update right now, so let's listen in.
It's moving toward the northeast at 17 miles per hour, and it will continue to move across central Florida throughout the night and into the early morning hours. We have seen a weakening of the storm over the last 24 hours. We also saw it sped up, which means it's hitting the Gulf Coast prior to high tide, which we hope will help mitigate some of the storm surge. You see it already developing, and there's going to continue to be storm surge both on the West Coast and eventually on the East Coast of Florida. And we're going to see a significant amount of rainfall on the northern part of the storm. There's already been 116 tornado warnings with 19 confirmed touchdowns throughout the state, 9 flash flood warnings, and 4 additional flood watches, with many, many more to come. Numerous counties have reported tornado damage. Peak storm surge is predicted to be between 5 and 13 feet, depending on where you are on the Gulf Coast of Florida. As of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be between the Charlotte-Lee County line up until Anna Maria Island in Manatee County. Prior to landfall, the state completed nearly 2,000 missions. Generators were sent to shelters. We have massive amounts of fuel reserves that are staged and ready to go, millions of gallons of gas. When the ports reopen, Florida Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to fuel as they return to their homes. The Florida Department of Transportation is staged and ready to go as soon as the storm passes. They have 156 bridge inspectors, which will go to clear the bridges, 402 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,000 generators and 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. We have massive amounts of search and rescue equipment and personnel standing by. And we hope that there's not a big need for that, but we're prepared for that. And that's not just our state and local, it's also our National Guard, our State Guard. We have about 9,000 National Guard personnel between Florida and other states. We also have Florida Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Law Enforcement, and of course our Florida State Guard. There was a lot of questions about pre-staging linemen, which is our practice here in Florida, given that you have a lot of linemen working for Hurricane Helene in places like Georgia and North Carolina. I'm happy to report that we have over 50,000 linemen that are in the state of Florida, and as soon as it's safe to do so, they will commence with power restoration. We're already seeing power outages. You're going to continue to see a lot more power outages over the course of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Now, at this point, it's too dangerous to evacuate safely, so you have to shelter in place and just hunker down. Category 3 storm for most places in Florida, particularly newer construction, likely the building is going to be able to withstand it. But if you start to get in a situation where trees are snapping, power's popping, you do have to treat it like a tornado. And then if you are in a tornado warning, that's a duck and cover in a place that's safe in your structure. Those can be very, very dangerous, even if you are inside in cover. Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous. And I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris, and they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to your local emergency management officials about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I mentioned. So please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely. Do not run the generator inside your home. That can be fatal. Make sure it's outside the home at a safe distance from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please report those to your local authorities so that they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene And yet, all I've seen is people just dig deep inside and say, we're not going to be denied, we're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm and to be ready to go. And you will see that in action very shortly as this storm passes. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for leading us through this. Appreciate your support. Conditions across the state continue to deteriorate as Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's. No more Michael. No, sir. No, sir. As Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's west coast. Many areas are already experiencing life-threatening storm surge or life-threatening tornadoes. Please make sure if a tornado warning comes in, especially on our east coast of Florida, we have certainly had a lot of tornadic activity over there. With confirmed radar signature, confirmed tornadoes. We do have Virginia Task Force 1, Ohio Task Force 1, and Miami Task Force 1 going into those areas to help with those structural collapses that have happened. We're receiving somewhere in the neighborhood, this is really, really rough numbers right now, but about 125 homes that have been destroyed, most of them mobile homes and senior communities. So we're trying to get into Florida's most vulnerable to make sure they're taken care of. If you have not already left, as I just said, as the governor just said, you need to stay inside, stay safe, and stay put. Make sure that you're getting to a central area of your home, that you're getting as low as you possibly can. That is, if you have a single-story residence and no storm surge, you want to get as low as you possibly can. I had this question asked to me earlier. Do I go to the bottom of the house if I got storm surge? The answer is no. If you've got 2 floors, you need to go to the lowest part of the 2nd floor to escape the storm surge. Please do not. If you have storm surge coming in, please just do not go to the lowest level of your home. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. Roads may be flooded, blocked by debris, or have down power lines. Please do not risk it. If you hear, as the governor said, if you hear trees snapping, that means that there is going to be flying debris. You should seek shelter immediately and treat it as if it's a tornado. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting household items such as pillows, heavy coats, blankets on top of you. There may be a point where you think the storm is over. If it goes from absolutely nothing or absolutely horrible and terrible to absolutely nothing, then you are most likely in the eye of the tornado. Please stay in place. Do not come out. We are anticipating power outages, as the governor's already mentioned, with this storm. Take time now, if you still have power, to keep those electronic devices plugged in and keep the charge full. If you lose power and are going to use a generator for backup power, please use it safely. You've heard the governor and myself say this. Keep it 20 feet away from the doors and windows of your home. Make sure you wait 20 minutes for it to cool down before you refuel it. Make sure it's on a clean, dry surface. And then be sure to have a carbon monoxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you listen to local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside or to return home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials, debris, and flooding could still be present. Do not attempt to clean up the debris by yourself, especially fallen trees or power lines. If you see a dangerous condition, please report them to your local authorities utilizing your 911 lines or non-emergency lines. Residents needing information can continue to call our State Assistance Information Line, which will be open for most likely weeks. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. Please follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSERT and on Facebook at FDEM. That is the best way to go and catch up on latest up-to-date information from the division. If you do not have access to that, but you have access to the internet, please make sure you go to floridadisaster.org/updates. Floridians, we are with you. We will be with you. The state of Florida is leading the way on this charge. Please know that we're coming as fast as we possibly can. There's going to be places that we just cannot get to until the winds die down. But as I've already mentioned, there are strong winds. There are banding rains. But we have the men and women of Florida Task Force 1 out of Miami-Dade, as well as members from the Ohio and Virginia Task Force going into harm's way to help you out. We will continue to do that all night long. I will be here throughout the night along with my team. Governor, it's been a pleasure working with you to this point, but I also want to say thank you for your leadership. and I know that you're not going to go anywhere anytime soon. And I appreciate your leadership. Thank you, sir.
So we are staged with massive amounts of search and rescue assets, not just with the cities and counties and their considerable resources, all the state assets for our state agencies and National Guard, as well as urban search and rescue teams. And so we will be ready to help people who are in harm's way, and hopefully we don't have a lot. I know a lot of people did heed the call to leave, but that will be a priority to save lives. We also have a record number of people there for the restoration of power. These linemen, people love seeing the linemen coming in on the interstate. It's a great sight. They will get to work, get their power resumed as quick as possible. And then we have massive amounts of fuel on standby that we can use, but we also want to make sure these ports get up and running. I mean, we'll see what the damage is to Manatee and to Tampa. We have been discussing, and Kevin and his team have been discussing with our federal partners like the Army Corps and some of these agencies, some expectations about getting these ports back. And I think there's a difference between kind of Florida expectations, which is like we get this stuff done quick, and maybe how the federal bureaucracies have typically worked. But I think
all right, you have been listening to Governor Ron DeSantis give an update to the state of Florida about what's happening with Hurricane Milton. Very telling. A 116 tornado warning so far, more than 24 of those here in Central Florida alone. And he says they have 19 confirmed touchdowns. And they are just getting ready for the storm surge is what he is most fearful of. 5 to 13 feet is what he is predicting.
That's right. He did say that the storm is weakening and it has sped up prior to making landfall, which is what we are waiting to happen within the next hour. Our team of meteorologists are here to make sure you are ready for whatever the storm may bring. And we are joined now by Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos, who is standing by. And so that eye wall is inching closer to the state of Florida. We have crews, of course, all across the state, pinpointing and watching exactly what's happening. When do we expect it to make landfall, Candace?
It could be happening within the next hour or so. Really, at the end of the day, the center of the eye has started to kind of widen. We're up to about 30 miles wide, but you can see already a big portion from Tampa down through Bradenton right now is dealing with that northern eye wall. We'll have a bit of a break as it moves into the center of that storm. But again, right now we are watching very closely. Eric Von Aken right now is in Sarasota. We, of course, will have live pictures from him in just a few moments. But this is the radar sites out of Tampa. You can see clearly that center of Milton now approaching the southwest coast there into Sarasota, Venice, into areas as far north as St. Petersburg. Now, notice something very interesting about this tropical system. Look at the southern side of it. Models did a fantastic job showing that the bulk of the moisture and all the rain was going to be very driven on the northern side of it. Unfortunately, all this rain that you're seeing wrapped around over the Gulf of Mexico, that's all got to go somewhere. And as Milton continues to cross over the state through parts of south central Florida, we're going to be continuing to see the bulk of this rain. So although all the tornado warnings we had, as Ginger mentioned, more than 24 tornado warnings here in central Florida in our local viewing area, we still have a long night to go, and we will be here throughout the entirety of it. Right now, again, just kind of closing in on Bayshore Gardens, kind of in this zone where Eric Von Aken is at. And one thing that he did notice and did mention right off the start there, he's been through a lot of hurricanes over the last several years, won't say how many years, but certainly an interesting phenomenon is happening right now where he's kind of in that eye wall, but he's not seeing as much rain as he typically does. So here's the latest track as of 7 p.m. We should get that intermediate advisory at 8. Again, still a Category 3 hurricane with sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. Still anticipated to weaken and broaden. And as it broadens out, tropical storm force winds will be sustained across most of central Florida. Hurricane force gusts cannot be ruled out. With right around the core of Milton, we will have that potential of seeing hurricane sustained winds through areas of Osceola, Polk County, and into Brevard County as well. The problem right now that we are looking at, no big tornado threat as of right now, but the concern is going to be those flash flood warnings. We are racking up a lot of rain in a short amount of time. Look at those wave heights right now, really starting to push all that water up against the southwest. The storm surge is going to be a big concern right now. Sea is about 13 to 18 feet just offshore. Now, the worst of the storm surge is going to be on the right side of Milton. So as it approaches the Bradenton-Sarasota zone, this is where we are going to see kind of the worst case scenario here. Up to 12-foot storm surge can be expected from Sarasota southward down through the Port Charlotte area. Wind gusts right now are whipping across southwest Florida. Right now we have sustained winds of 56 miles per hour in Siesta Key, kind of the closest to that center. But up and down from St. Petersburg right now we have gusts up to 74. Areas in Port Charlotte right now, even a few miles south and east of that. Port Charlotte right now seeing a wind gust of 85 miles per hour. Remember, we're always going to have the worst of the winds on the right side, that dirty side of that storm. So that is why the winds are the worst right now in Port Charlotte versus north in St. Petersburg, where the winds still kicking up at about 74 miles per hour. Interesting enough, there is a very rare warning right now in effect for parts of Tampa as well as St. Petersburg. With more on that, meteorologist Amira Kokinis is talking more on that. We had to go deep into the system to find something this rare.
Absolutely. So this is not your typical wind warning, but we have an extreme wind warning that we do see. We saw one issued during Helene. Now we're seeing one issued during Milton. And you see this highlighted area in this hot pink. And that does include the cities of Tampa all the way down to Bradenton and possibly just before Sarasota is where it kind of cuts off. That's where we could see sustained winds, surface winds exceeding that 115 mile per hour mark. So definitely a very dangerous situation to be in with that eye wall pushing on shore. So as we take a look here at the expected wind gusts, you'll notice that highlighted pink area. Once again, we went ahead and kind of pushed it out a little bit because we could continue to see wind gusts up near 100 miles per hour or greater, even as the system makes its way onshore, just because it is, again, on that dirty side of the storm. So, and then you'll notice the areas in the red here. So that extends from, I would say, Holiday going back up to Spring Hill, and then across just on the south side of the City Beautiful going into Osceola County, and then from northernmost Brevard going all the way down. That's where we could see wind gusts 75 to 100 miles per hour, okay? But then back to the north, so Orlando and areas to the north, 55 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts. Now, the thing is, you're probably saying, hey, those are really strong, and yes, they will be strong for the next several hours as Milton continues to pass by. So when we look at the overall setup in terms of rain, that's what we started our day with. We started it early this morning and even late last night with light showers, then they've gradually picked up. Those bands of heavy rain started to move in, and those dangerous squalls really triggered quite a bit of tornado warnings for Central Florida already, and we still have potential to see those as we head into the overnight hours. But as far as rainfall totals in the past 6 hours, you can see just around, I would say, Osceola, just to the north and east of the turnpike, going back into the east side of Orlando, right before you get to that 528 exchange with, or to exchange with I-95, and then spreading back into Seminole County between about 3 and almost 5 inches of rain accumulating there. We got about almost 4 inches over Merritt Island. And then you'll look back and you'll see not so much rain across our northern half. That's not going to be the case because we saw where on that spinning motion all of that moisture is, and it is on the northern side of this storm. We have that dry air really kind of cutting down a lot of the rainfall on the southern half, but that doesn't mean we can still see some wraparound, so we're not quite done with the rain just yet, and we'll definitely continue to see more really adding up from Orlando going up to the north. So when we talk about what to expect, and we could see isolated maximums up near 11 and even 13 inches of rain. We already had quite a bit of rain today, plus we started out the month with a good amount of rain. And when we look across the I-4 corridor, between about 4 and up to 8 inches, but we could see isolated maximums in the 10 to 12 inch range. Back to the west, so Sumter Lake County going back into Marion County, 5 to 7 inches is quite possible. Lakeland about 8.5, and then you'll notice Brevard County already getting up there in those rainfall totals, but we're still not done. Anywhere between about 6 and probably up to 8 inches of rain, possibly higher. Cocoa Beach for Cape Canaveral, maybe in that 10-inch or even greater mark. Ladies?
All right, Samara, thank you. And you pointed out that highlighted pink area, and that's what the governor was talking about from Charlotte to Anna Maria Island, where they are expecting the most storm surge to hit 5 to 13 feet potentially. Our Eric Von Enken has been in that very area. We're talking about the Sarasota area all for the past couple of days, really, 48 hours or more, keeping an eye on things for us. Eric, it looks like that eye is getting closer to you.
We know it's coming, Lisa. What is a little bit surprising is the storm surge has not verified here yet. That's not to say it's not coming, but you know, this is, I guess, part of the false sense of security that people fall into. So here we are, just that storm a few dozen miles off the coast here. Yeah, the wind has picked up, but Candace, you mentioned the rain calming down, I guess because we're in a drier area. The drier air has moved in here. We're not getting soaked. And so far, downtown Sarasota is holding up relatively fine. So again, I'm on floating piers here. Jeff, can you see the piling? Big cinder block piling, or cement piling anyway. And there are rollers on these things, and that's why these things keep moving up and down. We've still got plenty of room. Again, so our two indicators here of how high the water level is coming is how much are these piers, these docks, moving up on these pilings, and also over there, I told you that's Bayfront Park. So typically that's just a foot or two above the water level here, again, depending on tide going in and out. But so far, it has not come over the bayfront, and so far we're not seeing much movement up. We're seeing up and down, but again, we are not rising here. Boats are still hanging on, in some cases for dear life. Jeff, can you see that yacht over there, the one that's lit up? There, you cannot. Okay. There's a yacht to my right, and it's the only one with lights on, and we just figured out why. It's because the person on the yacht is going to ride it out, as are so many people here in downtown Sarasota. Again, you see the building over there, so that's the one that, I guess, probably the one that is closest and sticking out furthest into Sarasota Bay here, and you see there are still several floors where there are lights on. People are choosing to ride this out. Some of them, a few of them on the mainland, but everybody, for the most part, has left the barrier islands because they know the chances would not be good with surviving 15 or 14 feet of storm surge. Lisa, back to you.
All right, yeah. Eric, thank you.
And
we know that...
I'm just saying that the yacht, you can't, but the person in the yacht probably thinks it's a really good idea to do whatever they're doing since they're staying there. Thank you, Eric. Be safe.
Well, power is expected to go out across Central Florida, and you still have several options to continue to get our coverage, of course, online on clickorlando.com, the News 6 YouTube app, and we're also going to be on several local radio stations. We're
simulcasting.
That's right.
And that's the one thing. If you lose us on air, and lights are flickering in here too, that makes me a little nervous. If you lose us on air, you can also catch us on our radio partners. I think we have a full screen to show you those radio partners, but make sure you have everything charged up just so you can still stay connected, because even if you can't see us give you the advice, you can hear us talk you through this storm, because we're going to be here with you through the duration of Hurricane Milton as it makes landfall.
We'll be on 101.9, 105.9 Sunny FM, and Mix 105.1, and of course online. And we'll be back right after this break.
Stay with us.
In Florida, we trust our doctors, and doctors agree the state's abortion ban is dangerous. It puts women's lives at risk, threatening doctors with prison for treating your family. Vote yes to end the ban. Protect patients and doctors.
During COVID, working families struggled to get by, while Marcia Summersill cashed in. Summersill took thousands of taxpayer dollars, meant for working families, to bail out a company with just one employee. Herself. Marcia Summersill takes from working families, but Doug Bankson fights for them. Bankson cut taxes over $1 billion, and he's taking on the insiders to lower rates. Doug Bankson, working families first.
There's never been a better time than right now to get the luxury you deserve at Lexus of Winter Park and Lexus of Orlando, because you can get the brand new 2025 NX250 with finance rates as low as 4.49%, or you can pay a low $398 a month, and we We have a great selection. So come see us today at either one of our convenient locations, open 7 days a week to serve you. Lexus of Winter Park, 436 and University Boulevard, or Lexus of Orlando, just off I-4 and the Turnpike. Call 1-800-NEW-LEXUS.
At Spectrum, we believe every day unlocks a new door to unlimited possibilities. Possibilities to bring you closer to the people and the places you love. Spectrum transforms your gaming experience into a galaxy of adventures with the fastest and most reliable internet. Connect to unlimited possibilities when you switch to Spectrum Internet Premier for only $30 per month when bundled, and save with our 3-year price guarantee and no contracts. Call 1-844-653-6824. With the fastest, most reliable internet, you're always front row to the entertainment you love, no matter where you are. And with advanced Wi-Fi to keep you safe and secure online, you can focus on what matters the most. Spectrum Internet doesn't just power your home. It puts streaming, live TV, sports, and popular apps all at your fingertips. Get incredible savings when you switch to Spectrum Internet Premier for just $30 a month with a 3-year price guarantee. That's our promise to you. Call 1-844-653-6824.
I'm Dr. Gracie Christie, a physician, a Floridian, and a mother. Today, I can't even prescribe Tylenol to a teenager without first talking to her parents. But under Amendment 4, that same teen could get an abortion without parental consent and without a doctor's approval. In fact, Amendment 4 would make abortion the only medical procedure a minor could undergo without parental consent. Amendment 4 is too extreme and not what it seems. Please vote no on Amendment 4.
Florida's abortion ban goes too far.
One of the most restrictive abortion bans in the country.
Officials say this could be life or death for some women.
A dangerous ban with no real exceptions, not even for rape. End the ban. Vote yes on 4.
All right, welcome back, everyone, as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Ginger Gadsden.
And I'm Lisa Bell. And of course, the storm about an hour away now from making landfall along Florida's Gulf Coast. We have our team of meteorologists standing by who have been helping us pinpoint the storm, walk us through all the details all night long. And not just all night. They've been here for, for days
a couple
now.
Of nights. Yeah, exactly. And it's just really getting started because we haven't seen it make landfall yet. And that's coming probably, according to Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos, in the next hour or so. And speaking of Candace, we want to get right over to her right now to talk about Hurricane Milton. It is a Category 3 right now. Is that right?
Yes. Right now we're waiting for that 8 o'clock advisory. So, Julie, you hop in the moment we hear any news. Again, as of right now, we are watching Hurricane Milton. That the center of the storm, the eye. It's just about to approach. So, yeah, I would say within the next 30 to 45 minutes already, this has really started to gain some fast-moving forward speed, which is not a bad thing because the faster we can get this storm in and out, the better it's going to be, especially for us. Because notice the difference between the north side and the south side of this core. The north side is packing all the rain, where the southern end of it, there is barely any rain. Now, there's tons of cloud cover. There's no doubt about that. But the moisture is just eroding that dry air, sucking into the southern end, the southern fringe of the storm, is really eroding all that moisture and all that precipitation. And we're going to get a real better picture of what it looks like right there along the southwest coast of Florida as we continue into the next few minutes here with Eric Von Aken out there. Back here at home, though, we do have several aerial flood, flash flood warnings in effect. Flash flood warnings meaning that we are already starting to get reports of flooding in the area, especially after a very active afternoon, which is what we were concerned about with all those tornadoes, tornado warnings. We do have some reports of damage in some areas in Brevard County. We are working to confirm all that. We have our crews spread out all across East Central Florida. So the moment we get any information on that, we will bring it to you. But you can see a lot of that heavy rain right now. I'm sorry?
We have the 8 o'clock advisory now.
Okay, we do have the 8 o'clock advisory. Okay, good, thank you. We're going to continue to see some of the heaviest of the rain. What's the sustained winds at this point?
120.
Okay.
And pressure's 954.
Okay, so it is starting to weaken. That's obvious when we're starting to talk about how much is already interacting with land. It's certainly not a surprise. It is moving pretty quick. Has it increased forward speed?
East-northeast 15, so
Yeah, okay. So
slow
it's
down a tiny bit, but still on a good clip.
Yeah, certainly on a good clip. And of course, all this heavy rain across areas, thank you, Julie, from the areas of Sumter and Lake County, seeing some of the heaviest of the rain. Now, this is the problem right now that I see for us here in Central Florida. We are in a bit of a break, which is certainly good news. This is not the time to now go visit friends and family members, you know, whatever the case may be. This is still the time that we still need to be where we need to be throughout the entirety of the storm, because all of the rain that is right now to our west and out towards the Gulf of Mexico, all of that needs to go across the state. So with that being said, that was going to be the problem. Even though the right side tends to be the dirty side of the storm, in this case, it's the left side of the storm that's going to be bringing in quite a lot of rain. Look at our wind gusts right now. Of course, again, Milton still just offshore, approaching that eye wall across southwest Florida. Right now, we are clocking a wind gust of 49 miles per hour in Orlando, 54 in Sanford. Now, again, we weren't expecting the wind event to happen just yet. That is going to be expected as Milton crosses central Florida, moving over Polk County into Osceola, Brevard County late tonight, early tomorrow morning. So again, we had that severe weather risk that we have completed, and now we are moving on to more of the rainfall concern. As Milton continues to push through Central Florida overnight, look where all the rain is going to go. It is going to be a soaking event when we talk about how much rain is expected as we continue to watch Milton make its way through, almost lining up along I-4. Barron's taking it a little further north. Models as of now, according to the National Hurricane Center, showing more of it emerging out into the Atlantic, out of northern Brevard County. But of course, we're going to continue to fluctuate. There's going to be a lot of wobbling as it continues to move through parts of Central Florida. But just overall, just look at how much rain is going to be on the northern fringe of it. So areas of Osceola County, Brevard, you might see relatively drier conditions. The problem there in Osceola and Brevard is going to be just how much wind we are expecting to see within this system. Okay, once again, here is the radar. We are watching very closely as the, again, official landfall happens when the center of the eye crosses land. So that is something we are going to be watching very closely. But as of right now, we do have a big old strip right here that is producing some very, very high wind rates right now. Right now through Bayshore Gardens, we had one kind of big batch of rain before that eye wall came through. But this is basically what we're seeing. It's just kind of that lighter scattered showers on the southern fringe of areas like Sarasota. This is a very rare kind of warning. We actually didn't have it in our system. We had to call and actually get it imported in. This is extreme wind warning. This is something that is issued when we do have surface winds actually exceeding 100 to 115 miles per hour. And that is something that is certainly going to be likely as that main system pushes into parts of Longboat Key through St. Petersburg, Tampa. All these areas here will have that potential of seeing that extreme wind warning. That's in effect until 9:30 there. Again, we are watching the potential for the storm surge even along parts of the Gulf Coast, and then out towards the East Coast beaches, also talking about storm surge about 3 to 6 feet. So let's go a little bit more into depth on what we're talking about. Julie, over there, what are you talking about? You're talking about the forecast cone.
Right. Since, you know, it came out while you were already up, this is what we're looking at. That 8 o'clock update just came out. Now, starting around 9 this morning, we started getting hourly position updates. So, again, this is what we're looking at as of 8 o'clock. We're looking at winds at 120 miles per hour, still a major storm, 950 millibars. So the pressure's come up a little bit. But, again, we are still talking about an intense storm. East-northeast movement at 15 miles per hour. And as Candace was showing us on the satellite imagery and the radar imagery, already that eye wall is moving onshore. Now, again, we want to show you what we're expecting. So this should be over land. Milton should be over land about 12 hours. She was just showing us on the Barron model, the in-house model, Milton exiting our East Coast by around 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Notice we're still talking about tomorrow morning at 2 o'clock, 90 mile per hour winds as this cuts right across central Florida. So again, a lot of that heavy rain is to the north. And the reason is we were talking about Milton would weaken before it made landfall because of upper level shear as well as dry air aloft. So that some of that dry air wrapped into the southern part of the system, and that kind of eroded the rain off to the south of that. So that means those of you to the north, really to Orlando and north, that's where we're going to see the bulk of that rain. Now, here's what we're talking about as far as wind gusts. Candace was showing you that extreme wind advisory graphic. traffic that we didn't even have in the system. So right now we're talking about winds gusting to 79 miles per hour at Siesta Key. Tampa is seeing 67 mile per hour wind gusts right now. St. Petersburg up to 75. Look, Port Charlotte, winds are gusting now to 93 miles per hour, 69 in Fort Myers, also 69 in Fort Myers Beach. And again, that wind field will continue to expand across Central Florida. Here's what we're expecting. So for our friends in Marion County, Flagler County, Volusia County, the northern half of Lake County, northern Sumter County, and much of Orange County and over into northern Brevard County, Volusia County as well. You're talking about sustained winds at 50 to 75 miles per hour. Again, some higher gusts. Now, this area where you see the red and the pink, notice over into Lakeland, that's where you could see 100 mile per hour or greater wind gusts. Again, we are going to continue tracking the situation as Milton appears to begin making landfall. Now we will send it back to Lisa and Ginger.
All right. Julie, thank you. Of course, we're keeping a close eye on Hurricane Milton, and it is close to making landfall. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos says probably in this hour we might see it come ashore.
Yeah, and News 6's Eric Von Enken joins us once again live from Sarasota, where we have seen the conditions there deteriorate as expected. But although, as I'm looking at you now, Eric, it actually looks like it's not as windy as it was when we last checked in with you.
So, ladies, was just listening to David Nazario and Candace. Also, it seems that we are now in the forward end of the eye because I got my hood off. I mean, it's not even really windy right now. Okay, a little bit. I mean, I don't want to downplay it too much, but remember all of the rocking and rolling we had here earlier? All of these sailboats here, definitely calmer than it was just a few minutes ago. So again, these are the piers that move up and down. I mean, there's a little bit of movement. We were definitely seeing some of these boats, as big as they are, yachts, I guess, get knocked around, but it is definitely at a decreased level compared to what we saw even the last time, what was that, 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago that we saw you. Seeing more transformers blow, but still, take a look at downtown Sarasota here. For the most part, the lights are still on. Now, that's not to say that things aren't going to change, but you can see, I mean, you know, I can't find any buildings in front of me, at least here in the immediate area by the Sarasota Bayfront downtown, that does not currently have power. You know, the other thing we've been talking so much about is the storm surge. So 14, 15 feet of storm surge. The governor was just talking about that. Again, that would lift this dock, this pier, up over this big concrete piling. You can see, you know, we're wobbling a little bit. But again, so far, no noticeable change in water elevation here in the bay. Now, down there, as I've been telling you, so that's where the Gulf of Mexico is. And what's unique about this spot here in downtown Sarasota is the bay has a direct channel straight out into the Gulf. So that Gulf water, the ocean water, is flowing right in here. And, you know, that was the expectation. And there are several parts, obviously, along the Barrier Islands. But right here, straight out, almost straight out, is the Gulf. And so the expectation was supposed to be that the storm surge, and I'm not saying again, you know, look, this is still early, right? The eye wall, you know, it seems barely has just made it onshore to where we are here. But so far, the storm surge has not rolled in here like we expected. We know that there are other parts of the Barrier Islands here up and down. So again, setting the scene for you, Sarasota County, north, Bradenton, that name has come up a lot because we know people got wrecked there from Hurricane Helene. And also, you know, Barrier Islands there. Farther north, St. Pete Beach, Clearwater Beach, Pinellas County, so many of those Barrier Islands, and so many of those places were underwater. So all of the Barrier Islands have been evacuated because the concern is, of course, they are the ones right up against the edge of the Gulf. And so as soon as this thing picked up and started to get bad, they would have been the ones hit first. And then, because this is such a powerful storm, the water would roll ashore here to the inland area. So downtown Sarasota, what you're looking at right there, the warning, and the reason that they evacuated the front here of the bayfront and the front of the downtown area, like the other cities up the coast. In fact, we're supposed to have a hotel reservation in downtown Bradenton, where Jeff and I have broadcast before during several previous hurricanes, and that hotel right along the Manatee River has always stayed open. This was the first time that they actually canceled the reservation. They said, no, we're in an evacuation zone. And because of this predicted storm surge, we do expect that this time we are going to be underwater. So again, this whole area, anywhere near the water, from here all the way up to Hillsborough and Pinellas County, is under a mandatory evacuation zone. That doesn't mean that people aren't choosing to stay. Again, look at the condos starting on the right. Jeff, I don't know how far you can get to the right, but there's this entire row of these high-rises right along the bayfront here. Lights are still on, and the one in front of us, directly in front of us, that seems to be the only one where there's no lights on. But all the others, look to the building, the big wide building, Jeff, just to the left of the skinny one there. I mean, I'm counting 15, lights on. To the left, another 10 lights on. If you keep going, I mean, there are definitely people here who have chosen to stay. Remember, I had a conversation last night with the Sarasota Police Department because they had blocked off the entrances to the barrier islands. They weren't letting anybody go across, and all they can do, and we talk so much about this, all they can do is say, please, we need you to leave, your life is in danger. Again, there were examples in Tampa where they would go door to door, especially on the islands there, and Pinellas specifically, where they were knocking and saying, we think you're not going to make this if you stay. And still, people have the option to stay. Well, it's now well into the storm where we have seen no emergency vehicles on the roads here, because the danger always is if it's unsafe for the rescuers who do the rescuing, they're not going to get out on the road, because then tomorrow, when things start, damage assessments start happening, rescues are necessary. Those are the folks we need to be able to come and get the people who have decided to stay. So they're not on the road anymore. I have not seen a car for a long time now. But the situation is the police department is saying, please leave, and still people can choose to stay. And so I asked the police department last night, the officers, specifically, do you know of people who have done that, at least out on the barrier islands? And the answer was, the officer didn't know people firsthand, but he said, I am sure that some people have decided to ride it out. So far, again, storm surge has not verified here in downtown Sarasota. That doesn't mean it's not coming. We do, though, expect it to be a very different story out on the barrier island, which again we cannot get to, and it is going to be closed until the damage crews assess what actually happened to the island and how bad it got. And of course, we still have the other half of this storm to get through. So what's happening right now? Again, we seem to be right in the eye. I don't even have my hood up. Wind has definitely died down. What's going to happen once the eye moves through here, as it moves east and north towards central Florida? We don't know. Certainly we're expecting, once the calmness of the eye passes over us, for it to get tough again, like you saw us, when we talked to you about, at this point, 20 minutes ago or so. So people bracing for that, expecting the worst, what has been projected and what has been predicted. But as of right now, guys, we will certainly take this calm in literally what appears to be the eye of the storm.
Yeah, that is fantastic. And it seems like you might be in a spot that could possibly be spared the worst when it comes to storm surge. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos was explaining why you might not get that 5 to 13 feet surge that other places might get.
We had a couple of questions. First, it's the National Hurricane Center who will officially make the declaration when the storm makes landfall.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Eric right now is in that eye. It's a very, very weird phenomenon, because all of a sudden the winds will be whipping like we saw just a few minutes ago, and then now it's just like a normal breezy afternoon.
And you say he's on the northern side of the eye.
Yes.
The storm's going in a counterclockwise motion. As a result, areas to the south of him will see that storm surge.
Correct.
Like the Port Charlotte area. But as a result, as it moves across the state and continues in that counterclockwise motion, areas to the north of the eye on the eastern side of Florida are going to see the worst storm surge.
And that's really going to be kind of the difference of the two coasts, right?
Yeah.
So right now where Eric is, a lot of that water is actually getting pulled away from the shore. So that's the reason why
and then turned around.
He's kind of it's kind of
almost like
surprising.
he's changed locations from the last time.
Right.
That's what it seems like. But unfortunately, just a few miles south of you there, Eric, the storm surge is going to be a completely different story. So I mean, of course, it's still too early to say it, but as of right now, if you haven't seen at least a rise in that storm surge yet, I think this might be kind of on that northern fringe of it.
And as a result, though, when we're talking about areas along the east coast of Florida, where Volusia and Flagler County could see greater storm surge than counties to the south, like Brevard or even south of there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and Eric, have you been noticing that almost like the water levels are almost going down slightly? It's not going to be dramatic, like sucking the water out of Tampa Bay.
That seems like a tsunami type situation.
Although I do have a friend who lives in Yankeetown, which is an area where I go scalloping every year, and he was posting pictures earlier of what appeared to be a lot of water leaving the bay.
It's a weird phenomenon.
Are you seeing that, Eric?
You know, we were thinking of that because that happened in the last storm that we covered. In fact, here on the west coast of Florida, where the water dropped dramatically in the bay. So that was in Bradenton, right in the city center, downtown Manatee County, or downtown Bradenton in Manatee County. That hasn't happened. I mean, ladies, the water level has not changed really at all. I mean, you know, I don't know if you remember, I was standing next to this concrete piling several times over the past few hours, and you know, the last estimate was that this was about 10 feet tall. And again, remember, we were talking about what this would take to lift up over this and go floating, and you know, that would be major storm surge here, right? But I mean, the height of this hasn't changed. It hasn't gone down. It hasn't gone up. So, you know, Candace, what you just said, if it hasn't happened yet, it's likely not going to happen here. I wish the people of this area here on the Sun Coast could hear that, because, man, I would imagine that would bring them incredible relief. But to be clear, I know it's not over yet, and they know it's not over yet.
Absolutely. By the way, a big area of that zone there from Tampa down through Bradenton, they are under a very rare excessive wind warning that we could have surface winds up to 115 miles per hour. Because at the end of the day, Eric, you are literally smack in the middle right now of a Category 3 hurricane at this point.
Okay, so we're being told that these are live pictures now from Bradenton, and it seems to be a little bit of a different story from where Eric is right now, because you can see the wind is definitely picked up, and you see some rain. It's raining sideways there a little bit, and this is what you're going to continue to see conditions deteriorate throughout the evening.
Just north there, that's just north of where Eric is, and they're seeing right now the kind of the border of that eye wall. So where Eric already cleared the eye wall, he's really kind of in that center, which is why the winds almost die down.
Clear center.
That clear center, which is dangerous.
If it were during the daytime, he could potentially look up and see blue sky.
Absolutely.
I have a question for Eric, because I've been using this as my barometer for your live shots with Jeff tonight. There is a little palm tree that has been hanging on for dear life, and it was just blowing and blowing. I would imagine now that it's pretty calm, but when we check back with you later on, it might not be so.
So, Ginger, we switched positions here, and you know, we talk a lot about this. So Jeff and I have done this once or twice, you know, or I don't know,
or 30 times, yeah.
So. But look, I always want to take a minute to explain that in all seriousness, we spend a good amount of time scouting out where we're going to be, right? Because, like, I'd like to go home to my wife and my kids, and I know Jeff would too. So, you know, we try and pick an area that we're protected by a solid concrete building, and that's where Jeff is right now. There's a roof over him, and the wall in this building ends right over here. So, Ginger, your palm tree that you're talking about, the reason I tell you this is because Jeff can't pan around, because we wanted to show you the downtown bayfront here. The palm tree, Ginger, is off to my right, and would you believe it? It's fine. I mean, it's still standing upright, and you know, and again, like, this is unnervingly baffling, a little bit positive for me because, again, we're in the middle, according to you guys, because you got the radar up. I'm just a schmuck standing on a dock here. But we're in the middle of this, right? And so far, I mean, Jeff and I have we've covered Category 3s before, and this hasn't felt like that, again, so far, and I'm being really careful when I say that because, we've seen the tornado warnings that you had and the tornadoes that actually touched down, and we know that there are a lot of people hurting from this storm who have gotten hurt, who've gotten flooded, who've gotten wind damage, and we know especially people up and down this coast, Southwest Florida, they really got hit by Helene just 2 weeks ago. They're still suffering. And so if this is any relief to them, guys, if they can say at least, it seems like we're making it through where we are here. I mean, amen. I'll take that all day long because I do know that there's people north and south of us that really are getting nailed right now. Like you were talking about the live pictures from Bradenton, which is only, 20 miles north of where I'm standing at this moment.
And Eric, I just want to kind of show you because, I know you can't visually see this, but again, you're here in Sarasota. Bradenton is just to the north of it. I just advanced. Julie, if you can bring it back to me here real quick. We are looking at the potential for that eye, kind of the backside of that eye to actually move into you. So there will be that potential of kind of kicking up a little more wind, which is why they still have that warning in place, that excessive wind warning, Eric. So there again, here, thank you, Julie. Again, this is kind of the main center where we are watching where Eric is right about here. So the official landfall is going to be any moment now because it's basically when that center of the eye crosses the shoreline. So this is the reason why I'm talking about how the storm surge and the winds might not be as bad. This is a very kind of unique system here, Eric, that we're gonna continue to see a lot of the worst of the wind and the rain north of that because we're starting to see so much dry air getting sucked up from the south side of it. That's why you're not seeing as much rain. Now the wind is because you're right there in the middle, that big center of the eye of Milton at this point in time. Now you are going to get a little more rain kind of whipped around kind of on the backside as Milton starts clearing and pushing out towards your east. But again, I don't want people at home seeing Eric and they're like, well, he was in the eye, well, it wasn't that bad. But look what's to the north of that. Again, we are talking about a very different tropical system. The way that this system is kind of stacked up, it's very unique in that type of way because, as Eric was saying, he wasn't seeing all the tornado warnings that we were, but we were still 100, 150 miles away from the center versus what you've been experiencing so far today. Have you been seeing any big-time warnings in place for the last couple of hours?
Again, ladies, surprisingly, no. And that's why this feels a little bit strange here. When we talked about where to go to cover this storm, to bring everybody in Central Florida these live pictures of this hurricane coming ashore, we narrowed it down, obviously, to Southwest Florida, the Gulf Coast area, anywhere between Clearwater and even Fort Myers and Naples, and we kind of settled on Sarasota because it seemed that so many of those models were aligning here. It so far hasn't done, the first half anyway, hasn't done nearly what you guys saw, right? So all of those tornado warnings, and we saw some of the video, I think it was from South Florida on the East Coast of the one spinning over the highway, right? We haven't even had a single tornado warning in this area all day long, and so far not all night. Now again, I'm being careful with this because, like you say, as soon as this eye wall moves through where we are, I know it's going to get rough again because, that's the other half of the storm. But Candace, if you're saying the worst is over, at least when it comes to storm surge, at least for this area, we'll take that all day. Now, we're worried about what it's going to do to Central Florida as it continues to move through. Are you going to see those more tornadoes?
Yeah, and Eric, that was exactly the question that I had for you. So we're, very thankful that where you are not seeing major impacts at this moment. But we did have 116 tornado warnings, 19 touchdowns reported, including some here in Central Florida. And on clickorlando.com, we do have some pictures of some damage that took place in Cocoa. As many as 8 buildings, possibly some homes sustaining damage there. When you look at those pictures, pictures and you see the roofs.
Devastating.
It is devastating for those people. So that all happened basically around 2 o'clock this afternoon and was going on all afternoon. Do you anticipate that type of activity to happen through the night? I know there's always the chance.
Of course.
But when we're talking about 119 warnings, really within a matter of a few hours.
Well, it's layered, right? It's a layered approach with this system for us here in Central Florida. That's going to be different than where Sarasota, where Eric Von Aken is. We had the severe risk. That was high.
That was before the arrival,
That was well before. But that is something, that's the reason why we told everyone shelter in place by noon today.
I got here at 1 o'clock because you said so.
And then what happened? 1:30 o'clock,
it opened up,
we were nonstop.
Yeah.
Now we're talking the rainfall. All of that rain that Eric is not seeing is all shifted north. So all of that rain needs to cross the state because remember, Milton still needs to go through our southern zones here throughout the next couple of hours. So now the next question is going to be how much rain are we going to get? Models are picking up double digits in some spots, especially along the I-4 corridor. Then we're talking, this is Punta Gorda. This is a live look from Punta Gorda. But then here locally, after we get the rain, now we're going to get that core of Milton coming through.
Yeah.
And then to finish it off, it's the storm surge. So there could be the potential that we here on the East Coast could see storm surge worse than where they're looking at right now.
So for people who aren't familiar of where this is Punta Gorda, which is south of where Eric was. He was in Sarasota. This is also a little bit south of Port Charlotte, which is where we are expecting greater storm surge to take place. And it does look like you can see water rushing in there. And this is from Bradenton, which is
not far from where Eric is.
So
right
notice, north of where he is, it's raining. South of where he is, it's really not. Again, this is a north heavy storm, and the way it's stacked up, it's a wonky storm, and it's been a wonky storm from the day it was born.
Okay, so I have a question for you. I heard meteorologist Julie Broughton say this. It could be a 12-hour event before Milton crosses the entire state and exits. What does 12 hours, that's a long time to cross anywhere.
Right.
What is that going to look like?
A lot of rain. That's why we got those flash flood warnings in effect, because already just with the one band that spiraled up all those tornado warnings already produced 3, 4, 5 inches of rainfall already in some locations.
But historically speaking, the governor said the storm has sped up. So is this a fast-moving storm, or is this something that's going to park over on top of us?
I'm happy to hear that it's a fast-moving storm because our big concern here in Central Florida is the rain, where south of this it's going to be the wind. So selfishly here in Central Florida, the faster the storm goes through, the better it's going to be for our flooding concern. And there's a lot of Central Floridians who are really worried about the flooding. That's been their big takeaways of why they're getting all those sandbags.
Okay, so last time when we had Helene and we talked about Helene, I heard the governor say Helene is a water event. What kind of event is Milton?
A wonky event. Honestly, because again, the southern side is the wind. We were talking about the dynamics. This is a mid-October kind of storm. So it's almost starting to take on extratropical characteristics, meaning that the core doesn't look as typically tropical as usual. And that's the reason why we've had that big surge of dry air coming in from the south. That's why we have that wind shear that created all those tornadoes from the north. It's just, there's a different dynamics going on around Milton, which is why computer models were kind of doing that slight wobble late last night. And at the end of the day, those computer models kind of fixed themselves, and that's why that arrival will be somewhere in and around pretty close to where Eric is, that official landfall.
So you're talking about, you said upper level shear and dry air aloft. Has that weakened it any?
That's what has helped it weaken from a Category 5, where it was top 5 strongest intensity here.
National Hurricane Center.
They did it?
Now updating. Extremely dangerous Category 3 Hurricane Milton making landfall near Siesta Key, Florida.
There it is, okay.
And still saying to expect life-threatening storm surge, extreme wind, flash flooding occurring over the Central Florida Peninsula. So now it is official. Siesta Key, right not too far from where our Eric Von Aken was. Siesta Key, a place that so many of us.
Up, by the way, I would imagine that he's still up, and I don't know if his
he's listening to us chat.
Changed.
And Eric, I'm sure you've been to Siesta Key before. So many people in Central Florida and in the state have visited that area. It is a beautiful, beloved area, and that is where the National Hurricane Center has announced that it made landfall.
They're actually saying it's only 5 miles west of Sarasota. So that's how close Eric is the official landfall.
And throughout this entire storm, our entire team of meteorologists have been talking about how compact this whole storm has been, unlike Helene, which had such a wide area.
It's starting to widen now that it weakens. Think of like an ice skater. The tighter the skater is, the faster it goes.
Yeah.
So when the skater opens up its arms, that's when things start to weaken, and that's what we're starting to see. That's why the wind field has expanded so far.
So Milton's
ahead of it.
arms are expanding a little bit.
Exactly.
All right. Eric, can you still hear us, and what are conditions like right now that it's made landfall, according to the National Hurricane Center, and not far from where you are?
I can still hear you all, and conditions have not changed. If anything, it's sprinkling now, just slightly. I mean, ever so slightly. We're not getting soaked. Wind has not picked up. It is still eerily calm. And again, just the fact that, I mean, you can see the buildings behind me, just the fact that the power is still on here shows you that so far we haven't gotten rocked as bad as I think most people thought we would. And again, I know there's a second half of the storm moving through, but so far the eye hasn't exited this area because nothing has changed, right? We know that once the eye wall moves through, we're going to get the back half of all that wind, and I know there is some rain. Candace was talking about on the other side of it, but again, at this point, no change. It is eerily calm and eerily quiet and eerie to be in the eye wall of a Category 3 right now, and nothing around me is proving that to be the case.
Eric, I think one of the people who is the luckiest person, if you ever get to meet who owns that boat right there, and seeing it in those calm waters right now when it could have been a different situation, because I think I remember you and
a couple hurricanes ago, you were saving someone from a boat.
Oh my gosh, you were
he?
helping get the guy's boat started. So that person made the right choice. Probably didn't know it at the time, but. Good on them.
And as we've been saying, Candace, wobbles matter. And so we've been looking at that cone for days now. And you were pinpointing those wobbles for us all throughout the day yesterday, a little bit to the north, a little bit to the south. And depending on where it wobbles can make a huge difference for people like that.
I mean, to be honest, the center of Milton, 5 miles south from where he is. So if that wobble would have been, let's say, 10 miles north, that storm surge would have been different.
Yes. Different live shot.
That would have been a different. That could have been a different live shot. Yeah. I mean, it might not have been as wet, but storm surge would have been a concern.
And I don't know if we have that live video of Punta Gorda, which is just south of where the storm made landfall, but you can see more of that storm surge. It is dark out there, but you can still see some of that water coming up just over the bay. There it is there. And you can see, I mean, off to the right side of your screen, the water, it looks almost like a river in that particular area.
Yeah, it does. You can see the waves there.
Yeah, I mean, and this made landfall still. You can't tell in Eric's live shot there, but it is a Category 3 hurricane. So it officially making landfall as a major hurricane. Now remember, it's the right side of the storm, and the reason why the right side of the storm is always the worst is because not only do you have the 125 miles per hour surrounding it, that sustained wind, but also if it's going at a clip of 20 miles per hour, you have to add the speed to your sustained wind. So that's why it's always the worst on the right side.
But now is the time, should we worry about spin-ups of some tornadoes and that sort of thing that we saw earlier?
Well, I also want to point out that that's 52 miles from where it made landfall, that live shot.
Right, south.
So south of there. And so you've been showing us those maps of really the entire coastline that could be experiencing some storm surge.
I think I have that graphic up if they want to pick it up on links. On links 1, it kind of shows where the winds are going, pulling away from the northern side, and then pushing all of that water towards the coast on the southern side.
So an hour south, there it is. That's what we've been looking at, and that's certainly based on the video that we're seeing tonight. Of course, we're going to see a lot more once the sun comes up and we can get a really good look at some of that storm surge and the damage that it's caused.
And it is going to be in the opposite side, by the way, once it gets to the East Coast. Like you were mentioning, that is why you can see from north of Milton as it exits out, that water's coming back on shore. So that's why we were talking about 3 to 6 foot storm surge for areas north of the Cape there up through Flagler.
Okay, so how long before we start seeing conditions deteriorate here in Central Florida, though?
We're gonna it's a downhill trend at this point in time. Now again, we're talking rainfall for the next several hours. Then as Milton's core goes over areas of Polk, Osceola, Brevard, that's gonna be a pretty rough go. We do have reporters there. it's pretty much spread out all across Central Florida. So if you're not going to be dealing with that core of Milton, you're going to be dealing with the flooding rain. And then the coastline by early tomorrow morning will be the storm surge.
And once the eye makes its way further inland, I'm assuming that places like Sarasota, where Eric is, could start seeing more rain and more impacts there.
Right, yeah, the backside will have some of that rain. Again, that eye wall is a circle, right? So he cleared it. We saw some video of him where he was getting pelted and kind of tossed around a little bit from the rain. Then it was nothing. Then on the backside, he should be getting another bit of a wall.
So enjoy it while it lasts, Eric.
There's your window of opportunity.
You know, I'll tell you guys this: if there's one thing I learned, and I think Candace, you were, or Ginger, that was you talking about the yacht behind me. I was going to call it a boat, but it's certainly a yacht behind me. If there's one thing I learned about these hurricanes, you know, it comes down to time and place, you know, depending on what you believe. I like to use the word luck a lot, right? Do you have good luck or do you have bad luck? I mean, this was just incredible luck. And again, this is assuming that this moves through once the eye wall clears here and it moves through and it doesn't mess up these boats. But, you know, again, it's just, it's a matter of time. And, you know, we always say it's not if, it's when. It's a matter of time that it will happen to all of us, right? I mean, it's been a while since, you know, we've had any sort of track like this across Central Florida, but it was bound to happen, right? So all you can do, and the message is always the same from us, right? This is why we do this. This is why we're on TV several days ahead of this storm and telling people, if you get ready and you're disappointed that it wasn't worse at your house, amen, that's great. You know, all day long we'll take that. Because for so many other people, this storm is so wide, it is so powerful. So many other people are hurting from this storm. They're still hurting from the one 2 weeks ago. And for them, it was just awful luck being in that place at that time, to where the storm just devastated them. It seems the folks here in Sarasota got a break, but, you know, they took the hit 2 weeks ago, and we're taking a hit now in Central Florida. Again, I'm checking in with my wife. I'm hearing, you know, I know you guys are nervous about what you've already gotten so far and what is coming through, but that's why the message is always the same. Is it going to be your turn? You know, we don't know until we know. So, you know, be ready, right?
Yeah, tonight's a good night to be lucky instead of good. So I'll take the luck any day on a situation like this one.
Yeah.
Eric, thank you.
All right, News 6's James Sparvero is live in Brevard County, an area that had several tornado warnings earlier today. James, we have received reports that there's been damage in Cocoa. What are you seeing out in that area?
Cocoa Beach, Lisa and Ginger. So this is where the area of the tornado warning was earlier. Now, around that time at 5:30 this afternoon, I was in Cape Canaveral. I was looking to the sky. I didn't see anything. I thought we dodged a bullet. And then we came here and we got a totally different idea of what really happened. So I want to point out where I'm at. I'm at the Publix south of 520. There's two Publixes in Cocoa Beach. So not the Publix that's north of 520 by the pier. We're at the Publix that's south of the 520. Now, the Publix structure and the rest of the stores over there, they look just fine. They are separate, however, from the two businesses that are right here where I'm standing. This is the Supercuts in Cocoa Beach and also the Florida Eye Associates. So the Supercuts, the lights are on. That's about all that's on because the damage is pretty extreme, guys. Severe damage, if not totally destroyed. Likely to be confirmed to be tornado damaged. So Corey will take the camera and he'll give you a look inside as best he can. Can you guys see that in here? Can you see just how bad that is?
That's awful, Jay. Oh my God, that's Supercuts. Wow.
It was the Supercuts, right? There's Supercuts in Cocoa Beach, right off of A1A, and there's shattered glass everywhere. I'll point out when you look at this building, the foundation of the building itself looks fine, but the entire building was designed with glass all around it. And I think that was the problem in this case, why all the windows just got shattered and blown out. And the damage extends around 360 degrees of the entire building. So now we're walking down to the Florida Eye Associates. This was the eyeglass store here in Cocoa Beach that Corey's going to show you next. And just like the supercuts, the windows are blown out, so we can get our camera right inside and we can show you the extent of the damage. Just tell me again, Ginger and Lisa, do you see everything we're looking at? How's it look?
We definitely see it. That is heartbreaking when you see that. Are you seeing a case of it hit one place and then missed another?
Well, I think that's, what I was just trying to explain about. The rest of the shopping center here looks fine, but these two businesses are in this sort of a duplex where they're separate. They're closer to A1A. And beyond A1A, the light is out right there at A1A and Banana River that you can probably notice, and there's some damage to guardrails too. Now, fortunately, I don't believe anybody was here. That is some good news, but you can obviously tell this was the waiting room, and it looks like maybe, I mean, they didn't board up, obviously. There's no sign of any plywood or any hurricane shutters, although, I mean, I just noticed they did wrap their computers in plastic, but that was about it. And
so when all of this was happening,
more.
James, when there were those tornado warnings earlier today, where were you in Corey?
So Corey and I were about, I want to say 3 or 4 miles to the north. That's the distance. We were at the Spring Hill Suites. Spring Hill Suites is one of the newer modern hotels. If you want to be anywhere during a storm, that's probably the safest place you can be. And we were under the carport where you would drop yourselves off there in front of the hotel. And it did get pretty rough. It got really rough around 5:30 or 5:45. A lot of rain. It was very continuous. And I looked to the sky. I was trying to spot if we could see a tornado forming. At that time, I was also listening to our broadcast, and Jonathan and Candace were saying, I want to keep walking around the building just so we can show you as much damage as we can, by the way. They were calling it a water spout at that time. But I also remember as we continued our coverage, they said that that water spout was making its way toward land. We took pictures of our port camera. So maybe that's where it was. Maybe that's what happened. But it was about 6 o'clock then that it got calm suddenly, and I thought we were out of the woods. But you always have that waiting period after you get some activity to see if there was really damage. And yeah, we found it here in Cocoa Beach off of A1A. The police were here earlier. They've left for now. And the only other people we're seeing here right now are other media or just people in the community who are curious, because about an hour and a half ago when we first got here, I did do a Facebook Live. So that was me for the first time letting people know what happened. And as that's circulating and as other reports are circulating from other outlets about what happened here, people have been coming out to see the damage. Again, if you're just joining us, it looks to be confirmed tornado damage here at the Supercuts and the Florida Eye Associates, the eyeglass store in Cocoa Beach. It's at the Publix Plaza. Maybe you just drive by here all the time and you just know the shopping center for the Publix and you're not as familiar with the other stores, but it's right here. It's right in front of A1A and Banana River, I believe, is the cross section. It's across the street from the Hilton and the Twin Towers condos. And again, Lisa and Ginger, we wanted to do a 360 around the building because the damage is very extensive. It's very severe. So we're going to peek in over here where we can give you another look inside at what's left of the old Supercuts in Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, James, I don't know if you can pan your camera just south of you, but there's the Wells Fargo Bank just south of you, and we were seeing pictures and reports of that building also sustaining pretty extensive damage, roof damage along there. I don't know if you've seen that today.
Yeah. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, we can point that out now, too. There's an urgent care facility. So the damage really extends around the A1A and Banana River Boulevard, I believe, is the crossroad here. Guardrail damage. And then across the street, I'm not looking at the Wells Fargo, actually. I'm looking at the urgent care building, the medical group building. But they, too, it looks like had their windows blown out, and it looks like there's people already up there trying to board up for what we still have to go through, because of course this was just the start of the bad weather, and we're not going to see the storm pass through Brevard County until the overnight hours. And when it's here, as we expect, it will be about a Category 1. So yeah, I can see them with their drills. And again, I'm not looking at the Wells Fargo. Okay, the Wells Fargo I think is at the intersection and the lights are out. I think I'm looking at it right here. I think it's that building, Corey, but we won't be able to give people too good of a view, at least not this second, unless we were to cross the street because it looks like their lights are out. Yeah, that's the Wells Fargo building right here. And it's actually my first time taking a look, and if we got up close, we might have something to show you, but I don't really see anything, Corey. Yeah, I don't see anything that looks like the damage would be comparable anyways to the Supercuts or the eyeglass store. But yeah, certainly on the second story there of the urgent care building, it's Shade Tree Dermatology and Urgent Care. On the second story there, yeah, you can see some more damage up there. Windows were blown out, and there's currently some people right now doing their best to put something in those windows, some plywood, before the rest of the storm comes through, the rest of the night, prevent any further damage. But yeah, this is really the first damage of any kind significantly that I've been able to report here in Brevard County. Yesterday was just a calm day, basically. The only breaking news we had was that the Health First Hospital in Cape Canaveral, the Cape Canaveral Hospital as they call it, it's in Cocoa Beach, that they were evacuating 27 patients just out of a precaution. That was really all we had to report yesterday. And we had the tornado warning suddenly. You know, you really didn't hear a whole lot from Brevard County's emergency management updates when it came to the possibility of tornadoes. A little bit. They focused on what they expected from the storm itself, I think, once it got here. So winds in the area of maybe 70 or 80 miles per hour being a Cat 1, and maybe rainfall in the neighborhood of 3 to 6 inches, and they mentioned maybe as much as a foot in the worst areas, or those low-lying flood, those areas that are prone to flooding. But I did see a post this afternoon from Cocoa Beach's mayor, Keith Capizzi, and he was talking on Facebook how he was really concerned about these tornado warnings because they're sudden, they're unpredictable, they can cause a lot of damage very quickly. And yeah, as we've been showing you now for the past 5 minutes, that's what's happened to the Supercuts and the Florida eyewear store. While we're still with you, Lisa and Ginger, why don't we just take another walk around the building? Maybe people weren't with us 5 minutes ago when we started our report. And we can give you another look inside. The look inside the eyewear store is striking. How you doing, sir? Another gentleman out here to take a look. Are we still with them, Corey? Okay. Okay, we're still with you guys, apparently. Are we still with you, Lisa and Ginger?
Yeah, we can hear you, James. I'm just concerned. You guys be careful when this stuff picks up again, because there's a lot of broken glass that can go flying, so please be careful.
That's a big concern. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, and James.
Yeah, well, you know that we have our policy here that we're going to be in a safe place at a certain time. Yeah. Candace wants to ask a question, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, at the end of the day, that tornado warned area was the one in Brevard County that came in off the ocean. But one thing that Jonathan and I were able to pinpoint during that warned time there was that we did pick up that debris kind of detector, and that's when the radar basically picks up something that is not the typical raindrop. So I'm wondering if that, I would have to go back and look and compare locations and stuff like that, but that certainly seems to be the one that certainly caught our attention more than the other tornado warnings when it came to all the other kind of red flags. So unfortunately, that could have been some of the debris that was flying around that the radar did end up picking up.
And that's unfortunately what happens when a storm moves through at night. You can't see all of the damage until the sun comes up, and I think when they're able to get out there in the morning and see
look
some
at that
of
Wells Fargo.
You're going to see, we were seeing some pictures earlier today of the roof, and it's on clickorlando.com.
Maybe he's on the other side where
and it's hard to see at night too. So that's the other.
And to your point, you got to be careful because we still have that potential for some strong winds out there, and you just don't know.
And that's something I really want to kind of hone in on right now because I feel like the live shot of Eric Von Aken made people go, oh, the storm wasn't that bad, right? A landfall. So we talked about this storm coming in layers, okay? And the concern for the afternoon was the tornadoes. So that threat is now starting to go down. We do have that tornado watch that will be done at about 9 o'clock this evening. Okay. Now, the next concern is going to be flash flooding. We are still talking about rainfall, especially along the I-4 corridor, up to about a foot of rain in some locations. So we are still talking about the flooding threat. That is still going to be there, because at the end of the day, when you look at the radar, there is still so much moisture on the northern side of this system that is certainly it has to go somewhere. Okay? This moisture doesn't just dissipate. Then the second concern is there in areas of Osceola, Polk, and Brevard County, where that center of Milton is going to go. Like you said, all that debris, all that glass is going to pick up just because that's where the core is expected to go. Now, it won't be a Category 3, thankfully, but we're still talking about very strong winds, hurricane force winds, especially in that zone. So again, it comes in layers. So don't let your guard down just because we had an eventful afternoon. The landfall didn't seem very wild and crazy, but at the end of the day, the system is a wonky one.
Yeah,
and that's what I have
you'll
to
get
remind
lulled
everybody.
into a false sense of security. All right, we're going to check in now with Molly Reed. She joins us live in Volusia County, where it looks like storm surge may be a concern there. It's already raining. Molly?
Yeah, Ginger, I mean, it's been interesting watching the newscast and seeing Eric Von Anken out there, pretty dry and everything, and we're getting whipped with the rain and wind here on the other side of the state. But the storm surge is the biggest concern, and as Candace was just saying, we can't let your guard down, especially over here in Volusia and Flagler counties, because when that storm makes its way out into the ocean, that storm surge is really going to start picking up then. Now, the problem is that I was already seeing today up and down the coast here in Volusia County, because so many of the beaches have been shrunken after the storms in 2022, is that earlier when the tide was almost at low tide, it was already, we're at the Hard Rock Hotel here, so this is the pool deck here. The low tide was already starting to reach the seawall and the beach walkovers here. So that means tonight at 1 a.m., when the storm's really picking up over here and it's at high tide, that storm surge is going to be something like the Volusia County leaders have been saying we did see back in 2022. I mean, you might be able to see, I know it's really dark out now, but you might be able to see the pool light there, which is, right against basically the seawall here at the Hard Rock Hotel. And it's already starting to make its way up there. So that means when the storm surge really ramps up, it's going to be flowing over. That's how the flooding here happens on the barrier islands. That's why we have that mandatory evacuation here. That is why we have the curfew in place, so that no one's caught out in that. Again, we keep going back to those 2022 storms, because here in Volusia and Flagler counties, it was one of the most catastrophic things these counties had seen as far as a storm in years, with houses falling into the water. We had 42 condos emergency evacuated, with deputies going door to door because the condo buildings were at risk of falling into the ocean, just as about a dozen homes did back in 2022 because of the storm surge from 2 storms that were coming across the state. Again, it was Tropical Storm Nicole back in 2022 that really made the most damage. And now we have what will be probably a Category 1 storm that's going to be picking up a storm surge. And we still have very fragile dunes and everything here. I did talk earlier to Beach Safety Director Tammy Malfers. She had a pretty good warning that I want to play for you right now. Don't even come near the beach, probably, right?
Yeah. I mean, we right now, especially with that surf coming up and hitting those structures like those walkovers, beach access ramps, things like that, we don't know how that will affect them. So everything could be compromised. So it could be very dangerous to go over a walkway or on a beach access ramp or anything like that.
After the 2022, I mean, we still see projects like this. The beach is still pretty fragile.
Oh yeah, it's still it has built up a lot, but it's still real fragile. People are still in construction trying to repair the damage of 2022.
And just up north in Flagler County here, the Army Corps of Engineers just finished a massive project to try and do a buried seawall there, so they will have a little bit more protection for A1A, which in 2022 started, and dozens of hurricanes, or in many hurricanes over the last dozen years, has crumbled into the ocean during storms. So hopefully they'll have a little bit more protection there, but they have added a lot of sand up there that is expected to erode at some point during this storm surge. Again, down in Volusia County, they are keeping their eyes on the buildings, structures like that. With this storm surge too, I mean, that, again, I was saying earlier, that's what's going to cause a lot of the flooding here on the barrier island. You can see here over at the Hard Rock, we already have some water gathering, but this is why all these businesses have piles and piles and piles of sandbags, doing what they can to try to fight that part of it. But again, keeping our eyes on the storm surge with flooding. Now, the other big thing with the flooding, we all saw it across Central Florida with Hurricane Ian in 2022, is the flooding. It was something that we had never seen here before. They're very worried about that happening here again, too. We're keeping our eye on the Edgewater area, especially. I was just talking to the mayor there a little bit ago, and he told me that they are starting to see flooding in the roadways, in people's yards. Again, the storm isn't even at its worst here yet, and they're already seeing that there's nothing in people's homes just yet. But that is why they wanted people out of their homes. Hopefully, they got out. We did see Sheriff Mike Chitwood and the Volusia Sheriff's Office. They had their high water vehicles out ready to go because they do know people, unfortunately, did not evacuate following those mandatory evacuation orders. But, you know, again, we're kind of just holding on right now. I'm thinking, you know, when high tide really starts picking up around 1 a.m., that's when we're going to see some of the strongest storm surge over here. And again, as they were saying, even when it looks clear out here, even when it might be blue skies again and the storm is back out into the ocean, the storm surge will still be going. Have to keep your eyes on it. You know, Tammy Malfers was also telling me earlier, that's why she's warning people against those walkovers, staying away from there, because we did have a death during Hurricane Ian with a woman on a walkover right as the storm surge was starting to let go, and unfortunately got swept out. So, you know, we're just trying to keep an eye on those things over here on the coast right now. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Molly, I know you've been out there for a while today. Are you seeing other people out there? Are they heeding the warnings to stay put?
Yeah, I mean, less than usual, I'll at least say. You know, we haven't seen too many people on the roads or anything like that. I do know a good amount of people, at least that I know personally, that live beachside here, did actually take the warning this time and evacuate, especially, again, after seeing 2022. So many people are still, I hate to call it PTSD, but I mean, it really is something like that. People are so worried after seeing that for their houses, for flooding, for the destruction. So I think people actually this time did decide to take the warning on this one.
Yeah, as they should. I remember Sheriff Mike Chitwood said yesterday they had got 1,000 calls from people who had rising water in their home, and 5 of those people ended up losing their lives to that. So, Molly, you be careful out there tonight, and we'll check in with you a little bit later on. Thank you.
And then coming on the heels of Hurricane Helene, people just don't want to take any chances.
No.
We do want to check in now in Osceola County, where there were several tornado warnings earlier today. Trooper Steve joins us there live with more on what he is seeing.
Hey guys, hope everyone is doing okay. For the most part, things have kind of calmed down here a little bit in the Osceola County area. I'm currently located at a place where the community gathers for celebrations. I'm talking the Osceola Heritage Park. Anyone familiar with Osceola County knows this is a place where high school graduations happen, where the rodeo, where the county fair takes place. But right now, this has been taken over by the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, by the Osceola County Fire Department, and their partners with the National Guard. So outside, we have some vehicles staged here and some strategic points. But as we kind of walk and pan this way, by the way, I've got to give a huge shout out to our photographer, Mr. Brewer. Man, you want to talk about putting a rookie news guy out in the field with an experienced photojournalist? It's been an amazing time. So what you're seeing is right inside here is where normally This entire area, the rodeo takes place out here, and it's been completely gutted and redesigned to house all these vehicles. So inside here, we have a fleet from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office that includes 2 high water rescue vehicles, along with 2 of their tactical response vehicles. Now, obviously, right now, we're in emergency response mode. So they're not really serving warrants right now. These vehicles are designed to go into areas where your average patrol car can't. Also, the fire department here. Listen, our law enforcement and our FD, they work hand in hand. There's always a fun relationship there, but when it comes down to emergencies, they're working together. So here they have their special operation vehicles that are here, along with a few ambulances and another high water rescue vehicle. They're really ready. But the coolest thing that I've seen here is they have their entire agricultural unit. Now, some may be like, what's the big deal about that? But we're talking boats and airboats. For me personally, I think having the airboats here is probably the best resources that they have, because those boats can pretty much get anywhere. During Ian, we saw that here along Orange Blossom Trail when one of their units got stuck on Orange Blossom Trail, and they had to go and save some of their people out there. So these airboats can pretty much get anywhere. The coolest thing is their partnership with the National Guard. They have probably 6 to 10 Humvees ready to go, along with 4 high water rescue vehicles. There's been an influx, in and out, shift change happening. A lot of people have finally heeded that warning when that first band moved through here in Osceola County. Our entire meteorologist team were out there pinpointing those alerts as it came through, to the point where Rob and I had to kind of wait for a second at the St. Cloud Emergency Operations Center before we headed east into that storm. You guys know me. I want to go right to where the action's at. And of course, at that point, they were like, listen, Steve, it's a little too dangerous. Let's park results 1. And then once it cleared up, we went and did a damage assessment out on the east side. Now, I probably can say the best thing about being able to go and assess that damage, we didn't see any, at least in our point of view, East 192 from the St. Cloud area all the way towards Deer Park. I can't help but think about my times out on patrol. When I was a state trooper full time, this was my first assignment. It's also my home. It's where my parents raised me. It's where my mom currently lives. So to see that did not cause too much issue out here was really heartwarming, because the response after this, guys, it's going to be crazy. And I think that's what a lot of people are realizing. When we were in Point Siena earlier, I did get a little frustrated. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos, she heard that frustration in my voice, because we drove from Orlando all the way down here to South Osceola County, and there were people all over the road in Point Siena and Point Siena only. I'm starting to get frustrated right now just thinking about it. But as we saw those bands start to come through and those warnings came through, it looked like everybody just started to scurry once we left Point Siena into the city of Kissimmee, unincorporated portions of the county along 192 and Neptune, and then, of course, sliding into the city of St. Cloud. No damage by those tornadoes, at least what we were able to observe along US 192, and then, of course, we made our way out here. Haven't been able to run into the sheriff just yet, but him and I have had some communication, and this is where they will deploy all their resources once they deem it is safe. And that's the big thing, guys, is to stay connected with us here on News 6, have that reliable source, because once they put that information out, we simply echo that so everyone knows. And then, of course, you want to wait a little bit. That's why this is here, so they can get out on the road and they can make the assessment on what is safe. Rob and I were driving along Neptune Road in unincorporated portions of Osceola County. It splits. It parallels US 192, and there is so much construction out here in Osceola County that we saw barrels still hanging out. And I'd be honest, guys, that's my biggest concern right now, is these unsecure areas of possible debris. It does not take much for these construction barrels and cones to get lifted off and torpedoed across the street. And yet they were all over US 192. So you do not want to be out after this storm. Let the men and women of the sheriff's office, of your local police department, of DOT come out and clear these roadways before you decide that you want to see what's going on. But they will be here throughout the storm. They are constantly putting out information. Rob and I are going to stick here for a little bit and pay attention to our meteorologists just to see what's happening so we can find our safe space. But it does look like the men and women here in Osceola County, all the first responders, are pretty much just waiting. They're so prepared in here. They've got their sleeping bags out here. They're away from their families, making sure everyone's okay. But we're going to keep monitoring with them. We've already talked to a few of the specialized units. And once the storm clears, once Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos says, hey, we are now in better form when it comes to weather, they're going to go out to assess. Rob and I and Results One are going to be right there with this team. So for now, guys, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio. I'm live at Heritage Park.
Yeah, it's good to see they're ready down there in Osceola County, Steve. And I know earlier when we had those pretty nasty looking tornado warnings, I was curious about the area. You said you were driving around Holopod, Deer Park. That's a pretty rural spot, right? Is it possible something could have touched down and maybe it was just in the woods and there weren't residential areas around?
It is possible because we pulled up the grid in the St. Cloud EOC because when Candace and Jonathan were zooming into that area, I was like, wow, these look like a gridded street area. But talking to the fire chief of the city of St. Cloud, he was able to show me on the screen. He goes, look, there's not much residential neighborhood out there. Yes, there are some. Believe it or not, we have some avid Kenansville residents that watch the morning show. So, boom, my Facebook Messenger popped up and they're like, Steve, we're okay. But you're welcome to come down and check us out anyway. But out there, it is extremely rural. Some of the probably most rural portions of our Central Florida area still undeveloped is out in that area, Matt.
Yeah, they raised some good bulls down there in Kenansville. Trooper Steve, thank you very much. We'll check back in with you in a little bit.
All right, we do want to show you another live look from Bradenton, Florida. This is just north of Sarasota where our Eric Von Anken was standing by about 30 minutes ago where he was when the eye came through. It was dry, but as our team of meteorologists have been telling us with that counterclockwise motion, we are expecting more rainfall on the northern side of the eye of the storm. So that's what we are seeing there. We mentioned Deer Park and Kenansville. Our meteorologists are joining us now. Julie Broughton and our chief, Candace Campos.
Feels like 4 days ago.
Yeah, and I was here earlier today when we were pinpointing those tornado warnings, and we're talking about Deer Park and Kenansville. You guys were showing us those so-called debris balls. Yeah. But there absolutely, I'm sure, could be pockets that saw some tornadic activity.
Yeah. It's like when the tree falls in the woods, no one hears it, right?
Yeah.
But when you have radar like that, you can certainly see it. I mean, it was confirmed by the National Weather Service that there was something on the ground. We just didn't have confirmation on the ground that there was something there.
And that was the hope when we started seeing all of those warnings pop up, that they were happening in less populated areas.
Right.
And so, we haven't received any reports of any injuries yet, but we have seen some damage in some areas.
Yeah, Cocoa Beach, that was kind of, I mean, you were right there watching. I mean, James just walking through that. It's heartbreaking when you see so many of these businesses.
Yeah, so sad to see all the debris, and we'll be seeing more damage, I'm sure, because we talked about this being such a big tornado maker, and we had a lot of tornado warnings throughout the day, and several of those were confirmed tornadoes. So I'm sure as the sun comes up tomorrow, unfortunately, we will see more damage. And at this point, as Lisa said, we haven't heard of any injuries, so we hope that continues to be the case.
The governor earlier saying that there are 19 reported touchdowns as of right now.
Wow, that is great. Yeah,
and
these were very far south.
No, the pictures that we're seeing, those images are terrifying.
And some of the ones you guys were bringing up that it looked like they started in the ocean off the coast, and you were worried about them coming onto land. I'm not sure if that's what happened in Cocoa, but these were.
It is.
That is exactly what happened. These look like big, thick, strong tornadoes.
Yeah, I mean, and that one was a little more short-lived, but it doesn't matter if it's a long track or not. As you could see with Cocoa Beach, it doesn't take much to do a lot of damage. All right, let's look here at the satellite and radar composite. This is again the picture of Hurricane Milton, still a Category 3 hurricane, officially making landfall just a few minutes ago in Siesta Key. Now, like Lisa's been talking about here, that's the northern end. So I don't want us to get lulled into just like, we don't have to, the tornado watch is now over. We're not too concerned anymore. That's not going to be the case as we head into the overnight hours, because although the tornado threat's not there, the flash flooding is certainly a big concern for us here in Central Florida, because at the end of the day, we still need all of this moisture, all of this wind to make its way through Central Florida, because Milton is not just going to be brushing the west coast of Florida like a lot of storms in the past have done. This is a very unique, very interesting system that is going straight from the Gulf of Mexico and pushing out towards the west, something we have not seen in quite some time. So again, this is what the current conditions look like on the satellite and radar. Kind of zooming in a bit closer. There is the eye wall. And now, most likely, Eric Von Aken now seeing a little more in the bit of rain, as he's now going to be kind of on the backside of that eye wall as Milton again continues to make its way towards the I-4 corridor. So what can we expect here in Central Florida? It was the tale of two coasts, right? We had Eric that was basically dry at one point in the center of Milton, and then out in Volusia County, we had Molly Reed, who was getting pelted with rain and winds already. So that is going to be the concern, where it's not just a eye wall system. This is going to be a broad wind flow. The wind field, the storm and the rain field is going to be extremely large, especially on that northern side. That is something we've been talking about since about Sunday earlier this week and last weekend. So this is what the radar looks like as of right now. We are seeing just a lot of rain at this point in time. I mean, it's just at the end of the day, torrential downpours. And the problem is I'm going to put it here into motion if I can, if the computer's going to let me to. And you can see how it's just the rain just continues over the same spot. So let's say Bushnell, for instance. This is within the last hour or so, and the rain just has not let off. And this is the big concern next. So the tornado threat, I think we're kind of clearing that corner, and we're moving more into the next threat, and that's going to be the flash flooding, because just look at how much rain is falling. Now, no big lightning threat right now. This is not very severe weather, but when you still talk about this much rain after what has been a very soggy past couple of days, well before Milton, the grounds are saturated, so it's not going to take much, unfortunately, to start the flooding concern. So again, all the green icons you see here, all those little polygons, those are all flash flood warnings, as already we are starting to get reports coming in of just a large amount of rain. So areas into Altamont Springs, Sanford, areas of Daytona and Edgewater, out towards our coastal communities as well. You might not have seen all the severe weather like your friends further south in Osceola and Brevard, but you're certainly seeing kind of the worst of the rain at this point in time. Now, once again, all of the moisture you see here where the center of Milton is, all this moisture, all this rain has to go somewhere. So as Milton tracks its way towards I-4, so does all of the rain. So again, this is just the start of how much rain we can be getting. Latest track on Hurricane Milton as of the 9 a.m. update has winds now at 115 miles per hour, still holding it as Category 3. It will be weakening pretty quickly by Thursday at 2 a.m. So again, we've got still quite a bit of storm to go. It made landfall, but that's not the end of it, especially for us here in Central Florida. So as it continues to push out, it won't be until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the system is really going to start pulling away. So between now and about 9 a.m. tomorrow, it's still talking about a 12-hour track from coast to coast that we're going to be dealing with. All right, let's look here at the storm surge. We explained a little bit of the reasoning why Eric isn't dealing with as much storm surge, which is fantastic news for areas of Sarasota and Bradenton. And that's because it was just on that northern fringe pushing and actually pulling the water actually away. Unfortunately, though, that water has to go somewhere, and it's actually getting fed right into areas of Cape Coral and areas south of Bradenton. So there certainly will be verified storm surge issues across the southern half, but again, right where the Tampa Bay area, big concerns there after what they dealt with Helene. It looks like they might have had actually dodged a big bullet there in the Tampa Bay area. All right, let's talk about the rainfall first. We'll get to winds in just a second, but rainfall is going to be the most widespread concern at this point in time, because we are going to continue to see rain. This is about 2 o'clock in the morning. The rain is still there. It's 9:15. So we're seeing rain now. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. That's the next 6 hours, where some of our communities might be dealing with almost 6 hours of rainfall when this is all said and done, which is why there have been a lot of models highlighting the I-4 corridor to pick up almost a foot of rain by the time this is all said and done. Now that center is finally going to start emerging out over parts of Brevard County by about daybreak tomorrow morning, around 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And then it's going to be that wraparound wind concern that Molly was talking about that's going to increase the concern for storm surge. So tornadoes should be completed. The threat now for flooding, then the threat for wind, because as, again, Milton crosses the state, we're still talking about some damaging wind gusts. Power outages will still be a big issue. Standing by now more with on how much rainfall and how much the wind we can be expecting is meteorologist Julie Brodden.
Candace, as you were showing us, we are seeing just torrential downpours across much of central Florida. Notice if you're in southeastern Osceola County or southern Brevard County, at the moment you are dry, but as we travel farther to the north up toward areas like Titusville, Daytona Beach, Daytona, back toward the villages, Apopka, down toward Claremont, Mascot, Groveland, over toward Lake Panasoffkee, that is where we're seeing very heavy rain, also extremely heavy rain affecting our friends in Polk County in the Lakeland area. Now, here's a look at the 6-hour rainfall total. So this is how much rain we've seen since about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Now, if you look, you'll notice the areas where we're seeing the purple. So just north of Lakeland, you've picked up 6 inches of rain in the last 6 hours. So 5 to 5.5 inches of rain across parts of eastern Seminole County. Again, we have those flash flood warnings in place. Down to the south in southern Brevard County, almost 5 inches of rain, about 2.5 inches of rain down toward the Kenansville area. And then around the Rockledge area, you've picked up about 3 inches of rain. Also, Daytona Beach, you have seen about 3 inches of rain. And as you've seen on the radar, more rain is coming. As we said, this will be a several-hour event as Milton tracks across central Florida. Here is a look at our sustained winds right now. So already Lakeland is seeing tropical storm force sustained winds at 43 miles per hour. Sanford, your winds are at 33 miles per hour. And look at Daytona Beach and New Smyrna Beach with those strong winds right now coming out of the east of tropical storm force winds. 41 miles per hour in Daytona Beach, 40 in New Smyrna Beach. Cape Canaveral, you are seeing 24 mile per hour winds. I want to show you the gusts. So again, we are expecting hurricane force gusts, especially as we move through the next couple of hours. That's really going to start to pick up for us. But already Orlando is gusting to 55 miles per hour. Palm Coast up in Flagler County, you were looking at 42 mile per hour wind gusts, 38 mile per hour gusts in Melbourne. So as you're seeing, we're talking about those strong winds again as that center of circulation wrapping around, and that is helping to bring all of that moisture into central Florida. Here is something I'm hearing from a lot of people texting me saying, hey, my power's out. What's going on? By the way, if your power does go out, we are streaming across all of our platforms. If you have our app, you can still continue to stream on your phone if you have cell access. But this is a look at our power outages as of right now. So in areas like Seminole County, Orange County, you're talking about 14,000 people without power. Northern Lake County, 14,000 people without power. As the winds go through, these will go way up because when we're talking about those trees coming down, power lines coming down. So I think a lot of us will be dealing with those widespread power outages. We will talk more about your county by county impacts and what's going on coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Julie, thank you. And of course, we have crews spread out across the state right now. We've seen some of the impacts along the coast from Brevard County to Volusia County, as well as the West Coast. We now want to go inland, where News 6's Troy Campbell is live for us in Orange County. Troy, where exactly are you and what are you seeing?
Well, we're along John Young Parkway outside of News 6, and you can just see how much the wind has really picked up. It's been raining subtly for several hours, but now those gusts have really started to come through. And as you heard Julie say, the gusts have got to about 55 miles an hour, and I would say that those, or we know, are only going to get stronger. And officials also say with the rain, you could get up to a foot, and it's already been steadily raining here for several hours. We know that county officials say that people took 200,000 sandbags over the last couple of days trying to prepare for the storm. We know that with power outages, that is something I've been watching. It went from 250 power outages at 7 p.m. to now that number is about 15,000 just in Orange County. And every time I check it again, it goes up dramatically. And of course, it's dark out, it's windy. If you hear something and your power goes out, don't risk going outside and getting injured near any down lines. Wait till the morning. Most people end up getting injured from the cleanup after the storm. So make sure you stay inside. Also, happy to report we're not seeing as much traffic as we were seeing along John Young Parkway. If you remember earlier this evening, we had tornado warnings in Orange County. And as we had those active tornado warnings, we had a very busy roadway. So they were not heeding the warnings from officials. They also have in Orange County 1,300 people that they say have showed up to shelters in order to stay safe from this storm. Mayor Jerry Demings, he says that people really need to take this storm seriously. Here's a little more on what he had to say this evening.
That there's a strong possibility of localized flooding, flash flood warnings, and even flash flood emergencies are possible beginning tonight. In addition to heavy rain in Orange County, we anticipate sustained tropical storm force winds at 45 to 65 miles per hour overnight, and we will likely see wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. That means that there's going to be some damage within our community. It means that we're likely going to have some localized flooding again. But we're prepared. We have done a lot of work with our Public Works Department to lower the water bodies throughout the county. We have pre-positioned pumping systems throughout the county to help us should we have additional localized flooding.
And as you heard him say, the wind gusts could get up to 80 miles an hour, and we're just hitting about 55. So we definitely are still just getting into it here in Orange County. And as you heard him touch on, public works crews have spent the last several days going into neighborhoods, including like the Pinot Country Club and other areas, Orla Vista, that are known to flood. And they brought in their pumps to pump out some of those retention ponds. So when this, which could be a foot of rain, falls, it doesn't just completely flood out those homes. But again, people taking 200,000 sandbags shows you just how seriously people are taking it. So of course we're going to continue to monitor the conditions here in Orange County. Live in Orlando, Troy Campbell, getting results, News 6. Back to you.
Yeah, Troy, I'm curious if they think, because the wind is going to be pretty significant when it comes through, but it's hard to balance. Is a foot of rain going to be more difficult to deal with than, say, 80, 90 mile per hour winds? Do county leaders seem more concerned with one thing or another, or it's just all of it at this point?
It's a little bit of both, but yeah, the wind event with this, they think that could be the problem. Good news with this storm, we are seeing that it is moving. It would be a bigger problem if this storm wasn't moving at the speed it was, if it just got over us and sat. So as it does move through us at a decent pace, it's just going to have those strong wind gusts. So that's why they made those warnings of bring in those lawn chairs, bring in things that could just fly and create more damage. And especially as we've seen the tornadoes that whipped up. So wind damage so far has been the majority of what we've seen.
A faster paced storm, definitely better for flooding issues. Troy Campbell live for us in Orange County. Thank you.
News 6 investigator Mike DeForest is live in Sumter County in the Villages, keeping a close eye on what's happening there. Definitely looks like it's raining a lot harder where you are, Mike.
Hey, Lisa, yeah, I would say within probably the last hour or two, we've really seen the rain pick up and the winds pick up. Now, certainly not as significant as Eric Von Anken is seeing out on the coast, but as this storm gets closer, we're going to definitely start feeling the effects. The biggest concern in this part of Central Florida, Sumter County and up into Marion County, is the flooding. Now, the good news here where we are in the Villages, Sumter County officials have been telling people who live in the Villages to shelter in place at home. That's because so many of these homes are newer and built with the modern hurricane building code, so they believe the buildings will be safe, but also it was built above the 100-year floodplain. So in the Villages themselves, there isn't an extreme concern about flooding, but as you expand out into the rest of Sumter County, there are flooding concerns and there are wind concerns. And in fact, a lot of people in Sumter County have been taking advantage of the emergency shelters. Many of the shelters have been filling up, including the one at the Sumter County Fairgrounds actually filled up several hours ago. So people heeding the warnings who don't feel safe in their mobile homes or their RVs, taking shelter there. But as for the folks actually living within the developed parts of the Villages, again, the recommendation for the last couple of days has been to just shelter in place. Standing out here now, again, we're getting the wind and the rain we're starting to see a couple of the branches break off here. Nothing terribly significant yet, but of course that the eye of the storm is still quite a ways away. I think folks who've been living out here have been watching this storm closely, not knowing which direction it was going to go. The relative good news for folks here, obviously bad news for other parts of Florida, is that it looks like the storm is steering south of the villages and south of much of Sumter County. So in terms of that strong wind event, I think people are breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief. But that doesn't mean that the impacts are not going to be felt as this rain picks up and we continue to still get the wind gusts from here. So we're seeing some people out now just kind of walking around down there assessing what's going on. But right now it's still fairly mild here. I'm sure if you check back with us in a couple hours, it may be a little bit different situation.
Mike, I think your definition of mild is a little different than most probably, but yes, it could be a lot worse, that's for sure. I'm curious how the conditions are, because I know when I've been out in hurricanes in the past, the squall lines tend to come in really hard. Are you seeing just intense moments, or has it just been like that?
Steady.
It's been steady, and yes, this is all relatively speaking, of course. This is obviously a lot gustier and a lot heavier wind than we would typically see during a summer rainstorm. Don't get me wrong. We're going through a hurricane right now, and folks here can feel it. But compared to other parts of Central Florida, I think that's been the blessing for folks here, that it is moving a bit south of here. But again, I want to caution that does not mean that things are going to be okay. It could be a rough couple hours here, but at least here in the developed parts of the villages, the county seems fairly confident that the homes are going to hold up. We are getting trees down, though, throughout Sumter County, particularly down in Bushnell. There are several roads that are now shut down because those trees are starting to come down. Earlier tonight, we even had some power lines down. Officials were able to get those up and running. I'm not exactly sure of the power situation throughout much of Sumter County. Right where I'm at now, all the lights are on, and folks are really hoping it stays that way for now. But we're not getting the extremely strong wind gusts. It's all just been, it's been a pretty steady wind and rain, at least for the last couple of hours, Matt.
Yeah, Candace has been saying you are definitely going to be on the wet side of this storm. Areas to the south of the eye will be on the windier side of this storm. But as you noted, the ground's so saturated that even a little bit of wind can knock a lot of trees over. So we're going to continue to check in with you. Mike DeForest reporting live for us in the villages tonight.
All right, what do you say we head out to the coast? We check on Eric Von Anken. He has been in the eye of this storm. He has seen the eye wall, and I understand he's been seeing some pretty wild stuff. Eric, are some transformers blowing up around you?
Hey, Matt. Yeah, Lisa, so the last thing you guys said to me, I think it might have been Ginger about 40 minutes ago, was enjoy it while you can. Because the eye wall has clearly passed, and we are now on the backside of this hurricane. And yes, lots of transformers blowing, Matt, here over downtown Sarasota. So in between these gusts, what we're seeing is the skyline go darker, starting from the south end of Sarasota. So you see this, what looks like fireworks? Lost my hat here. Jeff, did you catch that? So in the sky, it looked like maybe, I don't know, five or so transformers blowing all at the same time in the distance there. It is possible that was lightning, except that it was all in the same spot, and we haven't seen lightning in the last several hours here. So very likely those are transformers, because what's happening now is the wind has shifted direction, right? So, you know, I mean, that's how hurricanes work. Now that the eye wall has passed us, we're getting. What's that, Jeff? Oh, hold on, we got some interference here. We got another crew here. So now that we're on the backside of the storm, the other side of the wind is coming at us, and it's coming from the other direction. So what hasn't gotten nailed by the wind is now getting nailed by the wind. You know, the way these structures are set up, the way that the wind was blowing initially, obviously protected some of them depending on where they were, including many of the transformers. And now the transformers, obviously, that were vulnerable, that are not being protected by the buildings and the other infrastructure because the wind has switched 180 degrees. They are vulnerable, and now they are exploding, because typically that's what happens when wind like this blows this hard, either knocking them off, blowing them apart. It just takes an electrical short, and that's why the sky lights up. There are chemicals inside those transformers that cause the different colors to look almost like a rainbow. Here in downtown Sarasota, remember we talked earlier about projected storm surge. So projections were upwards of 13, 14 feet, even 15 feet, depending on who you talk to. And before the eye wall moved over Sarasota County, Siesta Key specifically, from what I'm hearing, which is straight that way, just about a mile or so, before the eye wall came in, we had not seen a noticeable change in the height of the water here. And Candace said that based on what you've seen so far, it's not likely that you're going to get that kind of storm surge where you are as this storm continues to pass through. But I can tell you what is different is the water is definitely starting to come up higher than it was. Because remember, for the last 6-8 hours, there has been no change. Now, got to be fair, you got to factor in the tides, right? So we're heading towards, what is it, 9? Tough to see my watch. I think it's 9:30-ish. So we're heading towards high tide, which is right around 3 a.m.-ish here. I want to say right around 3:30 in the morning. So naturally, the tide is coming in. And naturally, as the wind is blowing and this hurricane continues to blow through here, it will raise the water level. The question is how much of it is high tide or higher tide as the tide comes in, and the question is how much is from Hurricane Milton. And obviously we don't know the answer to that yet, but you heard from Candace a little while ago. She was feeling fairly good that at least this area, if you have interest here, if you have a second home or a condo, or you got family or friends here, she felt fairly confident that this spot would not be seeing the storm surge that they were predicting. But still, Jeff, I can't even see you, Jeff. Can you show the dock right in front of you? Because even just in the last 4 or 5 minutes since I started talking with you guys, this has changed. The dock that I'm standing on here has risen, and the water here in the bay is starting to overtake the sidewalk just a little bit. And again, the wind blowing this direction now is, like I said, it was spun 180 degrees, but it's the Gulf that's this direction, so straight out west from where I'm standing. And as I was explaining earlier, so what's unique about Sarasota is one of the inlets, one of the channels that goes straight out to the Gulf, is directly west of me, so directly in front of me. So the ocean, the Gulf of Mexico, has open access to where we're standing right here in Sarasota Bay. And that's what happened about 2 weeks ago with Hurricane Helene, when that storm washed in. Because coming in from the Gulf, it did push first into the Barrier Islands, and then even here, which surprised a lot of people, into downtown Sarasota on the bayfront. There's a whole park here that's right there. Of course, you can't see it right now, but this is really a beautiful area, or was a beautiful area before Hurricane Helene came through, and it didn't soak downtown Sarasota, the bayfront here, but it did come over the roadway and wrecked a lot of the concrete. And so, there were obviously some pretty powerful waves coming in from that last storm. And it washed, I told you this, washed a bunch of boats up onto the shore and up onto the island at the Bayfront Park right next to me. So I think that was the first taste of what a very powerful storm could do here on the Gulf Coast, at least southwest Florida, in a long, long time. And for a lot of people, you know, we interviewed so many people over the last, what have we been here, 3 days now, who were brand new. I mean, Jeff, we were at the Wawa last night trying to fight to get our own pump to fill up our news truck, our live truck. And then we went inside, and a guy comes up to us and he says, "We just moved here from," I don't remember. I want to say somewhere in the mid. But he says, "We just got here. What do we do? Where do we go?" And this was last night. So we said, "Well, you know, at this point, it's a little bit late. Hopefully, you know, your house is okay, or you've taken care of your house. But go inland. You know, go to Central Florida. I mean, it is. This is something that hasn't. This path, as we were talking about, is something that hasn't happened to Southwest Florida in some 100 years or so. And so many folks have moved here to Sarasota. I mean, I lived here in 2000. You know, I just lived here for a few years, but so many people since then have moved in. I remember when at the time I was living here, you know, Florida and Southwest Florida was growing like crazy, and it has continued to do so. So this is a new experience for so many people. And we know the same thing in Central Florida, right? I mean, how fast is Orlando growing? Something like 1,000, you know, the figure we keep hearing is something like 1,000 people a week moving to Central Florida from all over the country. So the warnings that we keep hearing about, you know, the concern is that people might not take them seriously, and the people who have been here through some of these storms, who got lucky and were able to ride them out, might be influencing some of the new folks. But you know, our emergency managers have been, as you've heard, you know, you've heard the sound bites from the governor, you heard the sound bite from the mayor of Tampa. Some of these officials have been terrified that if we don't take this one seriously, there is going to be major loss of life because of the power of this storm, the winds, how quickly it grew, how much it intensified, and what it was supposed to do when it made landfall here again in Siesta Key, which is, like I said, just a mile from where we are. We were on Siesta Key, remember, yesterday, reporting live from that resort that just got pummeled with sand.